radio.com. This is a reading of collected works of Rudolf Steiner entitled Rethinking Economics, Lectures and Seminars on World Economics. It is the collected works volumes 340 and 341 together. This is lecture 1, entitled From Industrialism to World Economy, given in Dornach on July 24th, 1922. Today I intend a kind of introduction. In tomorrow's lecture, we shall begin to try to give a more or less complete picture of the questions of social and political economy that humanity today must set before itself. The subject of economics, as we speak of it today, is in reality a very recent creation. It did not arise until the time when the economic life of modern peoples had become extraordinarily complicated in comparison with earlier conditions. As this course is intended primarily for students of political economy, it is necessary, by way of introduction, to point out this peculiarity of the economic thinking of today. After all, we need not go very far back in history to see how much economic life has changed, even during the 19th century. We need only consider this one fact. England, for example, already had, during the first half of the century, what was practically speaking the modern form of economic life. There was comparatively little radical change in the economic structure of England in the course of the 19th century. The great social questions that arise out of economic questions in modern times were being asked in England as early as the first half of the 19th century. And those who wanted to think about social and economic questions in the modern sense could pursue their studies in England at a time when in Germany, for instance, such studies would have remained unfruitful. In England, above all, the conditions of trade and commerce on a large scale had already come into being by the first third of the 19th century. Through the great development of trade and commerce in the economic life of England, a foundation was already there in the form of trade capital. In England, there was no need to seek for any other starting point for modern economic life. They simply had to go on with the trade capital resulting from the consolidation of trade and commerce, even as early as the first third of the 19th century. Starting from this time, everything took place in England with a certain logical consistency. We must not forget that the whole of this English economic life was possible only on the basis originally given by England's relation to her colonies, especially to India. The whole of the English economic system is unthinkable without the relationship of England to India. In other words, English economic life, with all its facility for evolving large sums of capital, is founded on the fact that there lies in the background a country that is, it were, virgin economic soil. We must not overlook this fact, especially when we pass from England to Germany. If you consider the economic life of Germany, you will see that in the first third of the 19th century, it still essentially corresponded to economic customs that had arisen out of the Middle Ages. The economic customs and relationships within Germany in the first third of the 19th century were absolutely old. Consequently, the whole pace of economic life was different in Germany from what it was in England during the first third or even the first half of the 19th century. In England, during the first half of the century, there was already what we may call a reckoning with quickly changing habits of life. The main character of economic life remained essentially the same, but it was already adaptable to quickly changing habits. In Germany, on the other hand, habits of life were still conservative. Economic development could afford to advance at a snail's pace, for it had to adapt itself only to technical conditions that had remained more or less the same over long periods, and to human needs that were not rapidly changing. But in this respect, a great transformation took place in the second third of the 19th century. Then, there rapidly took place an approximation to English conditions, a development of the industrial system. In the first half of the 19th century, Germany had been in all essentials an agrarian country. Now it was rapidly transformed into an industrial country, far more rapidly than any other region of the earth. But there is an important fact in this connection. We might describe it thus. In England, the transition to industrial life took place instinctively. Nobody knew exactly how it happened. It came as a natural event. In Germany, it is true, the medieval character still existed in the first third of the 19th century. Germany was an agrarian country. But while the outer economic conditions were taking their accustomed course in a way that might almost be called medieval, human thinking was undergoing a fundamental change. It came into the consciousness of human beings that something altogether different must now arise, that the existing conditions were no longer appropriate for the time. Thus, the transformation of economic conditions that arose in Germany in the second third of the 19th century took place far more consciously than in England. In Germany, people were far more aware of how they entered into modern capitalism. In England, people were not aware of it at all. If you read today all the writings and discussions in Germany during that period concerning the transition to industrialism, you will get a remarkable impression, a strange impression, of how the people in Germany were thinking. They actually looked upon it as a real liberation of humanity. They called it liberalism, democracy. Moreover, they regarded it as the very salvation of humanity to get right out of the old connections, the old binding links, the old kind of corporation, and pass over to the fully free position for, so they called it, of the individual within the economic life. Hence, in England, you will never meet with a theory of economics, such as was developed by the people who received their education in Germany at the height of the period that I have just characterized. Schmoller, Roscher, and others derived their views from the ideal of this liberalism in economics. What they built up was altogether in accord with this ideal, and they built it with full consciousness. The English would have thought such theories of economics stale and boring. They would have thought that one should not trouble to think about such things. Look at the radical difference between the way in which people in England talked about these things, to mention even a man like Beaconsfield, who was theoretically enough in all conscience, from the way in which Richter or Lasker or even Brentano were speaking in Germany. In Germany, therefore, this second period was entered into with full consciousness. Then came the third period, the period essentially of the state. It is true that as the last third of the 19th century drew near, the German state was consolidated purely by means of external power. What was consolidated was not what the idealists of 1848 or even of the 1830s and on had desired. No, it was the state that was consolidated, and moreover by sheer force or power. And this state gradually laid claim to the economic life for its own purposes, with full consciousness. Thus, in the last third of the 19th century, the structure of the economic life was permeated through and through by the very opposite principle as had been in the previous period. In the second third of the century, economic evolution had been subject to the ideas of liberalism. Now its evolution became altogether subject to the idea of the state. This was what gave the economic life in Germany as a whole its stamp. It is true that there were elements of consciousness in the whole process, and yet, in another sense, the whole thing was quite unconscious. But most important is that through all these developments, a radical contrast and antagonism of principle was created, not only in thought, but in the whole conduct of economic life itself, between the English and the Central European economies. And the manner of their economic interchange depended on this contrast. The whole economy of the 19th century as it evolved into the 20th, would be unthinkable without this contrast between the West and Central Europe. The way in which people sold their goods, the way in which they found a market for their goods, the way in which they manufactured them, all of this would be unthinkable without this contrast. The course of development was as follows. First, the economic and industrial life of England became possible on the basis of England having possession of India. Next, it became possible for the whole of economic life, the whole of economic activity, to be expanded on the basis of the contrast between the Western and the Central European economic life. In effect, economic life is founded not on what one sees in one's immediate surroundings, but on the great reciprocal relationships in the world at large. Now, it was with this contrast that the world as a whole was entering the state of world economy, and could not enter. For the world continued to depend on the instinctive element that had evolved from the past, the existence of which I have just indicated in describing the antithesis between England and Central Europe. In the 20th century, though the world was unaware of the fact, we stood face to face with this situation. The antithesis became more and more immediate. It became deeper and deeper, and we stood before a great riddle. The economic conditions had evolved out of these antitheses or contrasts, and having done so, they were carrying the contrasts themselves ever more intensely into the future. And yet, if the contrast were to go on forever increasing, economic dealings would become impossible. This was the great riddle of the 20th century. The contrast had created the economic life. The economic life had in turn enhanced the contrast. The contrast was calling for a solution. The question was how these contrasts or opposites would be resolved. The further course of history was destined to prove that human beings were incapable of finding the answer. It would have been practical to speak in words like these in 1914, in the days of peace. But in place of a solution, there came the result of a failure to find such a world historic solution. Such was the disease that then set in, seen from the economic perspective. You must realize that the possibility of all evolution always depends fundamentally on contrasts or antitheses. I will only mention one example. Through the fact that the English economic life had been consolidated far earlier than the Central European, the English were unable to make the price of certain goods as low as was possible in Germany. Thus there arose a great contrast of competition, for, quote, made in Germany, close quote, was simply a question of competition. And when the war was over, the question could arise. Now that people have knocked in each other's heads instead of seeking a solution for existing contrasts, how can we deal with the matter? At that time I could not but believe in the possibility of finding human beings who would understand the contrasts that must be brought forth in another domain. For life depends on contrasts, and can exist only if contrasts are there, interacting with one another. Thus in 1919, one could come to the point of saying, let us now draw attention to the real contrasts or contrapositions toward which world historic evolution is tending, those of the economic life, the political life of rights, and the spiritual cultural life, the contrapositions of the threefold social order. What, after all, was the actual situation when we believed that we must bring the threefold social idea to the awareness of as many human beings as possible? I will describe it only externally today. The important thing would have been to bring the idea of threefolding to the awareness of as many individuals as possible before the economic consequences ensued, which afterward did take place. You must remember that when the idea of threefolding was first mentioned, we did not yet stand face to face with the monetary difficulties of today. On the contrary, if the threefold social order had been understood at that time, these difficulties could never have occurred. Yet once again we were faced by the inability of human beings to understand such a thing as this in a really practical sense. When we tried to bring the threefold social idea home to them, people would come and say, "Yes, all this is excellent, we see it perfectly, but after all, the first thing needed is to counteract the depreciation of the currency." All that one could answer was that it is contained in the threefold social order. Adjust to work with it. That is the only means of counteracting the depreciation of the currency. People were asking how to do the very thing that the threefold social order was meant to do. They did not understand it, however often they declared that they did. And now the situation is such that if we are to speak again to people today, we can no longer speak in the same forms as we did then. Today another language is necessary, and that is what I want to give you in these lectures. I want to show you how one must think about these questions today, especially if one is young and can still have an opportunity to play a part in shaping the immediate future. Thus, on the one hand, we can characterize a certain period, the 19th century, in terms of world, historic, economic contrasts. But we might also go still farther back and include the time when people first began to think about, in quotes, political economy, as it was then called, at all. If you take the history of economics, you will see that earlier everything took place instinctively. It was only in modern times that there arose that complexity of economic life, in the midst of which human beings felt it necessary to think about these things. Now, I am speaking, in effect, for students. I'm trying to show how students of economics should find their way into this subject. Let me, therefore, now relate the most essential thing on which it all depends. You see, the time when individuals had to begin to think about economics was just the time when they no longer had the thoughts to comprehend such a subject. They simply no longer had the requisite ideas. I will give you an example from natural science to show that this is so. We as human beings have our physical bodies, which have weight, just like any other physical object. Your physical body will be heavier after a midday meal than before. We can even weigh the difference. That is to say, we partake in the general laws of gravity. But with this gravity, which is the property of all ponderable substances, we could do very little in our human body. We could at most go about the world as robots, certainly not as conscious beings. I have often explained what is essential to build any valid concept of these matters. I have often said what we need for our thinking. The human brain, if we weigh it alone, weighs about 1,400 grams. If the weight of these 1,400 grams were to press directly on the veins and arteries which are situated at the base of the skull, it would destroy them. You could not live for a single moment if the human brain were pressing downward with its full 1,400 grams. It is indeed fortunate that the principle of Archimedes holds true. I mean that a body loses as much of its weight in water as the weight of the fluid that it displaces. A body that has a certain weight loses as much of its weight in water as a body of water of equal size would weigh. The brain swims in the cerebrospinal fluid and thereby loses 1,380 grams, for such is the weight of a body of cerebrospinal fluid of the size of the human brain. The brain presses downward onto the base of the skull with a weight of only 20 grams, and this weight it can bear. But if we now ask ourselves what the purpose of all this is, we must answer that with a brain that was a mere ponderable mass, we could not think. We do not think with the heavy substance, we think with the buoyancy. The substance must first lose its weight. Only then can we think. We think with what flies away from the earth. But we are also conscious in our whole body. How do we become thus conscious? In our whole body there are some 25 billion red blood cells. These 25 billion red cells are very minute. Nevertheless, they have weight. They have weight because they contain iron. Every one of these 25 billion red cells swims in the serum of the blood and loses weight exactly in accordance with the fluid it displaces. Once again, therefore, in every single blood cell, an effect of buoyancy is created 25 billion times. Therefore, throughout our body, we are conscious by virtue of this upward driving force. We may also say that whatever food we consume must first, to a very large extent, be divested of its weight. It must be transformed in order to serve us. Such is the demand of the living organism. To think in this way, and to regard this way of thinking as essential, are the very things individuals ceased to do just at the time when it became necessary to think in terms of economics. Thereafter, they reckoned only with ponderable substances. They no longer thought of the transformation that a substance undergoes in a living organism, as to its weight, for example, through the effect of buoyancy. And now another thing. If you call to mind your studies of physics, you will remember that the physicist speaks of the spectrum. This band of colors is created with the help of the prism: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet. So far, from the red to the violet, the spectrum appears luminous. But as you know, before the area that shows a luminous effect, what we call infrared rays are assumed to exist, and beyond the violet, the ultraviolet rays. If therefore one speaks merely of light, one does not include the totality of the phenomenon. We must go on to describe how the light is transformed in two opposite directions. We must explain how beyond the red, light sinks into the element of warmth, and beyond the violet, into chemical effects. In both directions, the light as such disappears. If therefore we give a theory of light alone, we are giving a mere extract of the greater whole. The current theory of light is, in any case, not a true one. It is significant that at the very time when humankind had to begin to think consciously of economics, human thinking on physics was in such a condition that it resulted, among other things, in an untrue theory of light. I have, however, mentioned the matter here because there is a valid analogy. Consider for a moment not the economy of peoples, but, let us say, the economy of sparrows or the economy of swallows. They too, after all, have a kind of economy. But this, the economy of the animal kingdom, does not reach far up into the human kingdom. Even in the case of the hamster, we may indeed speak of a kind of animal capitalism. The essence of animal economics is that nature provides the products, and the animal as a single creature takes them for itself. Humanity does indeed reach down into this animal economy, but we have to emerge from it. The true human economy may be compared to the part of the spectrum that is visible as light. What reaches down into nature would then be comparable with the part of the spectrum that extends into the infrared. Here, on the one hand, for example, we come into the domain of agriculture, of economic, geography, and so forth. The science of economics cannot be sharply defined in this direction. It reaches down into a region that must be grasped by very different methods. This is one side of the situation. On the other hand, just under the influence of the very complicated relations of today, it has gradually come to pass that our economic thinking fails us once more in another direction. Just as light ceases to appear as light as we go on into the ultraviolet, so does human economic activity cease to be purely economic. I have often characterized how this came about. The phenomenon began only in the 19th century. Until then, the economic life was still more or less dependent on the capability and efficiency of the individual human being. A bank prospered if some individual in it was a thoroughly capable person. Individuals were still of real importance. I have often related as an amusing example the story of the ambassador of the King of France, who once approached Rothschild trying to raise a loan. Rothschild happened to be in conversation with a leather merchant. When the ambassador of the King of France was announced, he said, "Ask him to wait a little while." The ambassador was terribly upset. Was he to wait while a leather merchant was in there with Rothschild? When the attendant came out and told him, he simply could not believe his ears. "Go in again and tell Herr Rothschild that I am here as the ambassador of the King of France." But the attendant brought the same answer again. "Will you kindly wait a little?" Thereupon he himself burst into the inner room. "I am the ambassador of the King of France." Rothschild answered, "Please have a seat." "Yes, but I am the ambassador of the King of France." Please then take 2 seats." You see, what took place in the economic life in that time was placed consciously within the sphere of the human personality. But things have changed since then. Now, in the, in quotes, great affairs of economic life, very little indeed depends on the individual personality. Human economic functioning has to a very large extent been drawn into what I am here comparing with the ultraviolet light. I refer to the workings of capital as such. Accumulations of capital are active as such. Over and above the economic, there lies an ultra-economic life, which is essentially determined by the peculiar power inherent in the actual masses of capital. If, therefore, we wish to understand the economic life of today, we must regard it in this way. It lies in the midst of 2 regions, of which the one leads downward into nature, and the other upward into capital. Between them lies the domain that we must comprehend as the actual economic life. Now, from this you will see that people did not even possess the necessary concept to enable them to define the science of economics and set it in its proper place within the whole domain of knowledge. As we shall presently see, it is a curious thing, but this region alone, which we have compared to infrared light, this region, which does not yet actually reach up into the sphere of economics, this alone is intelligible to the human intellect. We can consider with ordinary thinking how to grow oats or barley, and so forth, or how best to obtain ore in mining. Basically, that is all that we can really think about with the intellect, as we have grown accustomed to apply it in the science of modern times. This is a fact of immense significance. Think back for a moment to what I have just indicated as the concept that we need in science. We consume as food substances that have weight. That they can be of use to us depends upon the fact that they continually lose their weight within us. That is to say, within the body they are totally transformed. This is not all. They are changed in a different way in each organ. The liver acts upon the substances differently than the brain or the lungs. The organism is differentiated, and the conditions are different for each substance in each single organ. We have a continuous change of quality along with the change from organ to organ. Now, it is approximately the same when, within a given economic domain, we speak of the value of a commodity. It is nonsense to define some substance as carbon, for example, and then to ask how it behaves inside the human body. The carbon, even regarding the way it is to be considered, becomes something altogether different depending on where it is in the outer world. Likewise, we cannot simply ask, what is the value of a commodity? The value is different according to whether the commodity is lying in a shop or whether it is transported to this or that place. Thus, our ideas in economics must be quite mobile. We must rid ourselves of the habit of constructing concepts with the intention of defining things once and for all. We must realize that we are dealing with a living process and must transform our concepts within the living process. But what the economists have tried to do is to grasp such things as value, price, production, consumption, and so forth, with ideas such as they had in ordinary science, and these were of no use. Fundamentally speaking, therefore, we have not yet attained a true science of economics. With the concepts to which we have grown accustomed thus far, we cannot truthfully answer the question, for instance, what is value or what is price? Whatever has value must be considered as being in perpetual circulation. Likewise, we must consider price, which corresponds to value, as something in perpetual circulation. If you ask about the simple properties of carbon, you will still know absolutely nothing of what goes on in the lungs, for example, although carbon is also present in the lungs. For the whole configuration of carbon becomes quite different in the lungs. In the same way, iron, when found in the mine, is something altogether different from what it is in the economic process. Economics is concerned with something quite different from the mere fact that it is iron. It is with these unstable, constantly changing factors that we must reckon. 45 years ago, I met a certain family. They showed me a painting. I think it had been lying up in an attic for about 30 years. As long as it lay there and no one was there who knew any more about it than that it was the kind of thing one throws away in the corner of an attic, it had no value in the economic process. Once its value had been recognized, it was worth 30,000 gulden, quite a large sum of money in those days. What did the value depend on in this case? Purely and simply on the opinion people formed of the painting. The painting had not been removed from its place. Rather, individuals had simply arrived at different thoughts about it. And so, in no case does value depend on what a thing is directly. You can never develop concepts of economics in reference to the mere external reality. No, you must always develop them in reference to the economic process as a whole. And within this process, each thing is continuously changing. Therefore, we must speak of the economic process of circulation before we can arrive at such things as value, price, and so forth. In the economic theories of today, you will observe that they generally begin with definitions of value and price. That is quite wrong. First, it is necessary to describe the economic process. Only then do those things emerge with which the theorists of today can begin. Now, in the year 1919, when everything had been destroyed, one might have thought that people would realize the need to begin with something fresh. Alas, it was not the case. The small number of people who did believe that there must be a new beginning very soon fell into the comfortable reflection, after all, there is nothing to be done. Meanwhile, the great calamity was taking place, the devaluation of money in Eastern and Central Europe, and with it a complete revolution in the social strata. For it goes without saying that with each progressive devaluation of money, those who live by what I have here compared to ultraviolet light must be impoverished. And this is happening today, far more perhaps than people are yet aware. And it will happen more and more completely. Here, above all, we are directed to the idea of the living social organism. For it is evident that this devaluation of money is determined by the old state restrictions and limitations. The old state restrictions and limitations are interfering with the economic process. The latter must indeed be understood, but we must first gain an understanding of the social organism. Yet, all economic systems from Adam Smith to the most modern reckon, after all, with small regions, as if they were complete social organisms. They do not realize that even if one is only using an analogy, the analogy must be correct. Have you ever seen a complex, full-grown living organism, such as the human being, for instance, in this drawing? Immediately beside this human being, a second one, and here a third, and so forth. These human organisms would be quite charming, attached to one another in this way. However, with complex, full-grown organisms, there is no such thing. Yet with the separate states and countries, this is the case. Living organisms require an empty space around them, empty space between them and other living organisms. You could at most compare single states or countries with the cells of the organism. It is only the whole earth that as an economic body can truly be compared with a living organism. This ought surely to be taken into account. It is quite palpable, ever since we have had a world economy, that the single states or countries are at most to be compared with cells. The whole earth, considered as an economic organism, is the social organism. Yet this is nowhere being taken into account. It is precisely owing to this error that the whole science of economics has grown so remote from reality. People want to establish principles that are meant to apply only to an individual cell. Hence, if you study the French theory of economy, you will find it differently constituted than English or German or other economic theories. But as economists, what we really need is an understanding of the social organism in its totality. So much for today, by way of introduction. The end of Lecture 1. You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. This is a reading of the lecture cycle by Rudolf Steiner, Rethinking Economics. This is Lecture 2, entitled The Fluid Nature of Economic Processes, given in Dornach on July 25th, 1922. Particularly in the sphere of economics, the first concepts and ideas that we must develop cannot but be a little complicated, and for a quite objective reason. You must imagine the economic process, considered even as a world economy, as a thing of perpetual movement. As the blood flows through the human being, so do goods as merchandise or commodities flow by every conceivable channel through the whole economic body. And we must conceive, as the most important thing within this economic process, all that takes place in buying and selling. That at least is true of the economic life of today. Whatever else there may be, and we shall of course have to consider the most varied impulses contained in economic life, the subject of economics comes home to us directly when we have anything to buy or sell. In the last resort, the instinctive thinking of every naive person on economic matters culminates in the process taking place between buyer and seller. Fundamentally, this is what is important. Think about what counts when buying and selling are considered in the economic process. The thing that people care about is the price of a commodity, the price of the piece of goods in question. In the last resort, all the most important economic considerations really merge in this question of price. All the impulses and forces that are at work in economics culminate at length in price. We shall therefore first have to consider the problem of price, but it is by no means a simple problem. You need only consider the most simple case. At a given place, A, we have a certain commodity. At place A, it has a certain price. But suppose it is not bought there, but is transported to another place, B. Our endeavor will then be to add to the price whatever transport charges had to be paid from A to B. Thus the price changes in the process of circulation. There we have the simplest, if I may put it so, the most trite instance. Of course, there are far more complex cases. Assume, for instance, that at a given date, a house in a large town costs a certain amount. 15 years later, the same house may perhaps cost 6 times as much. Let us not imagine that the main cause of the rise in price lies in the devaluation of money. On the contrary, let us assume that this is not the case. The rise in price may simply lie in the fact that in the meantime many other houses have been built around it. The other buildings now situated in its neighborhood greatly increase the value of the house. Of course, there may be 10 or 15 other circumstances accounting for the rise in price. In reality, we are never in a position to apply some general statement to the specific case, To say, for instance, that the price of houses or ironware or grains can be explicitly determined at a given place from any particular condition. To begin with, we can say little more than that we must observe how the price fluctuates with place and time. Then perhaps we can trace some of the conditions through which at a given place a given price actually emerges as it does. But there can be no such thing as a general definition stating how the price of a thing is composed. That is an impossibility. Again and again one is astonished to find price discussed in the commonly found works on economics, as though it were possible to define it. We simply cannot define it, for a price is always concrete and specific. Precisely in economic matters, it is impossible to get anywhere near the realities with definitions. I once witnessed the following case. In a certain district where land is comparatively cheap, there is an organization with a more or less famous man in its midst. The organization buys up all the cheap plots of land and prevails upon the famous man to build himself a house there. Then the plots of land are offered for sale. They can be offered at a considerably higher price than the price at which they were bought, for the simple reason that the famous man has been persuaded to build himself a house there. Such instances will show you how indeterminate are the conditions on which the price of a thing depends in the economic process. Of course, you may say, such developments must be counteracted. Land reformers and people with similar aims try to resist these things. Through various regulations, they desire to establish a kind of just price for everything. Of course, one can do so, but economically considered, the price is not changed thereby. In the above instance, for example, when the plots of land are sold at a higher price, one can take the money away again in the form of a high property tax. Then the state will pocket the difference. People have not grasped this reality. In reality, the original price has increased because of the tax. You can resort to regulations, but they will only obscure the issue. The price will still be what it would have been without them. You only bring about a redistribution. And it is no true economic thinking to say that the land has not increased in price during the last 10 years simply because you have obscured the matter by regulations. Economics must stand firmly on a basis of reality. In economics, we can speak only of the conditions existing at a given time and at the actual place to which we are referring. Those who desire the progress of humanity will come to the conclusion that things can be different. To begin with, however, things must be observed in their immediate reality at the particular moment. From all this you will see how impossible it is to approach such a thing as price, a most important concept in economics, by seeking to grasp it with a sharply defined idea. We can make no progress in economic theory by this means. Quite other ways must be adopted. We must observe the economic process itself. Yet the problem of price is the most important, and all our efforts must be directed to it. We must observe the economic process and try, as it were, to catch the point where, at any given place and time, the actual price of a given thing results from all the underlying economic causes. Now, if you follow ordinary economic doctrines, you will generally find three factors mentioned. Three factors through the interplay of which the whole economic process is supposed to take its course. They are nature, labor, and capital. Footnote: where Steiner uses the term nature as an economic category, in classical economics, this is usually referred to as land. End of footnote. It is true that we can say, to begin with, that tracing the economic process, we find what comes from nature, what is achieved by human labor, and what is derived from or directed by means of capital. But if we take nature, labor, and capital simply side by side in this way, we shall not grasp the economic process in a living way. On the contrary, we shall be led to many one-sided points of view, a fact to which the history of economic theory bears eloquent witness. Some say that all value is inherent in nature, and that no special value is added to the substance of natural objects by human labor. Others believe that all true economic value is really impressed on a piece of goods, on a commodity, by the labor that, as they sometimes say, is crystallized in the commodity. Or again, the moment you place capital and labor side by side, you will find people saying, on the one hand, in reality it is capital that alone makes labor possible, and the wages of labor are paid out of the accumulated capital. On the other side, it is said, no, the only thing that produces real value is labor, and all that capital obtains for itself is the surplus value resulting from the yield of labor. The fact is that considering things from the one point of view, the one is right. Considering them from the other point of view, the other is right. Over against the reality, such ways of thinking remind one of many a method in bookkeeping. Put the item here, and this will be the result. Put it there, and that will be the result. One can speak with strong apparent reasons of surplus value, saying that this is deducted from the wages of labor and appropriated by the capitalists to themselves. But one can say with equally good reasons that in the whole connection of economic life, everything is due in the first place to the capitalists, who can pay their workers only from what they have available for the wages of labor. For both of these points of view, there are very good and very bad reasons. In fact, none of these ways of thinking comes near to the reality of economics. Though excellent as a basis for agitations, they are of no importance in a serious economic science. Quite other foundations must be found if we would hope for progress in economic life. Up to a certain point, of course, all these systems have their justification. Adam Smith, for instance, sees the real, original value-forming factor in the work or labor that is expended on things. Here again, excellent reasons can be brought forward in support of this view. Such a man as Adam Smith certainly did not think in a stupid or nonsensical way. Here again, nevertheless, there is the underlying idea of taking hold of something static and giving it a definition, whereas in the real economic process, things are in perpetual movement. It is relatively simple to form concepts of the phenomena of nature, even the most complicated, as compared with the ideas that we require for a science of economics. Infinitely more complicated, variable, and unstable are the phenomena in economics than in nature, more fluctuating, less capable of being grasped with any defined or hard and fast concepts. In effect, an altogether different method must be adopted. You will find this method difficult only in the beginning, but as a result of it, you will presently see the only real and possible foundation for a science of economics can be discovered. To begin with, we may say that to this economic process, which we must now consider, three things contribute: nature, labor, and, parenthesis, thinking at first of the purely external economic aspect, close parenthesis, capital. So, at first, let us consider the middle one of these three, human labor. Let us try to form a conception of it by going down, as I indicated yesterday, into the sphere of animal life. Let us observe, instead of the economy of peoples, the economy of sparrows, the economy of swallows. Here, you see at once, nature is the basis of economy. True, even the sparrow has to do a kind of work. At the very least, it must hop around to find its food. Sometimes it has to hop around a very great deal in the course of the day to find what it requires. The swallow, building its nest, also has to do a kind of work, and again, it has much to do to build it. Nevertheless, in the true economic sense, we cannot call this work. We cannot call it labor. We shall make no progress in economic ideas if we call this labor. If we observe more closely, we shall have to admit that the sparrow and the swallow are organized precisely in such a way as to do the very things, fulfill the very functions which they fulfill in finding their food, and so forth. They simply could not be healthy if they had no opportunity to move around in this way. It is part and parcel of their organization. It belongs to them, no less than their legs and wings. In seeking to build up economic concepts, we can therefore leave out of account what we might here call a mere apparent labor, a semblance of labor. In such cases, nature is taken just as she is, and the single creature, merely to satisfy its own needs or those of its nearest kin, carries out the corresponding semblance of labor. If, however, we wish to determine what is value in the true economic sense, we must disregard this apparent labor. Thus, it is a matter, first of all, of approaching a true concept of economic value. Consider the animal economy once more. There we may say that nature alone is the value-forming factor. If we now ascend to the human being, that is, to economy, it is true that we still have, from the side of nature, the same starting point of, quotes, nature value. The moment human beings no longer provide merely for themselves or for their nearest kindred, however, but for one another, human labor, properly so called, comes into consideration. Indeed, the moment we no longer use nature's products just for ourselves, but we stand in some relation to other human beings and trade goods with them, what we then do becomes, in relation to nature, labor. Here we arrive at the one aspect of value in economy. It arises in this way. Human labor is expended on the products of nature, and we have before us, in economic circulation, products of nature transformed by human labor. It is only here that a true economic value first arises. As long as the product is untouched, at a place where it is found in nature, it has no other value than it has, for instance, for the animals. But the moment you take the very first steps to put the product of nature into the process of economic circulation, the transformed nature product begins to have economic value. We may therefore characterize this economic value as follows. An economic value, seen from this one aspect, is a product of nature transformed by human labor. Whether the human labor consists in digging or chopping or merely moving a product of nature from one place to another is irrelevant. If we are seeking the determination of value in general, then we must simply say, one value-forming factor is that of human labor, transforming a product of nature so as to pass it into the economic process of circulation. If you consider this, you will see at once how very fluctuating is the value of a piece of goods circulating in the economic life. For labor is something always present and is continuously expended on the goods. You cannot really say what value is. You can say only that value arises in a given place and at a given time, inasmuch as human labor transforms some products of nature. That is where value emerges. To begin with, we cannot and do not want to try to define value. but want to simply point out the place where it appears. I will present this diagrammatically. Here on the left side of the drawing, we have nature, as it were, in the background. And there's a little column, nature labor, with an arrow through it that hits value, and then angles off from there to the word price. On the right side is again a column where it says labor and spirit, and in parentheses, or human intelligence mind, and an arrow goes through that, you get value, which then angles off to the same word, price. Sorry for that. Human labor approaches nature. What then becomes visible, appearing, as it were, through the interplay of nature and human labor, is one aspect of economic value. It is by no means a faulty image if, for instance, we look at a black surface or at anything black through a bright medium and see it as blue. According to whether the luminous medium is thick or thin, we will see various shades of blue. According to how we shift it, its density will vary. It is continuously fluctuating. So it is with value in the economic life. It is really none other than the appearance of nature through human labor. That too is always fluctuating. To begin with, we are gaining a few abstract indications and little more. But these will give us our bearings during the next few days and help us to reach more concrete concepts. After all, you are accustomed to this, for in all sciences, one begins with what is the simplest. You see, labor as such has no purpose at all in economics. A man may chop wood, or he may get onto a treadmill. The man on the treadmill may be doing just as much work as the one who chops wood. To consider labor as Marx did, when he said that we should look for its equivalent in the amount that is consumed in the human organism by the labor, is colossal nonsense. The same amount is consumed whether someone chops wood or dances about on this machine. What happens in the human being is not the point in economics. We have already seen how the subject of economics borders on uneconomic matters. Speaking purely economically, it is quite unjustifiable to point to the fact that labor uses up the human being's forces. I mean, it is unjustifiable in this connection where, to begin with, we wish to establish a concept of labor in the sense of economics. Indirectly, it is of great significance, for on the other side, the needs of people have to be cared for. But Marx's way of thinking at this point is a colossal nonsense. What do we need to take hold of labor in the economic process? It is necessary, to begin with, to disregard the human being and to observe how labor enters into the economic process. The labor on the treadmill does not enter into it at all. It simply adheres to the man himself. The chopping of wood, on the other hand, does enter the economic process. The one thing that matters is how labor enters the economic process. It is a matter of the fact, for everything being considered, that everywhere nature is changed by human labor. And only insofar as nature is transformed by human labor do we create real economic values from this one side. If, for instance, we find it necessary for our physical health, having worked upon nature in some way, to dance a little or to do eurythmy in the intervals, all this may, of course, be judged from another standpoint. But what we do in the intervals cannot be described as work or labor in the economic sense, nor can it be regarded as in any way a factor creating economic values. Seen from another side, it may well be creating values, but we must first get our concepts pure and clear concerning economic values as such. Now, there is an altogether different possibility for economic value to arise. It is that we turn our attention to labor as such, and we take labor as the given thing. To begin with, as you have seen just now, this labor, economically speaking, is something totally neutral and irrelevant. Yet, it becomes an economic value-creating factor the moment we let it be directed by human intelligence, the human mind or spirit. I must now speak in a somewhat different sense from before. Even in the most extreme cases, you can imagine something that would otherwise not be labor at all being transformed into real labor by human intelligence. If it occurs to a man, in order to lose weight, to set up the apparatus that we spoke of in his bedroom and practice on it, there will be no economic value in it. If somebody winds a rope around it, however, and uses it to drive some machine, the moment this is done, what would not otherwise be labor at all, in the economic sense, receives value through spirit. The fellow on the treadmill will incidentally lose weight just the same, but the essential point is that through spirit, by intelligence, reflection, perhaps even speculation, labor is given a certain direction, and the various units of labor are brought into certain mutual relations. We may say that here we have the second aspect of the value-forming factors in economics. Here, labor stands in the background, and in the foreground stands spirit, which directs the labor. Labor shines through spirit or human intelligence, and this creates once more economic value. As you will soon see, these two aspects are present everywhere. Having shown in this diagram how an economic value emerges when we have nature appearing through labor, and this was on the left side of the diagram, if we now wish to represent diagrammatically what was just explained, we shall have to put labor in the background and in the front of it spirit, which gives it a certain modification. These are the two essential poles of the economic process. There are indeed no other ways in which economic values are created. Either nature is modified by labor, or labor is modified by spirit, human intelligence or mind. The outer expression of spirit in this connection is in the manifold formations of capital. Economically, spirit must be looked for in the configurations of capital. These, at any rate, are its outward expression. We shall realize the facts more clearly when we come to consider capital as such, and then capital as a monetary medium. So you see, there can be no question of arriving at a definition of economic value. Once more, you need only consider on how many circumstances, on the cleverness or stupidity of how many different people, the modification of labor by the spirit in any given instance will depend. There is every kind of fluctuating condition. Nevertheless, this fact will always be in evidence. The value-creating factors in the economic process will always be found at these two opposite poles. Suppose now we find ourselves at any given point within the economic process. The economic process takes its course in the activities of buying and selling. Buying and selling are essentially an exchange of values. There is in fact no other exchange than that of values. Properly speaking, it is wrong to speak of an exchange of goods. The, in quotes, goods that play a part in the economic process, whether they appear as modified products of nature or modified labor, are always values. It is always the values that are exchanged. Whenever a process of buying and selling takes place, values are exchanged. Now, what is it that emerges in the economic process when value and value, as it were, impinge on one another in the process of exchange? It is price. Wherever price emerges, it is always through the impact of value on value in the economic process. For this reason, you cannot think truly about price if you have in mind the exchange of mere goods. If you buy an apple for a penny, you may say that you are exchanging one piece of goods for another, the apple for the penny. But you will make no progress in economic thinking along these lines. The apple has been picked somewhere and then transported, and it may well be that various other things have been done around it. All this is labor that has modified it. What you are dealing with is not an apple, but a product of nature transformed by human labor, representing an economic value. In economics, we must always take our start from values. Similarly, the penny represents not a piece of goods, but a value, since after all, or so at any rate we must suppose, the penny is but the sign for the fact that there is present in the man who buys the apple another value that he exchanges for it. Today I am anxious for you to get a clear insight into the fact that in economics we must not speak of goods, but of values as what is elementary. It is wrong to try to consider price in any other way than by envisaging the interplay of values. Value set against value gives you price. If, as we saw, value itself is a fluctuating thing, incapable of definition, may we not say that when you exchange value for value, price, which arises in the process of exchange, is a fluctuating thing raised to the second power? From all this, you may see how futile it is to try to take hold of values and prices with the idea of finding a firm and fixed ground in economics. It is still more futile if your object is to influence the economic process in practice. Something altogether different is needed, something that lies behind all these things. This can be seen from a very simple observation. Consider this for a moment. Nature appears to us through human labor. Suppose we obtain iron at a given place under extraordinarily difficult conditions. The value that is thus produced through human labor is a modified object of nature. If at a different place iron is produced under far easier conditions, it may happen that an altogether different value will result. You see, therefore, that we cannot grasp the reality in the value itself. We must go behind the value. We must go back to what creates the value. Here alone can we gradually find our way to the more constant conditions on which we can exercise a certain influence. The moment you have brought the value into economic circulation, you must let it fluctuate with the economic organism as a whole. Consider the finer constitution of a blood cell. It is different in the head and in the heart and in the liver. You cannot say, quote, "We will now seek the true definition of blood," close quote. In the human organism, the most you can do is to consider what are the more favorable foods to consume in the one case and in the other. Likewise, there is no point in talking round and round about value and price. The important thing is to go back to the primary factors, back to what, if rightly formed, will actually bring forth the proper price. The proper price will then emerge of its own accord. In the study of economics, it is quite impossible to stop short at definitions of value and price. We must always go back to the real origins whence the economic process is nourished, on the one hand, and by which, on the other hand, it is regulated. Nature on the one hand, spirit on the other. In all economic theories of modern times, this has been the difficulty. They have always tried, at the outset, to hold fast what is really fluctuating. As a result, those who can see through these things find themselves confronted not with wrong definitions. Scarcely any of them are wrong. They are generally quite right. Though it is true that one must indeed miss the mark to say that the amount of labor corresponds to what has been expended and has to be restored in the human body, that it corresponds therefore to the expenditure of substance, such a statement is really a blunder. One has really failed to see the simplest things, close parenthesis. No, the point is that even those of considerable insight have stumbled again and again over this obstacle in developing their theory of economics. They have tried to observe things that are always in a state of flux, as if they were at rest. For the objects of nature, one can and must often do so. In nature, it suffices to observe the state of rest in a quite different way. All we have come to do in the natural science of today to observe a state of movement is to regard the movement as though it were composed of a multitude of tiny states of rest and jump from one to the other. For when we integrate, we regard even movement as if it were composed of states of rest. On the model of such a science, however, we cannot study the economic process. This, therefore, must be said. The first thing needed in grappling with the science of economics is to consider how, on the one hand, value appears because nature is transformed by human labor. Nature is seen through human labor, while, on the other hand, value appears because labor is seen through spirit. These two origins of value are the real polar opposites. They differ as in the spectrum. The one pole, the luminous or yellow pole, differs from the other, the blue or violet pole. You may well hold fast this image. As in the spectrum the warm colors appear on the one side, so on this side there appears the nature value that will show itself more in the formation of rents. Footnote: rent is meant here in the strict economic sense of the value that emerges from land. Confusingly, however, rent has two different meanings for economists. Contract rent designates the income from hiring out land or other durable goods. Economic rent is used to define one aspect of the price of goods and services. Generally, it designates the difference between the raw costs of everything needed to produce the goods or service and the price. It is a measure of market power. Economic rent is determined for each of the factors of production used to produce the goods or service. Usually, economic rent is due to some exclusivity. For example, for labor, it could be due to celebrity or skill. For example, higher pay for skilled workers in a region where there is scarcity of such skilled workers, or a sports star who is paid $50,000 per week when he would perform for $10,000. For goods, it may be due to the power of a patent. For real estate, it may be due to a favorable location. By contrast, if there is no exclusivity and there is perfect competition, there are no economic rents, as competition drives prices down to their floor. Economic rent was developed by the economist David Ricardo, 1722 to 1823. He defined rent as, quote, the difference between the produce obtained by the employment of two equal quantities of capital and labor. The end of footnote. On this side, we perceive nature transformed by labor. On the other side, there appear to us instead those values that are translated into capital. Here we see labor transformed by spirit. Then indeed price can arise, inasmuch as values of the one pole impinge on values of the other. Or again, the several values within the one pole come into mutual interaction. The point is that wherever it is a question of price formation, there will be a mutual interaction of value and value. We must therefore disregard everything to do with the substances and materials themselves. We must look away from all this and begin by seeing how values are formed on the one side and on the other. Then we shall be able to press forward to the problem of price. The end of Lecture 2. You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. This is a reading of a cycle of lectures by Rudolf Steiner entitled Rethinking Economics. Lecture 3, entitled Economics and Egotism, given in Dornach on the July 26, 1922. In economic science, as I explained yesterday, one is essentially trying to take hold of something that is always fluctuating, namely the circulation of values and the mutual interplay of fluctuating values in the forming of price. Bearing this in mind, our first need is to discover what is really the proper form of the science of economics? A thing that fluctuates cannot be taken hold of directly. There is no real sense in trying, by direct observation, to take hold of something that is forever fluctuating. The only sensible procedure is to consider it in connection with what really lies beneath it. Let us take an example from life. For certain purposes, we use a thermometer. We use it to read various degrees of temperature, which we have grown accustomed, in a certain sense, to compare with one another. For instance, we estimate 20 degrees of warmth in relation to 5 degrees, and so on. We may also construct temperature curves. We plot the temperatures, for instance, during the winter, followed by the rising temperatures in summer. Our curve will then represent the fluctuating level of the thermometer. We do not come to the underlying reality, however, until we consider the various conditions that determine the lower temperature in the winter, the higher temperature in the summer months, the temperature in one district, the different temperature in another, and so forth. We have something real in hand, so to speak, only when we refer the varying levels of the mercury to that which underlies them. To record the readings of the thermometer is in itself a mere statistical procedure. In economics, it is not much more than this when we merely study prices and values, and so forth. The procedure begins to have a real meaning only when we regard prices and values much as we regard the positions of the mercury, as indications pointing to something else. Only then do we arrive at the realities of economic life. Now, this consideration will lead us to the true and proper form that economic science must have. By ancient usage, as you are probably aware, the sciences are classified as theoretical and practical. Ethics, for instance, is called a practical science, natural science a theoretical one. Natural science deals with what is, ethics with what ought to be. This distinction has been made since ancient times between the sciences of what is and the sciences of what should be. We mention this here only to help define the concept of economic science. We may well ask ourselves if economics is a science of what is, as Lucio Brentano, for instance, would assert, or is it a practical science, a science of what ought to be? That is the question. Now, if we wish to arrive at any knowledge in economics, it is undoubtedly necessary to make observations. We have to make observations, just as we must observe the readings of the barometer and thermometer to ascertain the state of air and warmth. So far, economics is a theoretical science. At this point, nothing has yet been done. We achieve something only when we are really able to act under the influence of this theoretical knowledge. Take a special case. Let us assume that by certain observations, which, like all observations, until they lead to action, will be of a theoretical nature, we ascertain that in a given place, in a given sphere, the price of a certain commodity falls considerably, so much so as to give rise to acute distress. In the first place, then, we observe, theoretically, as I have said, this actual fall in price. Here, so to speak, we are still only at the stage of reading the thermometer. Now, what are we to do if the price of a commodity or product falls to an undesirable extent? We shall have to go into these matters more closely later on. For the moment, I will simply indicate what should be done and by whom in the case that the price of some commodity shows a considerable decrease. It will be a matter of finding guidelines or regulations that counteract the sinking prices. There may be many such measures, but one of them will be to do something to accelerate the circulation, the commerce or trade in the commodity in question. This will be one possible measure, though naturally it will not be enough by itself. For the moment, however, we shall not discuss whether it is a sufficient measure, or even the right measure to take. The point is that if prices fall in such a way, we must do something of a kind that can increase the turnover. It is in fact similar to what happens when we observe the thermometer. If we feel cold in a room, we do not go to the thermometer and try by some mysterious method to lengthen out the column of mercury. We leave the thermometer alone and stoke the fire. We get at the problem from quite a different angle, and so it must be in economics too. When it comes to action, we must start from quite a different angle. Only then does it become practical. We must conclude, therefore, that the science of economics is both theoretical and practical. The point will be how to bring the practical and the theoretical together. Here we have one aspect of the form of economic science. The other aspect is one to which I drew attention many years ago, though it was not understood then. It was in an essay I wrote at the beginning of the century, which at that time was entitled Theosophy and the Social Question. It would have had real significance only if it had been taken up by politicians, and if they had acted accordingly. But it was left altogether unnoticed. Consequently, I did not complete it or publish any more of it. We can only hope that these things will be more and more understood, and I hope these lectures will contribute to a deeper understanding. To understand the present point, we must now insert a brief historical reflection. Go back a little way in the history of humanity. As I pointed out in this first lecture, in former epochs, even as late as the 15th or 16th century, economic questions such as we have today did not exist at all. In Eastern antiquity, economic life took its course instinctively to a very large extent. Certain social conditions existed, caste-forming and class-forming conditions, and the relations between people that arose out of these conditions had the power to shape instincts for the way in which the individual must play a particular part in economic life. These things were very largely founded on the impulses of the religious life, which in those ancient times were still of such a kind as to aim simultaneously at the ordering of economic affairs. Study Eastern history, and you will see there is nowhere a hard and fast dividing line between what was ordained for the religious life and what was ordained for the economic. The religious commandments very largely extend into the economic life. In those early times, the question of labor or of the social circulation of labor values did not arise. Labor was performed in a certain sense instinctively. In pre-Roman times, whether one person was to do more or less never became a pressing question, not at any rate a pressing public question. Such exceptions as there may be are of no importance compared to the general course of human evolution. Even in Plato we find a conception of the social life wherein the performance of labor is accepted as a complete matter of course. Only those aspects are considered that Plato beholds as wisdom-filled ethical and social impulses, excluding the performance of labor, which is taken for granted. In the course of time, the situation gradually changed. As the immediately religious and ethical impulses became less effective in creating economic instincts, they became increasingly restricted to the moral life. These impulses became mere precepts about how people should feel for one another or relate themselves to extra-human powers. There arose more and more the feeling that pictorially stated might be expressed, quote, ex cathedra, or from the pulpit. Nothing whatever can be said about the way a person should work, close quote. Only then did labor as the incorporation of labor into social life become a question. Now, this incorporation of labor into the social life is historically impossible without the rise of all that is comprised in the term law or rights. We see emerge in the same historical moment the assignment of value to labor in relation to the individual human being and what we now call law. Go back into very ancient times of human history, and you cannot properly speak of law or rights as we conceive them today. You can do so only from the moment when the law becomes distinct from the commandment. In very ancient times, there is only one kind of command or commandment, which included at the same time all that concerns the life of rights. Subsequently, the commandment was restricted more to the life of the soul, while law made itself felt with respect to the outer life. This again took place within a certain historic epoch, during which definite social relationships evolved. It would take us too far afield to describe all this in detail, but it is an interesting study, especially for the first centuries of the Middle Ages, to see how the relationships of law and rights on the one hand, and on the other those of labor, became distinct from the religious organizations with which they had formerly been more or less closely merged. I mean, of course, religious organizations in the wider sense of the term. Now, this change involves an important consequence. You see, so long as religious impulses dominate the entire social life of humankind, egotism does no harm. This is a most important point, notably for an understanding of the social and economic life. Human beings may ever be so egotistical, but if there is a religious organization, and these, it should be noted, were very strict in certain districts in Oriental antiquity, such that in spite of their egotism, individuals are fruitfully placed in the social life, it will do no harm. Egotism does begin to play a part in the life of the people, however, the moment human rights and labor emancipate themselves from other social impulses or social currents. Hence, during the historical period, when labor and rights are becoming emancipated, the spirit of humanity strives unconsciously to come to grips with egotism, which now begins to make itself felt and must in some way be integrated with the social life. This striving culminates in nothing other than modern democracy, the sense for the equality of human beings, the feeling that each must have influence in determining legal rights and in determining the labor that one contributes. Simultaneously with this culmination of the emancipated life of rights and human labor, another element arose, though it undoubtedly existed in former epochs of human evolution, which had quite a different significance in those times because of the religious social impulses. In European civilization during the Middle Ages, this element existed only to a very limited degree, but it reached its zenith at the very time when rights and labor were emancipated most of all. I refer to the division of labor. In former times, the division of labor had no particular significance, because it, too, was embraced in the religious impulses. Everyone, so to speak, had an assigned place. It was very different when the democratic striving united with the tendency toward the division of labor, a process which only began in the last few centuries and reached its climax in the 19th century. Then the division of labor gained very great significance. The division of labor entails a certain economic consequence. We shall yet, of course, learn to know its causes and the course of its development. To begin with, if we think it abstractly to its conclusion, we must say that in the end it leads to this: none of us uses what we ourselves produce. Economically speaking, however, what does this mean? Let us consider an example. Suppose there is a man who is a tailor. Given the division of labor, he must, of course, be making clothes for other people. But while he may intend to make clothes for others, he may also make his own clothes. He will then devote a certain portion of his labor to making his own clothes, and the remainder, by far the greater portion, to making clothes for other people. Superficially considered, one might think that it is the most natural thing in the world, even under the system of the division of labor, for a tailor to make his own clothes and then go on working as a tailor for other people. But economically, how does the matter stand? Through the very fact that there is division of labor, and that one does not make all one's own things, through the very fact that there is a division of labor and one person always works for another, the various products will have certain values, and consequently prices. Now, the division of labor extends, of course, into the actual circulation of the products. Let us assume, therefore, that by virtue of the division of labor, extending as it does into the circulation of the products, the tailor's products have a certain value. Will those he makes for himself have the same economic value? Or will they possibly be cheaper or more expensive? This is the most important question. If he makes his own clothes for himself, one thing will certainly be eliminated. They will not enter into the general circulation of products. What he makes for himself, then, will not share in the lowering of the cost that takes place through the division of labor. It will therefore be more expensive. Though he pays nothing for it, it will be more expensive. On those products of his labor that he uses for himself, it is impossible for him to expend as little labor, compared to their value, as he expends on those that pass into general circulation. This may require a closer consideration, I admit. Nevertheless, it is so. What one produces for oneself does not enter into the general circulation, which is founded on the division of labor. Consequently, it is more expensive. Thinking the division of labor to its logical conclusion, we must conclude that a tailor who is obliged to work only for other people will tend to obtain for his products the prices that ought to be obtained. For himself, he will have to buy his clothes from another tailor, or rather, he will get them through the ordinary channels. He will buy them at the places where clothes are sold. These things considered, you will realize that the division of labor tends toward this result, that no one any longer works for oneself at all. All that is produced by an individual's labor is passed on to others, and what one requires oneself must come in turn from the community. Of course, you may object that if the tailor buys his suit from another tailor, it will cost him just as much as if he were to make it for himself. The other tailor will not produce it any more cheaply nor more expensively. If this objection were true, we would not have division of labor, or at least not a complete division of labor. It would mean that the maximum concentration of work, because of the division of labor, could not be applied to this particular product of tailoring. In effect, once we have the division of labor, it must inevitably extend into the process of circulation. It is, in fact, impossible for the tailor to buy from another tailor. In reality, he must buy from a merchant, and this will result in quite a different value. If he makes his own coat for himself, he will, in quotes, buy it from himself. If he actually buys it, he buys it from a merchant. That is the difference. If division of labor, in conjunction with the process of circulation, lowers the cost, his coat will, for that reason, cost him less from the merchant. He cannot make it as cheaply for himself. To begin with, let us regard this as a line of thought that will lead us to the true form of economic science. The facts themselves will, of course, have to be considered again later. Meanwhile, it is absolutely true, and indeed self-evident, that the more the division of labor advances, the more it will come about that one always works for others, for the community in general, and never for oneself. In other words, with the rise of the modern division of labor, the economic life as such depends on egotism being extirpated, root and branch. I beg you to take this remark not in an ethical but in a purely economic sense. Economically speaking, egotism is impossible. I can no longer do anything for myself. The more the division of labor advances, the more must I do everything for others. The summons to altruism has in fact come far more quickly through purely outward circumstances in the economic sphere than it has been answered on the ethical and religious side. This is illustrated by an easily accessible historical fact. The word egotism, you will find, is a relatively old one, though not perhaps with the negativity that we attach to it today. Its opposite, however, the word altruism, to think of another, is scarcely 100 years old. As a word, it was coined very late. We need not dwell exceedingly on this external fact, though a closer historical study would confirm the indication. We may truly say that human thought on ethics was far from having arrived at a full appreciation of altruism at a time when the division of labor had already brought about its appreciation in the economic life. Taking it, therefore, in its purely economic aspect, we see at once the further consequences of this demand for altruism. We must find our way into the process of modern economic life, wherein one does not have to provide for oneself, but only for others. And so each individual will in fact be provided for in the best possible way. This point of view could easily be taken as idealism, but I ask you to observe once more that in this lecture I am speaking neither idealistically nor ethically, but from an economic point of view. What I have just said is intended in a purely economic sense. It is neither God, nor a moral law, nor an instinct that calls for altruism in modern economic life. Altruism in work, altruism in the production of goods. It is the modern division of labor, a purely economic category, that requires it. This is approximately what I desired to set forth in the essay I published long ago. In recent times, our economic life has begun to require more of us than we are ethically, religiously capable of achieving. This is the underlying fact of many a conflict. Study the sociology of the present day, and you will find that the social conflicts are largely because as economic systems expanded into a world economy, it became more and more necessary to be altruistic, to organize the various social institutions altruistically, while in their way of thinking, people had not yet been able to get beyond egotism, and therefore kept on interfering in a clumsy, selfish way with the course of things. We shall arrive at the full significance of this only if we observe not merely the plain and obvious fact, but the same fact in its more masked and hidden forms. Because of this discrepancy in the mentality of present-day humanity, the discrepancy between the demands of the economic life and of ethical and religious ability, the following state of affairs is largely predominant in practice. To a large extent in present-day economic life, people are providing for themselves. That is to say, our economic life is actually in contradiction to what, by virtue of the division of labor, is its own fundamental demand. The few who provide for themselves on the model of our tailor do not so much matter. A tailor who manufactures his own clothes is obviously one who mixes into the division of labor something that does not properly belong to it. This is open and unmasked. The same thing is present in a hidden form in modern economic life, where, though people by no means make products for themselves, people have little or nothing to do with the value or price of the products of their labor. Quite apart from the whole economic process in which these products are contained, people simply have to contribute, as a value to the economic life, the labor of their hands. Basically, all wage earners in the usual sense provide for themselves. They give only so much as they want to earn. In fact, they cannot at all give as much to the social organism as they could give, but they want to give as only much as they want to earn. In effect, to provide for oneself is to work for one's earnings, to work, quote, for a living, close quote. To work for others is to work out of a sense of social necessity. To the extent that the demand which the division of labor involves has been fulfilled in our time, altruism is actually present, namely to work for others. But to the extent that the demand is unfulfilled, the old egotism persists. Egotism has its roots in the fact that people are still obliged to provide for themselves. That is economic egotism. In the case of the ordinary wage earner, we generally fail to notice this fact because we do not think about what values are really being exchanged for in this case. The things that the ordinary wage earner manufactures have, after all, nothing to do with the payment for their work. Absolutely nothing to do with it. The payment, the value that is assigned to their work, proceeds from altogether different factors. They therefore work for their earnings, work for a living. They work to provide for themselves. It is hidden, it is masked, but it is so. One of the first and most essential economic questions, therefore, comes before us. How are we to eliminate from the economic process this principle of working for a living? Those who to this day are still mere wage earners, earners of a living for themselves, how are they to be placed in the whole economic process? No longer as such earners, but as people who work out of social necessity. Must this really be done? Assuredly, it must. If this is not done, we shall never obtain true prices, but always false ones. We must seek to obtain prices and values that depend not on the human beings, but on the economic process itself. Prices that arise in the process of fluctuation of values. The cardinal question is the question of price. We must observe prices as we observe the degrees of the thermometer. Then we can come to the underlying conditions. Now, to observe a thermometer, we need some kind of 0 point from which we go upward and downward. For prices, a kind of 0 level does in fact arise in a perfectly natural way. It arises in this way. Here we have nature on the one side, and that's that same diagram. It is transformed by human labor, and thus we get the transformed products of nature. This is one point at which values are created, value 1. On the other side, we have labor itself. It, in turn, is modified by the spirit, and from here arises the other kind of value, value 2. As I said on a previous occasion, price originates through the interaction of value 1 and value 2. We will progress even farther in grasping these economic views. Now, these values on either hand, value 1 and value 2, relate to one another as polarities. And we may put it as follows. If people are working in this sphere, for example, value 2, or mainly so, in an absolute sense it is of course impossible, but I mean mainly in this sphere, if in the main their work is of the type that is organized by spirit mind, then it will be to their interest that the products of nature should decrease in value. If, on the other hand, people are working directly on nature, it will be to their interest that the other kind of products should decrease in value. This interest, in quotes, becomes an effective process. For if it were not so, the farmers would have very different prices, and vice versa. The actual prices on both sides are, of course, very hidden, in quotes. When this process happens, we may be able to observe a kind of mean average price midway between the two poles where we have two persons, parenthesis, there must always be two for any economic dealings, close parenthesis, with little interest either in nature or spirit. Where is this in practice? We have the case in practice if we observe a wholesaler, a pure trader, buying from and selling to another wholesaler. Here, prices will tend toward a mean. If under normal conditions, we shall yet have to explain this word normal, a wholesaler trading in boots and shoes buys from a wholesaler trading in clothes, and vice versa, the prices that emerge will tend to assume the mean position. To find the mean price level, we must not refer to the interests of those producers who are on the side of nature, nor of those who are on the side of spirit mind. We must go to where wholesalers trade with wholesalers, buying and selling. Here it is that the mean price will tend to arise. Whether there be one wholesaler more or not is immaterial. This argument does not contradict what we have said before. After all, look at the typical modern capitalists. Are they not all of them traders? Economically speaking, industrialists are, after all, traders. Incidentally, they are producers of particular goods, but economically they are traders. Commerce has developed very largely on the side of production. In all essentials, the industrial capitalist is a trader. Trader. This is important. In actual fact, modern conditions amount to this. All that arises here in the middle, where price is written, and he's talking about the diagram on page 21 of this book, raise out to the one side and to the other. On the one side, you will soon recognize it when you study the typical business undertaking, and we shall see how it appears on the other side in the course of the next few days. The end of Lecture 3. You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. This is a reading of a cycle of lectures by Rudolf Steiner entitled Rethinking Economics, Lectures and Seminars on World Economics. It's collected works, volumes 340 and 341 in one volume. This is Lecture 4, entitled Labor and Value, given in Dornach on July 27th, 1922. Yesterday I chose from the economic life a somewhat extreme example as an illustration. It appears that this illustration has caused some of you a good deal of brain racking. I refer to the example of the tailor, who, as I said, works less cheaply if he makes his own suit of clothes for himself than he would if, while making clothes for other people, he bought his own from a merchant in the ordinary way, like the rest of us. Now, it is only too easy to miss the point of such a crude example, for it is quite natural to work it out in this way. Merchants, in order to make some profit, will buy clothes from the tailor more cheaply than they will sell them. Hence, it goes without saying that if the tailor buys a suit of clothes, he will pay more for it than he would if he made it for himself. He will, in fact, have to pay the merchant's profit in addition. This objection is so obvious that it is bound to occur. Nevertheless, I purposely chose this rather crude example because I wish to illustrate how necessary it is for present-day economic life to think not in terms of household economics, but in terms of the economic life as a whole. We must, in fact, reckon with all that arises from the division of labor. The important thing is not to consider how the tailor will stand directly after he has finished making the suit of clothes. It is true enough that if he proceeds to sell the suit to a merchant and then buys another suit for himself, he will have sustained a loss. That is not the point, however. The point is, how will he stand when he makes up his accounts after a certain lapse of time? Will he be in a better position if he made his own suit for himself? Or will he be in a better position if he refrained from doing so? In effect, when the division of labor works, it makes products cheaper in the right way. They become cheaper through the division of labor, precisely in the whole system of economic relationships. If we work against the division of labor, we force down the price of one particular class of products. But this forcing down of prices will itself go against the mainstream of the economic process. In other words, though the tailor may save something on that particular suit, he will, by a very small figure to begin with, force down the price of clothes. If many tailors do the same, the effect will be multiplied. Clothes will become cheaper, and the result will be that the tailor will have to supply other suits at a lower price. It will only be a question of time. After a certain time, he will observe in his balance sheet how much less income he has derived from the other suits than he would have derived if he had not thus forced the prices down. We must not confuse the issue by thinking in the narrow spirit of household economics. I did not mean that the tailor has not a perfect right to make his own clothes for himself, or that he might not quite properly have a taste for doing so. only that he must not imagine that it will save him anything in the long run. On the contrary, it will be more expensive. Taking his total balance after a certain lapse of time, he will find that it is more expensive. I admit that in this crude example, the effect will be comparatively slight, for the amount by which the price is forced down will become evident only after a considerable lapse of time. The tailor will have to make a large number of other suits before the very small fraction by which they are cheapened becomes effective. Nevertheless, sooner or later, it will appear in his general balance sheet. The economic process does indeed consist in an infinite number of interdependent factors. The single phenomenon is the outcome of an untold number of factors, all of which work into one another. To understand it, it simply will not do to think so very near at hand, if I may put it so. All your thinking on economics will lead to disaster if you let your thoughts be guided only by what lies in the immediate neighborhood of the individuals who are engaged in it. You will never come to grips with the economic process in this way. You must learn to envision the social organization in its totality. If you do so, you will also feel impelled to illustrate the facts by such extreme examples, where the effect, though it does not become apparent in a day, may make itself felt very strongly, say, in a decade. We must indeed take our start from such half-absurd examples, to detach our thinking from familiar habits, and lead it into a mode that comprehends wide issues, and losing its hard and fast contours in the process, gains the power to grasp what is continuously fluctuating. What lies close to us we can grasp in sharp outline, but our task is to achieve a real insight, an insight that gives us always mobile ideas, which never correspond to those we can gather in our immediate neighborhood. Today I especially want to mention this, for while we take our start from comparatively simple matters, we shall have to realize, nevertheless, how the economic process is built up little by little of the most manifold factors. We must come nearer and nearer to the possibility of grasping the problem of price. With this end in view, we shall today once more consider the economic process as such from a particular aspect. Let us begin today with nature. In the first place, human labor must set to work on nature, transforming nature's products. A product of nature thus receives the stamp of human labor. As transformed by human labor, it receives an economic value. In economics, we are not dealing with the substance. The substance as such has no economic value. Coal as substance lying in mines under the earth has no economic value. Nor would it gain an economic value if it walked of its own accord from the mine into the house of the person who uses it for heating. What turns the substance into a value is the labor that has been impressed upon it. That is to say, all that had to be done to bring it to the light of day, to prepare the mines themselves, to transport the coal, and so forth. It is only the human labor impressed upon the substance of the coal that gives it economic value. And this is all that we must concern ourselves with in economics. You cannot grasp any phenomenon of economic life if you do not start from such ideas as these. In the application of human labor to nature, we now come, with the further evolution of the economic life, to the division of labor. The division of labor arises whenever people work together in any task that has significance for economic life. Let us take a perfectly simple example. Suppose that in a certain district a number of men are working, and suppose that it is a very primitive time. From the various places where they live, the workers have to walk to the common scene of their labor, to a place where some particular product is extracted from nature. The workers have no other means of arriving at the place where they do this work. Then someone conceives the idea of making a cart and using horses to pull it. Henceforth, what formerly had to be done by each one alone will now be done by each individual in conjunction with the man who provides the cart. A certain part of the work is now divided. What is done, which is labor in the economic sense, is now divided. It will, of course, happen in this way that everyone who makes use of the cart will have to pay a certain quota to the enterprising individual who provided it. The inventor of the cart, however, thereby enters the category of the capitalist. For him, the cart is now genuine capital. Wherever you look, you will always see that this is so. The point of origin of capital always lies in the division, the qualitative division of labor. How was the cart invented? It was invented by the mind, or spirit. Every such process indeed consists in the application of spirit to labor. In one respect or another, human labor is permeated by spirit. It is labor permeated by spirit that arises in the process of the division of labor. Where we see capital arise in the course of the division of labor, we have in the first place nothing other than labor penetrated by spirit. The first phase of capital always consists in this. Where human labor hitherto was determined only by nature, it is now organized, divided, and so forth, by spirit. It is indeed necessary to see capital and its formation very clearly from this point of view. Only from this point of view can we understand the function of capital in the economic process. The forming of capital is always a concomitant of the division, that is to say, the qualitative, organic division of labor. In this process, however, something of the direct, immediate connection that the human being has with nature when working upon the earth is always loosened. You see, so long as the economic life consists merely in the elaboration of nature, all that we deal with are the products of nature, which, being transformed by human labor, acquire an economic value. The moment the human spirit organizes labor, however, organizes, that is to say, labor as such, parenthesis, for after all, to the man who creates capital with his cart, it will matter nothing to what end or for what purpose he transports the workers from one place to another, close parenthesis. An emancipation from nature begins to take place. Here, and he's referring to the diagram on page 21, the left side. Here, if I may put it so, we still see nature shining through human labor at all points. Although the value is constituted not by the coal as a substance, but by the human labor that is stamped upon it, nevertheless, the nature product still shines through the human labor. This is one side from which economic values originate. The other side is this. Whatever in human labor is organized by spirit emancipates itself from nature, is lifted away from nature, until at length we have the capitalist, to whom the relation of the labor to nature that is being organized may be a matter of complete indifference. This, after all, may happen in a very simple way. Suppose a man has, hitherto, been driving people from many places to, say, some fields to do agricultural work. He may suddenly prefer to take his cart away and drive people to a quite different place and a quite other kind of work. Wherever spirit is applied, you will inevitably find the organized division of human labor becoming emancipated from its foundation in nature. Here, then, you have the emancipation of capital from the nature foundation of economic life. From various points of view, the idea has been expressed in economics that capital is stored labor power. But this is no more than a definition that will fit the facts only at a certain stage, because things are always fluctuating. So long as the organization due to spirit is narrowly bound to a certain kind of labor, nature will still shine through. The moment we emancipate ourselves, thinking only of how to make fruitful what we gain by application of spirit, the moment we do this, the more we shall observe the labor becoming indistinct within the total mass of capital. In its particular and specific character, the labor vanishes. Suppose you have been amassing capital for a considerable time, and this capital continues to work in the economic process. The man who, to begin with, had only a single cart can extend his economic activity by acquiring a second cart, and so on. His capital is working in the economic process, but there is really nothing left in it of the nature of labor. Look at a miner, for example. In him you still see very much of the nature of labor. In capital, however, you see less and less of it. We may go still further. Suppose the man with the carts hands the whole business over to another man. The transfer will very likely mean that the newcomer will be concerned only with fructifying what has thus been brought about by spirit. The nature of the labor that is thus organized will be a matter of indifference to him. He is concerned only with organizing, no matter what kind of labor. In other words, we have here a real process of abstraction. Precisely the same thing that we do inwardly in our logical thinking, in the process of abstraction, is here accomplished outwardly. The specific quality disappears. The specific qualities, both of the substance of nature and of the different kinds of labor, gradually disappear in the masses of capital. As you will presently see, if we follow the economic process still further, nothing whatsoever is left of the human labor that was originally organized. The further development of the economic process will be somewhat as follows. The man who built the cart did at least stamp his own spirit upon the whole invention. But now he earns more values than he can manage by himself. Are these values to remain unused in the whole economic life? Of course not. Another man must come along, able to manage them by means of a different kind of spirit. He will then turn the values to good account. He will make them valuable in quite a different way. After a time, for instance, the values created by the inventor of the cart, the fructification, which has thus resulted, may pass over to a blacksmith. The blacksmith has the spirit, the intelligence to erect a workshop, but with his spirit alone he can do nothing. The other man has already created certain economic values. These he must now transfer to his fellow man, the blacksmith. Here you have, indeed, in the outer world of reality, the most complete imaginable process of abstraction. It is essential, moreover, if the process is to go on at all, for how else could the cartwright transmit his values to the blacksmith? It is essential for something to be there that is related as an abstract element to all the specific elements that are contained in the economic process. What is this something? It is, of course, in the first place, money. Money is nothing but the externally expressed value that is gained in the economic process through the division of labor and transmitted from one person to another. Thus we see that capitalism arises in the process of the division of labor. And in the process of capitalism, at a relatively early stage, the financial system, money, economics, in brackets, die Geldwirtschaft, in relation to all the particular economic processes, money is completely abstract. If you have 5 francs in your pocket, you can buy a supper, just as well as an article of clothing. Regarding the money itself, it is irrelevant what you acquire with it, or what it is exchanged for in the economic process. Money is the thing absolutely indifferent to the single factors in the economic life, insofar as they are still influenced by nature. For this very reason, money becomes the means of expression, the instrument, the medium for spirit to enter into the economic organism in the division of labor. Without money being created, it is absolutely impossible for spirit to enter in and play its part in the economic organism, which depends on the division of labor. We may say then that what in a primitive economic condition is originally all together, what one does in egotism for oneself, is now divided up among the whole community. Such is the division of labor. With capital, the single parts are gathered up again into a total collected process. The forming of capital is a synthesis. Those who first emerge as creators of capital, being able to change it into money capital, since money must necessarily appear at this stage, become lenders to others who possess nothing but their spirit. The latter now receive the money, which is the true and proper representative of economic values created by spirit. We must really consider this thoroughly from the point of view of economics. However evil money may be from a religious or ethical point of view, in the economic sense, money is spirit at work in the economic organism. It is so, indeed. Once more, then, money must be created in the economic process if spirit is to progress at all from the initial point where it applies itself merely to spirit. Spirit would remain in an altogether primitive condition if it could do no more than this: to pour again into the economic process what has been achieved by the application of spirit. Spirit must be realized in the form of money. Money is the realization of spirit. But the concrete quality comes back into it again. In the first place, money is an abstract thing, for as we said before, to money it is a matter of indifference whether for the 5 francs in my pocket I buy an article of clothing or get my hair cut, several times if you like. The moment money returns to the individual human being, that is, to the individual human spirit, it becomes economically active once more as a concrete and specific fact. The spirit is economically active in the money. Now at this point a very special relationship arises. The one who acquired the money to begin with becomes the lender, the creditor. The other who receives the money, the individual, the man we will suppose who has only spirit, becomes the debtor. You have here a relationship between 2 human beings. The same relationship will also come about if the lenders are a whole number of people who hand over their extra capital to the man, so that a higher synthesis is brought about by his intelligence, spirit. He is then the debtor, and works on a foundation entirely emancipated from the basis of nature. What he actually receives from the original capitalists themselves is a non-entity in his hands. He will have to give it back again after a time. It does not really belong to him. In effect, it is only from one side that he works economically as a debtor. From the other side, he is economically responsible as a creative individual. Truth to tell, this is perhaps one of the healthiest relationships, and this point is especially important in relation to the social question. For the one who works out of the sphere of human intelligence or spirit, being enabled to work for the general community through the giving of the necessary money by the general community. So far as he is concerned, it is the community. How property, possession, and the like enter into the matter is a question we shall have to consider another time. Our present object is only to trace the economic process as such. Here it is a matter of indifference whether or not you conceive of the lender as the real owner, and whether or not you conceive of the debtor as the jurisprudence does. For the moment, we are concerned only with this question: how does the economic process take its course? Here, then, we have a part of the economic process where the work is founded purely on what has already been spiritually, culturally achieved and acquired. That is to say, the very foundation of the work is already emancipated from the basis of nature. True, it originated in the organization of labor, but we are now at the second stage. And if, at this second stage, where where worker out of the spirit works as a debtor, you would still describe the borrowed capital that he receives as, in quotes, crystallized labor or the like. You would be talking economically sheer nonsense. It is immaterial to the economic process how the capital that he owes originated. The important thing now is the spirit, the intelligence of the one who receives the money. Will this person be able to lead it over into fruitful economic processes? The original labor through which the capital arose no longer has an economic value. The spirit that is applied in turning the money to good account, giving it value, this alone will have economic value at this stage. Whatever the amount of labor you conceive as being stored up in the capital, if a fool gets hold of it and scatters it all to the winds, it is an altogether different thing than if a clever person gets hold of it and starts a fruitful economic process with it. At this second stage, therefore, where we have to do with lender and debtor, we are dealing with capital from which the labor has already disappeared. What then is the economic significance of this capital from which the labor has disappeared? It is twofold. In the first place, it has been possible to raise and collect the capital for lending purposes. And in the second place, the capital thus raised can be given value by spiritual cultural means. Therein lies its true economic significance. The reality that emerges from the process is the relation between the debtor and the creditors. In the economic process to which the debtor now gives rise, the debtor stands in the middle. On the one hand, we have the person as a debtor. On the other hand, we have what proceeds from this person as a spiritually cultural, productive individual. What on the one hand is lent or invested capital, through the very fact that it becomes owed or borrowed capital, passes over into the second stage of the economic process. This is simply the circulation of capital, nothing else. This circulation is part and parcel of a social organic activity, just as you have the blood in a human or animal organic activity when it flows through the head and is used for what the head produces. I may put it in this way. What is it that is brought about through this relationship of lenders and debtors? It is very similar to the, quote, difference of level, close quote, we meet with in physics. If you have water up here, it will flow down there, simply through the difference of level. In like manner, there is a social difference of level between the first position of the capital, the position of the lender who does not know what to do with it, and the second position of the debtor who can make good use of it. This difference works as a difference of level. But you must pause a moment to consider the active driving force in this difference of level. The active principle is not simply the spirit, which is at work in the whole process. It is the diversity of human talents and dispositions. That is the determining factor in the difference of level. If a lazy-minded person possesses capital, then in a healthy economic organization, that person will be above, while the clever person will be below. The result is a drop or difference of level, and the capital flows downward to the clever person. It is through the difference of level between the talents of individuals that capital is brought into flow. It is not even the positive activity of individuals. It is simply the human qualities of those who are united together in the social organism that produce this difference of level, and in so doing carry forward the economic process. Look at this economic process quite concretely, and you will conclude that we start from nature, which has, as yet, no value. Clearly, it has no value, for the sparrow, satisfying its needs from nature, pays nothing for it. This is evident from the contrast of sparrow economy and human economy. economic value begins when human labor unites itself with nature. Next, the economic process is continued through the division, the differentiation of labor. Let us take it to begin with in an absolutely general way. We have human labor applied to nature. I will put it down as follows, though the full economic meaning of this will emerge only in the further course of these lectures. Let us designate what arises at this stage by N1. Nature taken hold of by human labor, N1. What is it, economically speaking? It is, as we have already seen, a value. I will call it nature taken hold of by human labor, and thus made into a value, N1 to the V power. That is one side. Now comes the division of labor. What does it signify? It signifies a dividing up of those processes that were performed in the first place as single completed labor processes applied to nature, that which now live a separate life. Let me read that again. What does it signify? It signifies a dividing up of those processes that were performed in the first place as single completed labor processes applied to nature, that which now live a separate life. If I make a whole stove, I shall be performing many and varied labor processes. If I now introduce the division of labor, I peel and part the labor processes one from another. I divide. If N1 to the V is nature product transformed by labor and made into a value, then what arises by the division of labor, of course we might denote it in many different ways, it will be N1 to the V1, N1 to the V2, and so on. Now, if all this is a real process, how shall we express what happens when the division of labor makes its appearance? Clearly, we should express it by a division, by a fraction. When the value that I have here written down passes over into the division of labor, the thing that is there in the reality must in some way be divided. By what is it divided? What is the dividing principle? What is it that divides up the process? We must now look to the other side. In pure mathematics, we take only what is given as number. But when we are to seek such arithmetical processes in the world of reality itself, we must look for the real divisor, the real dividing principle. Now, as you will remember, we found on the other side of the picture, quote, labor taken hold of by the Spirit, close quote. Over against this, N1 to the V, we may, therefore, place labor taken hold of by the Spirit. This becomes a value on the other side, LS to the V. Now we have today reached a certain conclusion concerning this, quote, labor taken hold of by the Spirit, close quote, LS to the V. We have seen what must arise if it is to work on beyond a certain point in the economic process, and if this N1 to the V is divided and is to work on in the economic process, we have seen what enters the process for this LS to the V, labor organized by the Spirit and made into a value. It is money. Money appears at this point not in its fully abstract nature. It is abstract to begin with, if I may put it so, abstract as the substance to which spirit first applies itself. But it grows highly individualized, highly specific, when spirit takes hold of it and uses it for this or that purpose. In doing so, it is spirit as such that determines the value of the money. Here, you see, money begins to gain a concrete and specific value. Whether a person is a fool and throws the money away on something that turns out to be unfruitful, or whether the person applies it in a useful way, this now emerges as a very real value in the economic process. For your denominator, therefore, you will here get something that has to do with money. while your numerator, I need hardly say, will have to do with the fact that you have before you that into which the substance of nature has been transformed. What is a substance of nature transformed by labor and present in the economic process? It is a commodity. This then is the numerator, and for the denominator corresponding to labor organized by spirit, you will have money. And so here he has sort of a equation. On the left side is a fraction, n1 to the v divided by ls to the v. Let me say that again. n1 to the v divided by ls to the v, and then an equal sign, and on the other side another fraction, commodity over money. Okay, so we have n1 to the v over ls to the v equals commodity over money. New values come to light. The commodity value and the money value. In the economic process, founded on the division of labor, we must recognize this truth. The quotient of the total commodities present in the economic organism and the money present in the economic organism, taking as money not what is counted in the registers, but what is actually taken hold of by spirit in human beings, will represent a real interaction. Money is the divisor. This interaction, which cannot be represented by a subtraction but only by a division, represents the real health of the economic process. To understand of what this health consists, we must learn to understand what is at work in the numerator here and in the denominator. We must understand more and more wherein the essential nature of a commodity on the one hand, and of the medium of circulation, the money, on the other hand, consists. The most essential economic question cannot be solved at all unless we proceed in this exact way. We must not forget that whatever appears in the economic life will always be fluctuating. The moment the commodity is taken from one place to another, the numerator here will change. I can do nothing other than point out at every turn how fluctuating all things are in the economic process. There is a great difference between the wallet with 5 francs that I have in my pocket and the wallet with 5 francs another person has. It is not a matter of indifference whether the 5 francs are in the one pocket or the other. This, too, must be taken as belonging to the real economic process. You will get otherwise only a few rigid, abstract, arbitrary concepts of price, value, commodity, production, consumption, and so on. You will get nothing to lead you to a true understanding of the economic process. This is what is infinitely sad in the present day. For many centuries, humankind has grown accustomed to sharply outlined concepts, but such are inapplicable to a living process. Today we are called upon by the facts of life to welcome movement into our concepts, so as to penetrate the economic processes with conscious understanding. But we cannot do so. This is what we must attain, mobility of thinking, so as to be able to think a process through to its end quite inwardly. True, in ordinary science, we also contemplate processes, we think them through, if you will, but we always see them from outside, and that is of no avail in economics. To contemplate the economic process as the chemist contemplates chemical processes from outside, you would have to go far up above the earth in a balloon. The economic processes are distinguished by the fact that we ourselves are in them. Therefore, we must see them from within. We must feel ourselves within the economic processes, just like a being that is inside a chemist's retort, where something is being concocted with a great generation of heat. The being in the retort, that I am now comparing with ourselves, cannot, of course, be the chemist. The being would have to be taking part in the heat, boiling with it, as it were. The chemist cannot do this. To the chemist, the whole thing is external. In natural science, we stand outside the process. The chemist could not take part in it with the temperature in the retort far above boiling point. The economic process is different, however. We ourselves partake in it inwardly at every point. Therefore, we must understand it inwardly as well. A mathematician may well object that we have written something like a formula, but mathematicians are not used to building up mathematical formulas in this way. This is true enough. Usually we build up a mathematical formula only as a result of contemplating natural processes from without. We must evolve a faculty of insight to get a numerator and denominator in this way, or to understand that it must be something like a division, that it cannot be a subtraction in this case. We must try to think our way into the economic process. For this very reason, I chose that crude example yesterday. I did not introduce to you a tailor and a merchant from outside as a scientist would. What is essential could not have been found in that way. With our thinking accustomed to seeing things only as the natural science does, from outside, we feel it is strange to get inside a process. Nevertheless, we must conceive inwardly the countless processes that intervene between the tailor and the effects that follow in the economic process. I would not be true to the task you have set me if I described these things in any other manner. I am well aware that this makes it somewhat difficult from the outset. The end of Lecture 4. You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. This is a reading of a cycle of lectures by Rudolf Steiner entitled Rethinking Economics. This is Lecture 5, entitled Production and Consumption, given in Dornach on July 28, 1922. We are now going to pursue a little further the sequence of events within the economic process that we considered yesterday. The economic process, as we have seen, is set in motion by human labor working upon nature, so that from the mere raw natural product, which has as yet no value in the economic process, we get the product of nature transformed by human labor. At the next stage, labor is, as it were, caught up in capital, which divides and organizes it until it eventually disappears in the capital. For the further advance of the economic process, therefore, capital itself must labor. This labor of capital is not labor in the old sense. Rather, the capital is taken up by a purely spiritual activity, spirituals in quotes. The economic process now goes forward by the spirit, quote, making good, close quote, the capital, giving it additional value, as I described in the last lecture. We must try to understand more and more the formula that was indicated yesterday. To this end, let me now describe diagrammatically, symbolically as it were, what I explained yesterday. We may say that nature goes under in human labor. And there's a diagram. We have therefore this stream from nature into labor. Nature disappears in labor. Labor continues to evolve. Then the values that evolved stream onward, as it were, until labor vanishes in capital. You can easily continue this process, which I have traced to this point for yourselves. The cycle must necessarily be completed in some way. The capital cannot merely be blocked at this point, for otherwise we should be dealing not with an organic process, but with one that would die and end in capital. The capital must disappear once more into nature. You must first call to your aid another idea, however, if you wish to understand this rightly. Consider for a moment the economic process as we have traced it up to the present. First, the elaboration of nature by human labor, then the organizing of labor by spirit, and with it the rise of capital, for capital is a concomitant of the organizing of labor by the spirit. Then, the existence of capital is such. Capital passes over from the spirit which organized the labor. The capital becomes independent. The labor disappears in its turn. And now the spirit works in the capital as inventive spirit in connection with the whole social life. The technical aspect of invention need not concern us here. This will come into question only at a later stage. If you now review all that I have described, you will see that I have presented everything from one side only. This was inevitable because, apart from a few occasional hints, I have been speaking only of production. I have, indeed, included, now and then, ideas that had to do with consumption, especially when we were trying to approach the question of price. Apart from that, you will have found practically nothing about consumption in our discussions thus far. I've been speaking of production. Yet the economic process does not consist merely of production, it consists also of consumption. A simple reflection will show you that consumption is exactly the opposite pole to production. We've been trying to find, on the one hand, the values that arise in the economic process within the sphere of production. Consumption, on the other hand, consists in a continual elimination of these values. In consumption, they are constantly being used up. That is to say, consumption consists in a constant devaluation of the values. It is this that plays the other important part in the economic process, this constant devaluation of values. It is just through this, indeed, that we have a certain right to call the economic process an organic one, an organic process in which spirit then intervenes. It is of the essence of a living organism that something is continually being formed and again unformed. In any organism, there must be a continual production and consumption, and this must be so in the economic organism too. There must be a constant producing and a using up of what is produced. At this point, we begin to see, in a different light and from a different point of view, the value-creating forces that we have been considering. Before this point, we have shown only how values arise as the process of production takes its course. At this point, every time a value approaches its moment of devaluation, the whole movement that we have been witnessing thus far will change. So far, we have been observing a progressive forward movement. Values thus arise through the application of labor to nature. Values arise through the application of the spirit to labor. And values arise through the application of the spirit to capital. All of this is a forward movement. In fact, we have been observing the value-creating movement in the economic process. As the devaluing factor of consumption enters into the process at every point, there will be something else as well. There will be a development of values that arises between production and consumption themselves. When a value enters the process of consumption, however, it no longer moves forward. It does not attain a higher degree of value. It no longer moves, for something now stands over against it. This is consumption with its development of need. Here the value enters into a very different sphere from the one we have so far been studying. We have been considering the value in its progressive forward movement. See diagram on page 55. Now we must imagine it's moving up to a certain point and being stopped there. Every time a value is stopped, there arises not a further value-creating movement, but a value-creating tension. This is the second element in the economic process. In the economic process, we have not only value-creating movements, but also value-creating tensions. We can observe such value-creating tensions most conspicuously and simply where a consumer stands face-to-face with a producer or merchant. And in the very next moment, the creation of value comes to an end, passing over into devaluation. Here, there arises a tension that is maintained in equilibrium by the human need on the other side. Here, the value-creating process is stopped. Human need or consumption confronts it, and there arises the tension between production and consumption. This tension is also most decidedly a value-creating factor, albeit one that is comparable to a force that is restrained, held in equilibrium, rather than to a force that is working itself out. There is here a true analogy with the contrast in physics between kinetic and potential energies, between kinetic energies and those energies of position where an equilibrium is brought about. If you do not take into account these energies of tension, these potential energies, in the economic process, you will be driven to the strangest misconceptions. Developing the ideas indicated here, one gains an intelligent conception of every economic relationship. Otherwise, one is led into the greatest confusion. If, for example, you limit yourself to considering the movements of economic energies, you will never understand why the diamond in the King of England's crown has such an immense value. Here you are at once obliged to have recourse to the idea of economic tension value. Many economists take into account the rarity of particular products of nature, but we can never understand rarity as a value-creating factor. If we regard the movement in the economic process as the only creator of values, we must also learn to understand how there arises here and there, most of all through consumption, but through other relationships as well, what I would call the creation of value by tensions, situations, equilibria. You see then that devaluation can also take place in the economic process, which, as I said, you can therefore regard as an organic process in which spirit constantly intervenes. There must be, or rather there is, constant devaluation. As the values proceed on their way from nature, through labor, to capital, they will be accompanied by a continual process of devaluation. What would happen if this corresponding devaluation could not take place? You can see this from the diagram. To make it clear, let us consider the question of credit. To place capital into the service of the spirit, in the sense that I explained yesterday, the man who produces by means of spirit becomes a debtor. It is only through his having credit that he becomes or can become a debtor. At this point in our diagram, credit steps in, what may be properly called personal credit. A man has credit. The credit can be expressed in numbers. The capital that many others advance to him is, so to speak, his personal credit. As you know, this personal credit has a certain consequence, at least if we consider it within our present economic conditions. Its economic effect is connected with the rate of interest. Assume that the rate of interest is low. If by using spirit to create in the economic process, I become a debtor, that is to say, if I ask for credit, I shall have to pay only a small sum for it. Having less interest to pay, I can produce my goods more cheaply. I shall thus have a cheapening effect on the economic process. We may say, therefore, that personal credit cheapens production when the rate of interest falls. So long as the capital continues to be turned to good account or made valuable by the spirit in the economic process, it is always so. When the rate of interest goes down, those who require credit have more freedom of movement. They can play their part far more intensively in the economic process. More intensively, that is to say, for their fellow human beings. If they lower the cost of their commodities, they are playing a fruitful part in the process, at least from the point of view of the consumer. Let us now take the other side. Assume that credit is given on land, a real credit, in quotes. When credit is given on land, the situation is essentially different. Assume that the rate of interest is 5%. A person borrowing capital on the security of land must pay 5%. Capitalizing this, you will get the capital corresponding to the particular piece of land. That is to say, you will get the amount which would have to be paid to buy the piece of land outright. Assume now that the rate of interest falls to 4%. More capital can then be credited into the land. At least this is what actually happens. We then see everywhere, as a result of a falling rate of interest, land becoming not cheaper, but more expensive. When the standard rate of interest goes down, land does not become cheaper, but more expensive. Quote, real credit, close quote, makes things more expensive, while, quote, personal credit, close quote, makes things cheaper. Real credit makes land more expensive, while personal credit makes commodities cheaper. This is very important in the economic process. It means that when capital returns to nature and simply unites with nature in the form of real credit, parenthesis, in other words, when there is a union of capital with land, that is to say with nature, close parenthesis, then the economic process will tend more and more in the direction of dearness. D-E-A-R-N-E-S-S. Things will become more dear, I'm assuming. That's the reader aside. Back to the reading. The only sensible thing, therefore, will be for the capital at this point, see diagram C, not to preserve itself in nature, but rather to vanish into nature. How then can capital vanish into nature? So long as it is at all possible to unite capital with nature, that is to say, so long as you can make nature, in its original unelaborated condition, more and more expensive through the accumulation of capital, so long as this is possible, capital cannot vanish into nature. On the contrary, it penetrates into nature and maintains itself there. In all countries where the law of mortgage makes it possible for capital to unite with nature, therefore, we shall find a congestion of capital in nature, that is, in the land. Instead of the capital being expended at this point, see diagram D, instead of its disappearing at this point, instead of a value-creating tension arising, there is a further value-creating movement, which is harmful to the economic process. There is only one way of preventing this. In a healthy economic process, we must not and cannot give real credit based on the security of land, even to a person working on the land. Only personal credit should be given. That is to say, credit that will enable the person to turn the capital to good account through the land. If we simply unite the land with the capital will become congested the moment it arrives again at nature. If, on the other hand, we unite the capital with the capacities of spirit of those who administer the land and further the economic process by working upon it, then, you see, the capital vanishes. As it reaches nature at this point, it will not become congested, it will not be preserved, but will go right on through nature, back again into labor, and will begin the cycle once more. It is one of the worst possible congestions in the economic process when capital is simply united with nature. Tracing the economic process hypothetically from its initial stages, after labor and capital have evolved from the starting point of nature, when the capital is enabled to take hold of nature instead of losing itself in nature, we see that economic congestion occurs. At this point, you may, of course, make a serious objection. In the course of this movement, you may say, the capital has come into being. Suppose it now arrives again at nature and there is too much of it. It would be different if we were able to lead it over into labor, if we were able, let us say, to invent new methods so as to further the processing of raw materials. For in such a case, we would be uniting not nature, but labor with the capital. If we arrive at this point with our capital and process the raw materials in a more economical way, or open out new sources or the like, then we are leading the capital directly over into labor. Close parenthesis. Suppose, however, there is too much capital. The numerous owners of capital will become painfully aware of the fact. They will not be able to start anything with their capital. This is indeed the case if you look into the matter historically. In actual fact, too much capital did arise, and the only way out that it could find was to preserve itself in nature. We thus witnessed in the economic process the so-called rise in the value of land. By contrast, consider the matter in our present larger context. Land reformers always describe these things in an inadequate way, so that the thing cannot be understood. Consider it in a larger context, and you will notice that if I unite capital with nature, the value of nature will, of course, be enhanced. The more something is mortgaged, the more you will eventually have to pay for it. The value is constantly increased. But is this increase in the value of land a reality? No, it is no reality at all. By its nature, land can never receive a greater value. It can at most receive a greater value by being worked upon in a more rational and scientific way. And in that case, it is the labor that increases the value. To imagine the land itself, however, the land as such increased in value, is absurd. It is absolute nonsense. If you do improve the quality of the land, you do so only by working upon it. Insofar as it is only nature, the land can have no value at all. All you can do is to give it a fictitious value by uniting capital with it. We may say, then, that what is called the value of land in the sense of present-day economics is in real truth nothing other than capital fixed in the land. Capital fixed in the land is not a real value, but an apparent value, a semblance of a value. That is the point. In the economic process, it is high time that we learn to understand the difference between real values and apparent values. Notice that if you have an error in your system of thought, you do not observe its full effect to begin with. Many disturbing processes in an organism are in fact connected with error in thought, but the connection is recognizable only by spiritual science. It escapes the rudimentary natural science of today. People are unaware, for instance, how digestive troubles and similar problems in our peripheral organs arise as a result of such errors. In the economic process, the errors and semblances become real and have real consequences. Economically speaking, it makes no essential difference whether, for example, I issue money that has no foundation in reality, but represents a mere increase in the amount of paper money, or whether I assign capital value to the land. In both cases, I am creating fictitious values. By inflating the currency, I increase the prices of things numerically. But in the reality of the economic process, I effect absolutely nothing except a redistribution, which may do intense harm to individuals. In the same manner, the above-described capitalizing of land does harm to those who are involved in the economic process. It would make a very interesting study to compare, for example, the mortgage laws existing before World War I in the Central European countries with the English mortgage laws. On the one hand, in the Central European countries, it was possible to ratchet the so-called value of land up and up and up without limit. The law itself made this possible. In England, on the other hand, it is true to say in a certain sense that this was not so. Compare the effect on the economic process in the one case and in the other. This comparison would make an interesting subject for a dissertation. It would make a very good subject to compare statistically the working of the English mortgage laws with that of German laws. The previous examples have illustrated the essential point in our present context. At this point, diagram E, nature simply must not be allowed to tend toward a preservation of capital. Capital must be allowed to work on, unhindered, into labor. What is to happen if capital is actually there, more of it than we are able to make use of? The only thing to prevent its being there in excess is to see that it is used up along this path, diagram D, so that in the end only as much of it is left at this point, diagram E, as can enter once more into the work to be done upon the land. Only as much capital is left as is required for this work. The essential and obvious thing is that the capital should be used up, consumed along this path. Indeed, assuming hypothetically that it could be so, it would be a most appalling thing if nothing were consumed along this whole path. We would have to carry all the products around with us. The process becomes organic only through the fact that things are used up. Just as the products of nature, transformed by human labor, are used up, just as the labor which has been organized by capital is used up, so in its further path, the capital itself simply must be used up, properly used up. This using up of capital is something that absolutely must be brought about. This proper using up of capital can be brought about only if the whole economic process from beginning to end, that is, right up to its return to nature, is ordered rightly. There must be something there like the self-regulator in the human organism. The human organism, at any rate, when it is functioning normally, manages to prevent indiscriminate deposits of unused food products. If unused food products are deposited here or there, we become ill. Suppose, for instance, that in the process of digestion, substances are deposited in the head. That is to say, an irregular digestive process arises in the head. The substances that are deposited are no longer carried away. That is to say, their consumption is not properly regulated. Then we get migraine conditions. In a similar way, you will see the same principle at work in all parts of the human organism. The cause of illness lies in inadequate absorption and the inadequate removal of what was not digested. It is just the same in the social organism, when what ought to be used up at a certain point is accumulated. It is a matter of sheer necessity for the capital to be used up along here, diagram D, in order that it may not unite with nature and so become non-living, a petrified deposit, as it were, in the economic process. For capitalized land is, in fact, an impossible deposit in the economic process. Let me state expressly that there can be no question here of any sort of political agitation. I simply unfold these matters as they take shape out of the natural process itself. We are only considering the scientific aspect. A science that deals with human actions, however, cannot possibly be pursued without indicating the kinds of sicknesses that can arise. Just as we cannot study the human body without indicating the various possible manifestations of illness. There must therefore be a proportionate using up, consumption of capital. Certainly not a total consumption, for it is necessary that a certain amount should pass on so that nature can be further worked upon. This again I can make clear to you by a picture. Consider a farmer in his economic life. He must certainly try to sell the yield of his acres, but he must also keep sufficient seed for the next year. Seed must be preserved. This is a very apt comparison, and we may well apply it to the process we are now considering. Capital must be used up until what remains we may conceive of as a kind of seed to kindle the economic process anew, once more from the starting point of nature. That alone must remain, which may be necessary for a more scientific processing of natural resources, of raw materials, or for an improvement of the land, let us say, by the creation of better manures and the like. In every such case, labor must be applied. It is that amount of capital which can work on as labor that must be withdrawn from the consumption. Before this point in the diagram is reached, E, the surplus capital, which would otherwise unite with nature in an inorganic way, must be used up. You may say, well, tell us, how is it to be done? How is it to be brought about that only just enough capital arrives at this point for use as a seed for the future? In the science of economics, we stand on the ground not of logic, but of reality. We cannot give the kind of answers that are sometimes given, for example, in the theory of ethics. In the theory of ethics, if we admonish a criminal very soundly, then we shall have done all that is required. But the economic process happens, it must go on, and we must speak out of the reality of this. When we spoke of production, showing how it creates economic values, we were indeed speaking of realities. That consumption is a reality. Everyone is well aware. Maybe that again. That consumption is a reality. Everyone is well aware. In economic science, one must always speak of realities. Ideas, by themselves, have no effect in the real world. What will rightly regulate the economic process at this point in the diagram finds expression in what I call the, quote, real associations, close quote, in my book titled Towards Social Renewal. If you make the economic life independent, if you bring together in associations that are suitably composed the human beings who are actually taking part in the economic life, whether as producers, as merchants, or as consumers, then through the economic process itself, these human beings will find it possible to restrain the formation of capital if it is too intense, and to stimulate it if it is too feeble. This approach, of course, implies a right observation of the economic process. For instance, if at any point a certain kind of commodity becomes too cheap or too expensive, those concerned must be able truly to observe the fact. The mere fact in itself is not the point. When, through experiences that can grow only out of the concerted counsels of the associations, they are able to say, as a result of such experiences, quote, 5 units of money for so and so much salt are too little or too much, the price is too low or too high, close quote, then and then only will they be in a position to take the necessary steps. If the price of a commodity becomes too low, so that those who produce it can no longer receive sufficient remuneration for their excessively cheap services and their excessively cheap products, it will be necessary to assign fewer workers to this particular commodity. Workers will therefore have to be diverted to another kind of work. If, on the other hand, a commodity becomes too expensive, workers will have to be led over into this branch of production. In this way, the associations will always be concerned with the proper employment of people in several areas of the economic life. We must be clear on this. A real rise in the price of a given economic article indicates the necessity for an increase in the number of those who are working on this article, while an undue fall of price calls for measures to divert workers from this field of labor to another. In reality, we can speak of prices only in relation to the distribution of people among the several branches of labor in the given social organism. The view that sometimes prevails today is in which people always have the tendency to work with concepts rather than realities, is illustrated by some advocates of, quote, free money, close quote, German Freigeldeuter. Freigeldeuter. I'm not pronouncing that right, sorry, Freigeldeuter. To them, it appears quite simple. If prices anywhere are too high, so that too much money has to be spent in purchasing a certain article, these advocates wish to ensure that the amount of money becomes less. Then the commodities will be cheaper, and vice versa. If you think about it thoroughly, however, you will find that this signifies nothing for the economic process. In reality, it is as if by some mischievous device, you were to cause the column of mercury to rise when the thermometer indicates that the room is too cold. You are only trying to cure the symptoms. By giving the money a different value, you create nothing real. You create something real if you regulate the labor. That is to say, the number of people engaged in a certain kind of work. The price depends on the number of workers engaged in a given field of work. To try to regulate these things bureaucratically through the state would be the worst form of tyranny. To regulate through free associations that arise within the social sphere where everyone can see what is going on, either as members or because their representative sits on the association, or they are told what is going on, or they see for themselves and realize what is required, that is what we must aim for. Of course, this proposal also involves quite another social need. We must see to it that workers are not restricted to only one skill throughout their lives, but are able to turn their hand to other things. Know that this flexibility will be necessary, moreover, if only for the reason that otherwise too much capital would arrive at this point in the diagram, E. You can use up the surplus capital, which would be excessive at this point, to instruct and educate the workers in one thing or another, to be able to transplant them into other callings. You see, therefore, the moment you think in a rational way, the economic process will correct itself. That is the essential thing. It will never correct itself if you think that by employing this or that measure, by inflation or by the issue of any official instructions, things will improve. By such means, the economy will never improve. It will be improved only by enabling the economic process to be clearly and transparently observed at every place, assuming always that those who make the observations are in a position to follow them out to their logical conclusions. I wanted to reach this point in our study today in order that you might see that there is no question of starting any agitations with the, quote, threefold social impulse, close quote, as it was intended, and to show what follows from a real and true study of the economic process itself. The end of Lecture 5. You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. This is a reading of a cycle of lectures by Rudolf Steiner entitled Rethinking Economics, Lectures and Seminars on World Economics, and this is Lecture 6, entitled Price, Culture, and Gift, given in Dornach on July 29th, 1922. You know, perhaps, that in my book titled Towards Social Renewal, I tried to express in a formula how we may arrive at a conception of true price, as we will call it to begin with, in the whole economic process. Needless to say, such a formula is only an abstraction. It is the object of these lectures, which I believe, in spite of the short amount of time, will really form a whole. It is our very object in these lectures to work the whole science of economics, at any rate in outline, into this abstraction. The formula that I gave in my Towards Social Renewal was as follows. A true price results when individuals receive as counter value for the product they have made sufficient recompense to enable them to satisfy the whole of their needs, including, of course, the needs of their dependents, until they will again have completed a like product. Abstract as it is, this formula is nonetheless exhaustive. In setting up a formula, it is always necessary that it should contain all the concrete details. I do believe, for the domain of economics, that this formula is no less exhaustive than, say, the theorem of Pythagoras is for all right-angled triangles. But the point is that just as we have to introduce into the theorem of Pythagoras the varying proportions of the sides, so shall we have to introduce many, very many more variables into this formula. Economic science is precisely an understanding of how the whole economic process can be included in this formula. Today I intend to start from one essential feature of the formula. It is this. The formula does not point to what is past, but to what is going to happen in the future. For I say in it deliberately that the counter value must satisfy the individual's needs in the future. That is, until he or she will have made a like product again. This is an absolutely essential feature of the formula. If we were to demand a counter value literally for the product that is already finished, if we expected this to be true to the real economic facts, it might well happen that we would receive a value that would satisfy our needs, say, for only 5/6 of the time we need to finish the new product. The economic facts alter from the past into the future. Those who imagine that they can draw up any kind of table from the past will invariably go wrong in economics. Economic or business life essentially consists in setting future processes in motion with the help of what went before. Where past processes are thus used to set future ones in motion, it inevitably happens in some cases that the values are completely shifted. Indeed, they are constantly shifting. Hence, in this formula, it is essential to say that, quote, if someone makes a pair of boots, the time taken to make them is not the determining factor in the economic sense. The determining factor is the time required to make the next pair of boots, close quote. That is the point, and we must now try to understand its fuller implications within the whole economic process. Yesterday, we brought before our minds the cycle nature, labor, capital. That is, capital imbued with value by spirit. Diagram page 55, also diagram page 72. At this point, instead of capital, I might just as well write spirit. To begin with, we followed out the economic process in this direction counterclockwise, and we found that at this point, with nature, diagram page 55E, congestion must not be allowed to occur, but only so much must be allowed to go through as will act as a kind of seed to carry on the process. A state of economic congestion must not be allowed to arise through a fixation of capital in ground rent. As I said, fundamentally speaking, the return for land when it is sold, that is, when land is given a value in the economic process, works in direct opposition to the interests of those engaged in the manufacture of valuable goods. I need to read that again. A state of economic congestion must not be allowed to arise through a fixation of capital in ground rent. As I said, fundamentally speaking, the return for land when it is sold, that is, when land is given a value in the economic process, works in direct opposition to the interests of those engaged in the manufacture of valuable goods. If people wish to manufacture valuable goods with the help of capital, it is to their benefit that the rate of interest should be low. Having less interest to pay, they will be less hampered in their use of the capital they have borrowed. The landowners, on the other hand, I will go fully into these things as they are of economic significance. The landowners, or those who have an interest in the lands becoming more expensive, will be able to make it more expensive simply by a reduction in the rate of interest. If they have a low rate of interest to pay, the value of their land will grow. It will become more and more expensive. By contrast, those engaged in the manufacture of valuable commodities will be able to make them for less because of a low rate of interest. Commodities, therefore, which depend mainly on manufacture, become less expensive when the rate of interest is low. Land, on the other hand, which gives a yield without first having to be manufactured, becomes more expensive when the rate of interest is low. You can easily work it out. It is an economic fact. It would appear then to be necessary to arrange for two different rates of interest. We ought to have a rate of interest as low as possible for building the work for the production of valuable commodities, and a rate of interest as high as possible for everything that falls under the heading of land, in quotes. This follows directly from what we said before. We want a rate of interest as high as possible for all that comes under the heading of land. This cannot easily be carried out, however, in practice. A slightly higher rate of interest for capital advanced on land might be practicable, but this would be of little help. A considerably higher rate of interest, say for instance the rate of interest that would keep the land at an ever constant value, that is 100%, would be extremely difficult to realize in practice without taking additional steps. 100% interest for money borrowed on land would mend matters at once, but it cannot be carried out in practice. In all such cases, the first point is to see with full clarity into the economic process. When we do so, we soon realize that the life of the associations is the only thing that can make the process healthy. Because if seen correctly, the economic process will lead to our being able to direct it in the right way. In the economic process, we must speak, as I indicated yesterday, of production and consumption. We must observe both the producing and the consuming processes. The contrast between them has played a great part recently in various widely held economic theories, which in due course have been used for purposes of agitation. There has especially been much dispute of the question of whether spiritual, cultural, intellectual work as such is in any way value-creating in the economic sphere. Those who work out of the sphere of human intelligence, or spirit, are certainly consumers. Whether they are also producers in the economic sense is a question that has been much discussed. Extreme Marxists, for example, have again and again cited that unlucky fellow, the Indian bookkeeper, who has to keep the accounts for his village community. He does not till the fields or do any other productive work. He merely registers the productive work done by others. The Marxists deny him the faculty of producing anything. They declare that he is simply and solely maintained out of the surplus value that the productive workers create. This worthy bookkeeper is worked as hard in economics as Caius is in the formal logic that we studied at college. Caius's job is proving the mortality of a human being. You may remember, quote, all human beings are mortal. Caius is a human being. Therefore, Caius is mortal, close quote. His everlasting function of proving the mortality of a human being has made him immortal in the world of logic. The same thing has happened in Marxist literature to the Indian bookkeeper, who is maintained simply by the surplus value of the productive workers. He has become a classic. This question is, if I may say so, extraordinarily full of snags, in which we very easily get caught when we try to work it out economically. I refer to the question, quote, to what extent, if at all, is spiritual cultural work economically productive, close quote. Now, here it is especially important to distinguish between the past and the future. If you consider and reflect statistically on only the past, with respect to the past and to all that is only the unbroken continuation of the past, you will be able to prove that spiritual cultural work is unproductive. From the past within the material sphere, only purely material work and its effects can be held to be productive in the economic process. It is quite a different matter when you turn your eye to the future. As we have said, to be engaged in economics is to be working from the past into the future. You need think only of this simple instance. Assume that in some village a craftsman falls ill. Under certain given circumstances, let us say, if he falls into the hands of an unskilled doctor, he will have to lie in bed for 3 weeks, during which time he will be able to do nothing. Then he will disturb the economic process to no small extent. If he is a shoemaker, for 3 weeks his boots and shoes will not be brought to market, taking the word market in the widest sense. But now suppose he gets a very skillful doctor who makes him well in a week. He can go back to work again in a week. In all seriousness, you can now decide the question, quote, who made the boots for the difference of the 14 days, the shoemaker or the doctor?" Close quote. In reality, it was the doctor. Now, the situation is altogether clear. As soon as you take into account the future from any given moment onward toward the future, you can no longer call the spiritual cultural unproductive. In relation to the past, the spiritual cultural, or rather, those human beings who work in the spiritual cultural sphere, are consumers only. In relation to the future, they are decidedly productive. Indeed, they are the producers, for they transform the whole process of production and make it substantially different for the economic life. You can see this from the example of a tunnel. What happens when tunnels are built nowadays? They could not be built unless differential calculus had been discovered. To this day, therefore, Leibniz is helping to build all tunnels. The way prices work out in this case has really been determined by that exertion of his spiritual cultural forces. You can never answer these questions in economics if you consider the past in the same way as the future. Life does not move toward the past, nor does it even prolong the past. It goes on into the future. Hence, no economic thought is real that does not reckon with what is done by spiritual cultural work, if we may call it so. That is to say, fundamentally, what is done by thinking. But spiritual cultural work is not easy to comprehend. It has its own peculiar properties, which are not at all easy to grasp in economic terms. Spiritual cultural work begins the moment work itself, that is to say, labor, is organized. The organizing work of thinking begins the very moment labor itself is organized and divided. Thenceforward it grows more and more independent. Consider the spiritual cultural work of those who direct some undertaking within the material sphere. You will see that they apply an immense amount of spiritual cultural work. Nevertheless, they are still working with the resources with which the economic process provides them from the past. Even on quite practical grounds, you cannot ignore the fact that the sphere of spiritual cultural activity, if I may not call it activity instead of work or labor, also includes the entirely free kind of activity. When someone invents differential calculus, and even more so when someone paints a picture, there we have a case of entirely free spiritual cultural activity. Relatively speaking, at least, we can call it free. Whatever materials are derived from the past, the paints and the like, they no longer have the same significance in relation to the eventual products as do the raw materials, for example, purchased for manufacture. Passing into this region, therefore, we come into the sphere of the completely free spiritual cultural life. See diagram. In this sphere we find, above all things, teaching and education. Those who teach and educate undoubtedly stand within the sphere of the completely free spiritual cultural life. For the purely material economic process, it is especially these free spiritual cultural workers who are, in relation to the past, absolutely and exclusively consumers. Of course, you may say they produce something, and if they are painters, for example, they are even paid something for what they have produced. In appearance, therefore, the economic process is the same as when I manufacture a table and sell it. The process is essentially different as soon as we cease to consider buying and selling by the individual and turn our attention to the economic organism as a whole. And this is what we must do in the present advanced stage of the division of labor. There are also pure consumers of another kind within a social organism, namely the young and the very old. Up to a certain age, the young are pure consumers, and those who are on pensions are again pure consumers. Very little reflection will suffice to convince you that if there were no pure consumers in the economic process, mere consumers who are not producers at all, the process could not go forward at all. If everyone were producing, not all that is produced could be consumed, and the economic process would not be able to go forward. It is as if human life is, and human life is not purely economics, it must be taken as a whole. The real advancement of the economic process is possible only if it includes pure consumers. We must now illumine from a different angle this fact, that we have pure consumers within the economic process. You see, this circle, again, look at the diagram, can be very instructive. We can endow it with all manner of properties, and the challenge will always be how to bring the several economic processes and facts into this circle, which represents for us the cycle of the economic process. Something very important happens when, in buying and selling in the market, I pay on the spot for what I get. The point is not that I pay for it with money. I might equally well barter it for a corresponding commodity that the other person is willing to accept. The point is that I pay at once. It is this that constitutes paying in the proper sense of the word. Here, once more, we must pass from the ordinary, everyday conception to the true economic conception. In the economic life, several concepts constantly play into one another. The total phenomenon, the total fact, results from the interplay of the most diverse factors. You may think it is conceivable that some regulation should be made so that no one need ever pay cash down. Then there would be no such thing as paying at once. One would pay only after a month or after some other interval of time. The point is that I am forming my concepts altogether wrongly if I think that someone should hand me a suit of clothes and I pay for it after a month. The fact is that after a month I no longer pay for this suit of clothes alone. In that moment I am paying for something quite different. I am paying for something that circumstances, by raising or lowering prices, may have made quite different. I am paying for an ideal element in addition. In fact, we cannot do without the concept of, quote, immediate payment, close quote. This is the concept that holds good in cases of simple purchase. A thing becomes a commodity on the market, moreover, through the very fact that it is paid for at once. This is generally the case with those commodities that are, quote, nature transformed by labor, close quote. For such commodities I pay. Here, payment plays the essential part. There must be such payment. I pay at the very moment when I open my wallet and give away my money. And the value is determined in the very moment at which I give away the money or exchange my commodity for another. That is payment. That is one thing that must be in the economic process. The second factor, which plays a similar part to payment, is the factor to which I drew attention yesterday. It is lending. This, as I said, does not interfere with the concept of payment as such. Lending, once more, is an altogether different fact, a fact which simply exists. If I have money lent to me, I can apply my spirit to this loaned money. I become a debtor, but I also become a producer. In this way, lending plays a real economic part. If I have intellectual, spiritual capacities in some direction, it must be possible for me to obtain loaned capital. No matter where I get it, I must have it. Thus, in addition to payment, there must be loan. See diagram page 72. Here, then, we have two very important factors in the economic process, payment and loan. By a simple deduction, we must verify it here, see diagram. By a very simple deduction, you can find the third. You will not doubt for a moment what the third factor is. We have had payment and loan. The third factor is gift. Payment, loan, and gift. This is a real trinity of concepts essential to a healthy economy. There is a prevailing disinclination to include gift in the economic process as such. But if there is not an act of giving somewhere, the economic process cannot go on at all. Imagine for a moment what we should make of our children if we gave them nothing. We are constantly giving gifts to our children. If we consider the economic process as a whole, as a process that goes on and on continuously, gift is part of it. There is no escaping the fact. It is wrong to regard the transfer of values from hand to hand, representing a process of gifting, as something inadmissible in the economic process as such. Precisely this one of the three is found with horror by some people, worked out in my book titled Toward Social Renewal. There it is shown how values are to be transferred, how means of production, for instance, are to be transferred to one who has the faculties necessary for managing them further by a process that is really identical with giving. Provision must of course be made that the giving is not done in a haphazard way. In the economic sense, they are nonetheless gifts, and such gifts are absolutely necessary. You will find more and more this value transfer to be an economic necessity. The trinity of payment, loan, and gift is there in the economic process. Consider the matter thoroughly, and you will agree that in every economic process this transfer must be contained. Otherwise it would be no economic process. It would lead to absurdities at every point. People may rebel against these things for a time, but we must remember that economic wisdom is today not very great. Those especially who want to teach it should be under no illusions on this point. Modern economic knowledge is by no means great. People are little inclined to go into the real economic relationships. This is an obvious fact, so obvious that if you look in today's Basler Nachrichten, the regional daily newspaper published in Basel, you will find, curiously enough, a reflection on this very fact. Neither governments nor private people nowadays, it says, are inclined to develop real economic thinking. I think we may take it that anything expounded in the Basler Nachrichten is likely to be obvious. It is indeed a palpable fact, and it is interesting to find it discussed in this way. The article is interesting inasmuch as it endeavors to set in a glaring light the absolute impotence that prevails in the economic sphere. Interesting, too, is the statement that these things must be changed. It is time governments and individuals began to think differently. There the matter ends. How they are to think differently, on this you will of course find nothing in the Basler Nachrichten, which is also interesting. It is possible to interfere in the economic process in a disturbing way, if one does not rightly relate the one thing with the other in this trinity. Many people today are enthusiastically demanding the taxation of legacies, which of course are also gifts. Such proposals have no deep economic significance. We do not lessen the value of the inheritance if, say, it has a value V, and we divide the value V into two parts, V sub 1 and V sub 2, giving V sub 2 to some other party, and leaving the legatee with V sub 1. All it means is that the two together will now do business with the original value V. And the question will be whether the one who receives V sub 2 will husband it as advantageously for the economic life as would the original legatee who would otherwise have received V sub 1 and V sub 2 together. One, of course, may settle this question for oneself according to one's own taste, whether a single clever person receiving the whole legacy will husband it better, or whether it will be better for one to receive only part, while the state receives the other part, so that the individual is obliged to do business in conjunction with the state. This sort of thing definitely leads us away from pure economic thinking. It is a thinking based on resentment, on feeling. People envy the rich heir. There may be reason for it, but we cannot look at it only from this point of view if we claim to be thinking in an economic sense. The point is to find the right conception in the economic sense. Whatever else has to be done must take its start from this. You can, of course, conceive of a social organism becoming diseased through the fact that payment is not working together in an organic way with loan and gift, since one or the other is being obstructed and one or the other fostered. But they will still go on working together in some way. If you abolish giving on one side, you merely effect a redistribution. And the question to be decided is not whether this ought to be done, but whether it is necessarily advantageous. Whether the individual heir alone should receive the inheritance, or whether it must be shared with the state, is a question that must first be settled on economic grounds. Which is more advantageous? That is the point. The important point is that a free spiritual cultural life arises, almost of necessity, out of the entry of spirit, mind, into the economic life. As a result of this free spiritual cultural life, freedom of mind, there will be pure consumers so far as the past is concerned. But what of free spiritual cultural life, free life of the mind, in relation to the future? Here it is productive. Indirectly it is true, but nonetheless extraordinarily productive. Imagine a free spiritual cultural life in the social organism, really freed, so that the individual faculties are always able to develop fully. Then free spiritual cultural life will be able to exert an extremely fertilizing influence on the half-free spiritual cultural life, that is, on the spiritual cultural life that enters into the processes of material production. Considered in this light, free spiritual cultural life takes on a decidedly economic aspect. Those who can observe life with an unbiased mind will say to themselves that it is by no means a matter of indifference whether in a given place all who are active in the free spiritual cultural life are eliminated, for instance, if they were given nothing to consume, the right to live being admitted only for those who work directly into the material process, or whether truly free spirits are allowed to exist within the social organism. Free spirits have the characteristic of loosening and liberating spirituality. They are the inspiration of the others. Their thinking is more mobile, and they are thus able to work into the material process more effectively. It is important to remember that the free spirits are living human beings. You must not try to refute me by pointing to Italy and saying that there is a great deal of free spiritual cultural life there, yet the economic processes that proceed from spirit have not been stimulated to any unusual degree. Granted, it is a free spiritual cultural life, but it is one handed down from the past. There are statues, museums, and the like, but these do not have this effect. Only what is living is effective, that is to say, what proceeds from creative human beings and spreads into others who can produce spiritually, intellectually, and creatively. This is what works as a productive factor into the future, even in the economic sense. It is certainly possible to exert a healing influence on the economic process by giving an open field of action to spiritual, creative people. Suppose now that we have a healthy associative life in a community. The task of the associations will be to arrange production in such a way that when there are too many people working in any sphere, they can be transferred to some other work. It is this vital dealing with people, the process of allowing the whole social order to originate from the insight of the associations, that matters. When, one day, the associations begin to understand something of the influence of the free spiritual cultural life on the economic process, we can give them a very good means of regulating the economic circuit. I mentioned this in my book, Towards Social Renewal. The associations will find that when free spiritual cultural life declines, too little is being given freely, they will grasp the connection. They will see the connection between too little giving and too little free spiritual cultural work. When there is not enough free spiritual cultural work, they will realize that too little is being given. When too little is being given, they will notice a decline in free spiritual cultural work. There is then a very definite possibility of driving the rate of interest on property right up to 100% by transmitting as much property as possible in the way of free gifts to those who are spiritually, culturally productive. In this way, you can bring the land question into direct connection with what works particularly into the future. In other words, the capital that presses to be invested, the capital that tends to march into mortgages and stay there, must be given an outlet into free spiritual cultural institutions. That is the practical aspect. Let the associations see to it that the money that tends to get tied up in mortgages finds its way into independent spiritual cultural institutions. There you have the connection of the associative life with the general social life. Only when you try to penetrate the realities of economic life does it begin to dawn on you what must be done in the one case or in the other. I do not by any means wish to agitate that this or that must be done. I only wish to point out what is. This is undoubtedly true, what we can never attain by legislative measures, namely, to keep the excess capital away from nature. We can attain through the life and system of associations, diverting capital into free spiritual cultural institutions. I only say that if the one thing happens, the other will happen too. Science, after all, has only to indicate the conditions under which things are connected. The end of Lecture 6. You're listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. This is a reading of a cycle of lectures by Rudolf Steiner entitled Rethinking Economics, Lectures and Seminars on World Economics. This is Lecture 7, entitled Price Formation, given in Dornach on July 30th, 1922. We have now seen how the economic system as a whole takes its course. We have seen how purchase or sale, loan, and gift act as impelling factors, motivating factors within this system. Let us realize at once that there can be no economic system without this interplay of purchase, loan, and gift. The influences that create the economic values, of which we have already spoken from one aspect, and which lead to the forming of price, will therefore proceed from these three factors: purchase, loan, and gift. The important thing is to understand how the three factors work in the forming of price. Only by perceiving this shall we succeed to any degree in formulating the price problem. It is quite necessary that we should have a distinct view of the real nature of separate economic problems. In this respect, our present economic science is full of unclear ideas. Ideas that, as I have often explained, become confused mainly because they try to grasp what is in constant movement as if it were at rest. Granting, then, that purchase, loan, and gift are inherent in economic movement, let us consider what in our present-day economy are, if I may so call them, the principal factors of rest. Let us turn for a moment to what is perhaps one of the most discussed topics nowadays, and a principal source of the errors that find their way into economic science. People talk of wages, and they talk of them in such a way as to make them look like the price of labor. If the so-called wage earners have to be paid more, they say that the price of labor has gone up. If they have to be paid less, they say that labor is cheaper. They actually speak as though a kind of sale and purchase took place between the wage earners who sells their labor and those who buy it from them. But this sale and purchase is fictitious. It does not in reality take place. That is the trouble in our present economic conditions. We have everywhere hidden or masked relationships that develop in a way not in accordance with what in a deeper sense they really are. I have spoken of this before. Value in the economic system, as we have already seen, can arise only in the exchange of products. in the exchange of commodities or more generally of economic products. It cannot arise in any other way. But what follows? If value can arise only in this way, and if, moreover, the price of the value is to be arrived at along the lines laid down yesterday, parenthesis, that is, by seeing that the producers of a given product receive as its counter value what they will require to satisfy their needs during the production of another like product, close parenthesis. If this is to be possible, the various products must, as it were, reciprocally determine one another's value. After all, it is not difficult to see that this is what actually happens in the economic process. Only it is masked by the fact that money steps in between the objects exchanged. But the money is not the important thing. We would not take the slightest interest in money if it did not foster the exchange of products, making the process not only more convenient but less expensive. We would have no need of money if it were not for the fact that when people bring a product to the market under the influence of the division of labor, they cannot be bothered to get what they need from wherever it is. They take money for it instead, so that they may supply their needs later on at their own convenience. Therefore, we may say that it is the mutual tension arising between the various products in the economic process that must be concerned in the forming of prices. Let us consider, from this point of view, the so-called wage nexus, that is, the labor nexus. We cannot really exchange labor for anything, because between labor and anything else, there is no possibility of reciprocal determination of value. We may fancy that we are paying for labor. We may even actualize this fancy by letting in the wage nexus. But we do not really do anything of the sort. In reality, even in the labor or wage nexus, it is values that are exchanged. Workers produce something directly and deliver a product. And it is this product that the entrepreneur, Unternehmer, really buys from them. In actual fact, down to the last penny, the entrepreneur pays for the products that the workers deliver. It is time to begin to see these things in their right light. Entrepreneurs buy products from workers, and after they have bought the products, it is their business to impart to them a higher value by making use of the conditions present in the social organism and by their own enterprising or undertaking spirit. It is really this that gives them their profit. They gain on the transaction because, having bought the commodities from the workers, they are able, by their knowledge of the market, we must not shirk unpleasant expressions, to enhance the value of the commodities. In the labor nexus, therefore, we are dealing with a true purchase. We cannot speak of a surplus value arising through the labor nexus as such. All we can say is that in certain circumstances, the price that the enterpriser pays is not according to the true price of which we spoke yesterday. This is a situation we shall often find in the economic process, that although the products reciprocally determine one another's values, although they have their real values, these values are not actually paid for in the course of commercial dealing. It is necessary enough to see that all values are not really paid for. Take the case of a man who is a manufacturer on a small scale, who suddenly inherits a large legacy. Tired of the whole factory business, he decides to sell his stock in trade and does so at an absurdly low price. That does not mean that the commodities decrease in value. It only means that the true price is not paid. In ways like this, prices are constantly being falsified in the actual economic process. We must not forget this. In the course of commercial dealing, prices may often be falsified. There is nevertheless a true price. The commodities sold by the man in the above example are worth just as much as the same commodities produced by someone else. Now that we have tried to make it clear that the wage nexus does really involve a purchase, let us consider what is involved by rent, by the price of land. You see, the conditions under which the price of land originates are not those of a mature economy. To take an extreme instance, we may consider how a piece of land may have come under the control of particular people by conquest, that is, by the exercise of force. Even here, no doubt, the element of exchange will enter in to some extent. The invader will have granted certain portions of the conquered territory to those who helped him to victory. Here, then, at the starting point of an economic process, we have something that is not properly economics. The process is not really economics. It is a process to which we can only apply the word power or right. By means of power, rights are gained. Rights, in this case, over land. We have the economic domain bordering, on the one hand, on these relationships of rights and power. What is it that takes place under the influence of such relationships of rights and power? This is what happens continually. Those who have the free right of disposal over land look after themselves better than those others who are attached to them as laborers, who deliver the products by their labor. I'm speaking now not of the labor, but of the products of the labor. It is the products of labor with which we are concerned. The laborers have to deliver more to the landowners than they deliver to other laborers. This, indeed, is only the prolongation of the conquest or rights relationship. What is this excess that is given to them over what they give? What is it, in other words, that falsifies the price relationship in this case? It is none other than a compulsory gift. Here, then, the relation of giving comes in, with the sole difference that those who are to make the gift do so not of their own free will, but by compulsion. It is in fact a compulsory gift. That is what happens in relation to the land. Through the compulsory gift, the price that farm products really ought to have in terms of other products is actually raised. Thus, the price of all things capable of subjection to such relationships of rights has an inherent tendency to rise above its true level. So, for instance, if foresters or hunters are living with farmers, the foresters and hunters will come off better than the farmers. Farmers among forest people have to pay higher prices to the foresters for what they give the farmers. Higher prices, that is to say, than the true exchange prices as between their respective products. In forestry, more than anywhere else, it is as a pure matter of rights that the owners have the products of nature at their disposal and determine prices. Farming requires some real labor, but in forestry, hunting, and the like, we come very near to the pure laborless valuation, a valuation proceeding solely from relationships of rights and power. Again, if skilled workers are living among farmers, the prices once again will tend to rise above their true level on the farmer's side, while on the other hand they will sink beneath the true level against the skilled worker. Life is more expensive for skilled workers among farmers. Life is comparatively less expensive for farmers among the skilled workers, assuming there are enough of them to make any appreciable difference. Skilled workers among farmers will find life comparatively more expensive. Thus, the sequence governing this tendency for prices to rise above or to sink below their true level is as follows. First forestry, then farming, then the skilled trades, and last the completely free spiritual cultural work. These are the lines along which we should approach the problem of price formation in the economic process. There is a tendency, an inherent tendency, in the economic process to create rent. The economic process tends, as it were, of its own accord, to submit itself to this necessity of paying more for farm products than for other things. This tendency exists where there is division of labor. and all of our discussions refer to a social organism in which there is division of labor. This tendency is called forth through the fact, which I had to repeat twice a few days ago to the bewilderment of a large part of the audience, that those who provide for themselves live more expensively, and for that reason they must take more for their products, must estimate them at a higher value than those who get their products in independent commercial dealing from others. This circumstance simply does not enter into the process in the case of farming. In relation to the various branches of industry, this principle of expense in providing for oneself has a very real meaning, though you may have to think a very long time to find your way to that meaning. With respect to agriculture and forestry, however, this principle has no meaning. We must never forget that when we are dealing with realities, the various concepts hold good only for certain areas. They change for other areas. This is equally true in other walks of life. What is a means of healing for the head is pernicious, is a means to disease for the stomach, and vice versa. So it is in the economic organism. For example, if it were at all possible for farmers to not provide for themselves, the rules we apply for the general circulation of commodities would be right in their case too. The fact is, however, that they cannot help but provide for themselves. Within the economic process, the entire agriculture of a social organism forms of its own nature an entity, a whole, however many individual landowners there may be. Accordingly, farmers must in every case keep back from the totality of their products what they need to provide for themselves. Even if they get it from another farmer, in reality they are still keeping it back. In reality, the farmers provide for themselves. Hence they are obliged to value their goods more expensively. The consequence is that prices must rise on their side. It follows that there is an inherent tendency to create rents in the economic process. The only question will now be how these rents can be made harmless in economic life. In the first place, we must know that this tendency to create rent exists. If you abolish rents in one form or another, they will be created again, for the simple reason that I have just explained. You see, for the same reason that underlies the tendency in the economic process to create rent, there arises, on the other hand, the tendency of manufacturers to devalue capital, to make capital cheaper and cheaper. We shall best understand this tendency if we are clear, to begin with, that capital cannot really be bought. True, there are dealings in capital. People, in quotes, buy capital. Every such purchase of capital is once again merely a masked relationship. In reality, we do not buy capital, we only borrow it. In the end, even if the relationship is apparently other, you will always be able to unmask it and expose the lone character of business capital. I say expressly of business capital, for if you extend the principle to rents, it is no longer the case. It is certainly the case with business capital, for the simple reason that there is a constant tendency to undervalue, as compared with other things, what depends on human will, that is to say, craftsmanship or manufacture and entirely free spiritual cultural work, at this point in the diagram, page 72. Business capital is altogether implicated in the independent spiritual cultural work. Hence it is constantly being devalued. And we may say on this side, diagram page 72, there is inherent in the economic process a tendency, while we create rents, to lower business capital, to make it lower and lower in value. Just as things become more and more expensive on the one side, on the side of ground rent, so do they become cheaper and cheaper on the other side, on the side of capital. Capital has a permanent tendency to go down in its economic value, or rather in its economic price. Rents have a permanent tendency to rise in price. There is also another reason from which you will see that business capital must inevitably go down. We said just now that in farming, one cannot help providing for oneself. It is just by this self-provision that the rise in the value of farm products is brought about. At the same time, you will see that in the case of business capital, where the loan principle predominates, one cannot provide for oneself. One cannot provide for oneself with capital. What one does provide for oneself must be included in the balance sheet nowadays in precisely the same way as what one borrows, if the balance sheet is to be correct. Since, therefore, at this point, diagram page 72, one cannot provide for oneself, it follows that the opposite tendency obtains, the tendency toward lower prices. Everything depends on our seeing clearly through these relationships in the economic process. Then we shall see that it is by no means easy to establish true prices. The true price is constantly being upset by the fact that on the one hand there are things appearing on the market that tend to be too high in price, while on the other hand there are things appearing that tend to be too low in price. Since the price is settled by exchange, being in the middle between the two, it is continually exposed to these disturbing influences. You can observe this very clearly in the economic process. In the same measure in which the products of forestry and agriculture grow more expensive, those produced by free cultural activity grow cheaper. In this way, there arise those relationships of tension that give rise to social unrest and discontent. This, therefore, is the most important question in relation to the formation of price. How can we deal with the natural tension that exists in the creation of prices between the values accruing to goods arising out of our free will and the values accruing to those goods in the production of which nature participates? How can we get at this tension? How can we balance the one, the downward tendency, with the other upward tendency? Through division of labor, more and more highly differentiated products arise. You need only remember how simple the products are that arise, let us say, among a hunting or forest community. Here the price difficulty scarcely comes into question. But as soon as agriculture is added to forestry, the difficulty begins. In effect, the difficulty lies in the differentiation. The further the division of labor extends and new needs arise in the process, the more does the differentiation of products increase, and the more do difficulties connected with price formation accumulate. The more varied the products are, the more difficult it becomes to bring about this reciprocal valuation, and the valuation can only be reciprocal. This may be seen from the following comparison. There is a reciprocal valuation even in the case of products only slightly differentiated from one another, say for instance wheat, rye, and other agricultural products. Follow this process over a long period of time, and you will find that the relationship of reciprocal valuation between wheat, rye, and other cereals remains fairly stable. If wheat goes up, the other grains go up. If wheat goes down, the other grains go down with it. This is because there is comparatively little differentiation between these products. As soon as the differentiation becomes greater, this constancy no longer exists. It may well happen, through various events in the social organism, that some product that someone has been accustomed to exchange for another suddenly shoots up in price, while the other may go down at the same time. Think what shifts are thus brought about in economic relationships. Altogether, the things that happen in the economic sphere depend far more on mutual rising and failing prices than on any other circumstance. It is by the mutual rise and fall in prices that the difficulties of life itself are introduced into the economic sphere. As to whether the products as a whole rise or fall, If they all would rise or fall uniformly, this would concern us very little. What interests people is that the different products rise or fall to a different extent. This fact is emerging in a very tragic way just now under the present economic conditions. Products rise and fall in varying measure. Money values especially are rising and falling. But in the money values, we simply have stored what were once real values. By this rising and falling, an entire mingling and confusion is now being brought about in society. From this we can see that there is another way too, in which we must look at the factors operative in the economic organism. We took our start from the several factors that are enumerated by orthodox economics. But we saw that the mere enumeration of nature, capital, and labor leads us no farther. Precisely when you add what we have said today to what has been said before, you will see that the pricing or valuing of the products of nature comes about not only through purely economic relationships, but also through relationships of rights or title. On the other hand, the valuing of business capital is influenced by the free human will with all that it unfolds when it is active in public life. Consider all that is necessary in order to collect a sum of capital for a given purpose. Here the free human will comes in. Where lending is concerned, free human will has a very great part to play, indirectly perhaps, because those who want to have savings are naturally going to invest those savings. Whether they ever save at all or not is an expression of their will. Here then the free human will plays a real part. If we take this into account, we shall find yet another classification of the economic factors in addition to the one that we have been considering thus far. Up until now, I have given you a diagrammatic classification in which I showed the following. There is nature, but value arises only through nature elaborated. It arises only when nature moves in the direction of human labor. And again, value will arise through human labor only when it moves on toward capital, that is, toward spirit. In this way, the tendency arises to return to nature. This, as we saw, can be prevented by leading the excess capital not into nature, where it would become fixed, but into independent spiritual cultural undertakings, where it vanishes, except for the remnant, which must continue as a kind of seed by which the economic process can be maintained. In addition to this movement, which begins on the left and moves anti-clockwise, diagram page 72, there is another movement. The former movement, as we have seen, gives rise to elaborated nature, organized or articulated labor, and emancipated capital. Capital, that is to say, that figures only within undertakings dependent on mind or spirit. Active capital. The second movement does not lead to the creation of values in this way, the preceding element always being taken on by the next element, but goes in the opposite direction. The first movement runs counterclockwise, the second clockwise. Here, in the first movement, something arises through the former member that is always working on into the next. In the second movement, something arises through the fact that what flows in one direction receives, as it were, what is flowing in the other direction and embraces it. You will soon see what I mean. Remember that capital is, properly speaking, spirit realized in the economic process. So I can write at this point, quote, spirit, unquote. We now have nature, labor, and spirit. When the spirit absorbs and receives the elaborated nature transformed by labor, when it does not merely lead elaborated nature on into the economic process in the continued counterclockwise movement, but absorbs it, means of production arise. What we call means of production is something different from a product of nature that has been elaborated for consumption. It is in quite an opposite process of movement. Means of production is a product of nature taken charge of by spirit, a nature product that spirit needs. From the pen that I possess as my means of production, to the most complicated machinery in a factory, means of production are nature grasped by spirit. Nature can be elaborated and sent on in this direction, in which case it becomes capital, or it can be sent in the other direction, in which case it becomes means of production. What arises at this point with the help of means of production can move on, and human labor can take charge of it. Just as nature is here received by the spirit, so can the means of production, in the widest sense of the term, be received in turn by labor. What have we then when labor receives the means of production? When means of production and labor are united? It is business capital, for in effect business capital consists in this very union. If you follow the process farther, you get a movement whereby means of production and business capital coalesce. If this movement is now continued, so that nature, albeit a different portion of nature from what is the consumption process, continuously receives what has been produced with the help of means of production and business capital, then and only then does there arise in the economic process what we may call commodity in the proper sense. The commodity is at once taken over by the process of nature. Either it is eaten, in which case it is taken up very strongly by nature, or it is used or otherwise worn out. In short, a product becomes a commodity by the very fact that it returns to nature. We may say, therefore, that we have now traced out the movement that is inherent in the whole economic process, and that contains the three factors: means of production, business capital, and commodities. Here, at this third point in the diagram, the distinction becomes unusually difficult. When the thing we are seeking is shifting back and forth in the process of exchange proper, parenthesis, that is, in purchase and sale, close parenthesis, it is extraordinarily difficult to distinguish whether it is moving in this direction or in that, whether it is a commodity or something that cannot be called a commodity in the true sense of the word. How does a piece of goods become a commodity? In describing this counterclockwise movement, to make the nomenclature quite exact, I ought really to say in quotes, goods, instead of in quotes, commodities. And in the opposite movement, I ought to write commodity, for a commodity may be defined as a piece of goods in the hands of the merchant, the tradesperson who offers it for sale and does not use it personally. Today, my main purpose was that we should acquire concepts that point to the true relationships in the economic process. These true relationships are again and again being diverted by falsified processes into a mode of operation that introduces constant disturbances into the economic process. Continually to smooth out and compensate for the disturbances is one of the essential tasks of economics. People keep on saying that we ought to get rid of the damages in economic life. They are inclined to have at the back of their minds the notion that then everything would be all right and earthly paradise would begin. That is no different than saying, quote, I should like once and for all to eat so much that I need never eat any more, close quote. I cannot do that. I am a living organism, wherein ascending and descending processes must constantly be taking place. Such ascending and descending processes must likewise be present in the economic life. There must be the tendency, on the one hand, to falsify prices by the formation of rent, and on the other hand, the tendency to lower prices on the side of business capital. These tendencies are present at all times, and we must understand them in order to obtain, as far as possible, those prices that represent a minimum of falsification. To this end, it is necessary, by direct human experience, to take hold of the economic process, as it were, in the nascent state, to be within it at all times. The individual can never do this, nor can a society above a certain size, such as the state, for example. It can be done only by associations, which grow out of the economic life itself, and which are therefore able to work out of the immediate reality of the economic life. The greater the technical accuracy with which we study the economic process, the more are we led to acknowledge that the required institutions must grow out of the economic life itself. They will then be able to observe the kind of tendencies that are at work, and to understand how these tendencies can be counteracted. The end of Lecture 7. You're listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. This is a reading of a cycle of lectures by Rudolf Steiner entitled Rethinking Economics, Lectures and Seminars on World Economics. This is Lecture 8, entitled Supply and Demand, given in Dornach on July 31st, 1922. Today we shall have to correct certain current misconceptions that hinder anyone who wishes to think objectively, in accordance with realities, on matters of economics, or to enter with such thinking into the actual course of economic life. An economic science that cannot fructify our practical life is of no real value. The concepts derived from this merely contemplative economic science must always prove rather inadequate. We have already seen that the most important question in economics is that of price. The point will now be to observe prices in the sense that I have indicated. The rise or fall or stability of prices, the fact that the prices of certain products are too high or too low, for one can have a feeling of these things, indicates whether or not the economic organism is in good order. It must be for the associations to discover, from the barometer of prices, what is to be done in the economic life as a whole. You are familiar with the point of view, still widely prevalent, according to which nothing can be done in practice with the price problem except to allow the so-called law of supply and demand to take its course. It is true that under the pressure, not so much of economic facts as of the increasingly urgent demands of the social movement, this theory has been shaken, the theory maintained by many others besides Adam Smith, that prices regulate themselves of their own accord through the working of supply and demand. The theory simply states that if the supply is too great, this will of itself lead to supply reduction. The supply will not be maintained at that level. In this way, a regulation of prices will automatically ensue. Similarly, if the demand is too great or too small, it will inevitably follow that the producers will regulate matters so as not to produce too little or too much. Under the influence of supply and demand, it is thus imagined that prices on the market will automatically, as it were, approach a certain stable level. It is important to know whether with such an idea as this, we are merely moving in a theoretical world, in a notional system, or whether we are truly entering into realities. And we are certainly not entering into realities. As soon as you really tackle these concepts of supply and demand, you will see that it is quite impossible, economically speaking, even to establish them. As contemplative students of economics, you can do so, no doubt. You can send people into the market to observe how supply and demand are working. With such observations, you are entering deeply enough into the working of the economic processes. Can you make any use of these concepts? In reality, you cannot, because you are leaving out in every case what lies behind the processes that you are trying to grasp. You look at the market. You see the working of supply and what is called demand. But that does not include what lies behind the phenomenon of supply, nor will it comprise all that precedes the appearance of demand. Yet it is there that you will find the real economic processes that are only summarized, so to speak, in the market itself. The best evidence of this is the extraordinary fragility of these concepts, If we wish to form proper, useful concepts, our concepts can and must be mobile in relation to life. We must be able to carry such a concept around from one domain of reality to another. And as we do so, the concept itself must change. It must not simply go up in smoke. But that is just what happens with the concepts of supply and demand. Take supply. It is supply when someone brings commodities into the market and offers them for a price. That is supply, you say. But I say, no, it is demand. If someone brings commodities into the market and wants to sell them, in this case, it is unquestionably a demand for money. In effect, if we do not enter further into the economic process, it makes no difference at all whether I have a supply of commodities and a demand for money, or whether I come forward with a demand in the cruder sense. If I wish to develop a demand, I must have a supply of money. Supply of commodities is demand for money, and supply of money is demand for commodities. These are economic realities, since the economic process, insofar as it consists of trade or barter, cannot take place at all unless there are both supply and demand in the case of both buyer and seller. For what the buyer has for supply, money, must also first have been evolved in the economic process somewhere behind the buyer's back, or behind the back of the demand, just as the commodity that appears as a supply must also first have been developed or produced. Our concepts are quite unreal if we imagine that price arises from the interaction of what is ordinarily called supply and demand. In actual fact, price does not develop at all as it is defined by this line of thought. The development of price is undoubtedly influenced by the question of whether the demander can become a supplier of money, or whether perhaps, at a given time in the whole working of the economic process, the person cannot become a supplier of money with respect to a given product. The point is, not only that there must be a certain number of commodities available as supply, but also that there must be a certain number of people able to develop a supply of money for these particular commodities. This will show you at once that we cannot simply speak of an interaction of supply and demand. If we look now not to the concepts, which may always be wrongly formed, but to the real facts, the facts of the market, or even of the pure marketless exchange of commodities and money, it is unquestionable that prices evolve between supply and demand. Only the supply and demand are always there on both sides. This is undoubtedly the case as a pure matter of fact. The important thing is that supply, demand, and price are three factors, every one of which is primary. We cannot merely write that price is a function of supply and demand, or, to speak mathematically, treat S and D as variables and P, the price, as a third magnitude resulting from the two, that is, P is a function of S and D. No, we must regard all of them, S and D, supply and demand, and P, price, as mutually independent variables, and by that means arrive at another magnitude, X. You see, we are coming to a formula. We must not merely suppose that S and D are the independent variables and that the price is a function of the two. No, we have three mutually independent variables that come into mutual interplay and give rise to something new. X equals F of S, D, P. The price is there between the supply and demand, but it is there in a particular way. We must approach this whole line of thought from another angle. If we do see supply and demand at any given point on the market, in the relationship in which Adam Smith saw them, if it really is so in any particular domain, then it is approximately so for the distribution of commodities as seen from the standpoint of the tradesperson or merchant. Even here, it's not entirely the case. It is absolutely not the case from the standpoint of the consumer, nor from that of the producer. For the consumer, something quite different is true. The standpoint of consumers is conditioned by what they have. Between what consumers have and what they give, a relationship arises, similar to what arises for the merchant as between supply and demand. Consumers must consider the mutual interaction between price and demand. They demand less when, for their pocket, the price is too high. They demand more when, for their pocket, the price is sufficiently low. Altogether, consumers confine their gaze to price and demand. We may say, therefore, that in the consumer's case, we must observe the interaction of price and demand. In the merchant's case, we must observe rather the interaction of supply and demand. In the producer's case, we shall have to observe the interaction between supply and price. For producers will, in the first place, arrange their supply of commodities according to the prices that are possible in the whole economic process. Thus, we may call our first equation, P equals F of SD, the merchant's equation. Adam Smith applied it to the economic system as a whole. Applied in that way, it is incorrect, for we can also form the following equation. We can regard supply, S, as a function of price and demand. And third, we can indicate demand as a function of supply and price. In this last equation, we shall have D equals F of SP. That is to say, demand is a function of supply and price. This is the producer's equation. In the equation where supply is a function of price and demand, S equals F of P, D, we have the consumer's equation. But please note, we shall still have made these equations qualitatively different, inasmuch as here in the consumer's case, the supply is a supply of money, while in the producer's case, it is a supply of commodities. In the case of the merchant, we deal with something that lies midway between money and commodity, price. You see how much more complicated our thoughts on the economic life must be. It is just because we try to get at the ideas so easily and quickly that we have no proper science of economics today. If we wish to enter into the realities, we must ask ourselves what is in this economic life, what really lives in it. I may suppose that what I get for my own needs comes, there's a slight typo here. Let's try this. I may suppose that what I get for my own needs comes in the first place into my realm. Parenthesis, I will speak of property, in quotes, and ownership, in quotes, at a later stage. At present, I will express myself as indefinitely as possible. Even so, it will suffice to cover the facts. Close parenthesis. What I get for my needs passes, under the conditions that exist today, into my realm. I give money or something that I have produced instead of money. That is how things usually happen. In saying this, have we really exhausted the full reality of economic life? After all, I may acquire things otherwise than by giving a commodity for money or money for a commodity. I may acquire money and commodities in a different way. Suppose I steal them. Then, too, I shall have acquired something. If I should steal on a large enough scale, as the old robber barons sometimes did for decades at a time, then a very different economic theory would have to be developed to apply to such conditions. This would be different from the theory that has, generally speaking, to be developed for our own code of ethics. It may seem to you a crude example when I speak of stealing. But what is stealing in reality? To steal is to take something away from someone else without that person being able to prevent it. Or again, when the stealer finds it convenient to not exchange the item for an adequate exchange or return. Compare, for example, this now disreputable concept of stealing with the concept that we in the German language signify with a foreign word when we speak of requisitioning or commandeering. Under certain circumstances, one commandeers things. That is to say, one takes something away from people and gives them nothing in return. In other cases, too, it happens in the economic process that something is taken away from people and they receive nothing in return. These are things that we need only mention. For if we were to dwell on them any longer, people would imagine that we were anxious to agitate, and I wish only to develop a science here. I do not wish to agitate. Now assume for a moment that somewhere or other, within a comparatively small region, I establish a social order wherein money is abolished. Instead, I organize a system of raids with the necessary armed forces. Those who possess anything are knocked down or killed, and their possessions taken away from them. Well, what is there to prevent that from happening? There is this, that the others may perhaps defend themselves. In that case, they must have the means to do so, or again, it might not be worthwhile. If my territory is rather small, it would not be worthwhile. All of this shows that something else has to play into the economic process at this point. I cannot, without more ado, take something away from someone else. Why not? First, because it must somehow be recognized by my fellow human beings that I should be allowed to keep it. It would by no means be recognized that I should be allowed to keep what I have acquired by killing my fellow human beings in the surrounding country. What is it then that plays into the economic life at this point? It is the life of rights. It is law and order. You cannot really consider the economic process without observing how law plays into it at every point. You cannot think out the economic life, nor can you bring to pass whatever it may be that you intend, without considering this interplay of legal rights and economics. The moment you pass from mere barter to trade, assisted by money, you see directly how the principle of law plays into economics. How, otherwise, could it be possible, in return for a pair of boots, to get not a hat, say, but $1, or whatever else it may be? I have saved myself the trouble of giving the merchant a hat. I have given him $1 instead. I have my boots, he has the $1. How otherwise could this be possible? If the $1, even if it were a gold sovereign, were recognized by no one to be a real value, a value for which something could be received again in return, if it were not rightly integrated in the whole economic process, the shoemaker might have collected ever so many dollars, but it would be of no avail. The moment money makes its appearance in economic interactions, we see quite palpably the appearance of the element of law. It is extremely important to bear this in mind. We can look at the social organism as a whole only if we pass from purely economic events to events that take place under the influence of the life of rights. Let us now assume that I have received my pair of boots from the shoemaker and have given him the $1. Now it might happen that the shoemaker, just after having sold me the pair of boots, suddenly remembered that shoemakers have, at times in the world's history, been something else besides shoemakers. Witness Hans Sachs and Jakob Böhme. Having acquired the $1, he might think of doing something quite different with it, instead of making another pair of boots. He might do anything with it, into which he put his ingenuity, his genius. That $1 would then suddenly have quite a different value for him than the value of a pair of boots. Thus, the moment we have transformed the commodity into money, that is to say, into a lawful right, the right can either be kept, I use the $1 to buy myself something equal in value to the pair of boots, or through my ingenuity I can do something with the money to produce an altogether new value in the economic process. It is here that human faculties come in. Individual faculties, which develop quite freely among people, enter in and incorporate themselves in the rights that they acquire with money. In the same way, money, which may be regarded in this sense as rights realized, incorporates itself outwardly in the commodity. Thus we have now placed into the organic process that we described provisionally when we spoke of nature, elaborated nature, and labor divided and organized by the Spirit, we have now placed into this whole process the principle of law or rights and individual faculties. We have found within the economic process itself a division that is in truth a threefold order, a Dreigliederung, threefold numbering, threefold articulation. It is necessary, however, that we think of this Dreigliederung in the right way. If we observe the economic process, we perceive that just because the things I have now been describing are real facts, just because of this, certain impossibilities are actually realized in economic life. You see, one can also acquire a right by conquest or the like, by having the power to take it. One does not always acquire a right by mere exchange. One can also acquire it by having the opportunity or the power to take it for oneself. Here we have an element in rights that, insofar as it is present, is quite incapable of comparison with commodities. There is no point of contact between commodities and rights. Nevertheless, in the actual economic process, commodities, or the money values representing them, are perpetually being exchanged for rights. Precisely when we pay for land, even when we merely help with our rent to pay for the value of the land, we are paying for a right with a commodity, or with the money that we have received for a commodity. At any rate, we pay for a right's value with a commodity value. When we hire a school teacher and give a certain salary, we are, sometimes at least, paying for spiritual cultural faculties with the value of a commodity or a corresponding money value. Thus, in the economic process, there continuously occur exchanges between rights and commodities, between faculties and commodities, and also between faculties and rights. Mutually incommensurable things are exchanged for each other in the economic process. Consider what happens when a man gets paid for an invention that he has patented. He accepts payment for a purely spiritual cultural value that is being paid for in commodity values. There is absolutely nothing that could figure as a standard of comparison in such a case. Here we are touching on an element where life enters quite strongly into the economic process. The situation becomes still more complicated when we introduce the concept of labor. I have already said that the wage laborers do not in reality receive what is generally understood by the idea of wages, but they really sell the products of their labor for dollars and cents to the business person and thus receive payment. It is only through their expert knowledge of the market that the business people give the proper value, or at any rate a higher value, to that which they buy from the laborers. Economically considered, the profit is not extracted from the labor as a surplus value. By thinking in terms of economics, we cannot possibly arrive at such a judgment. We can arrive at it, at most, by a moral judgment. The business profit occurs because the laborers are in a less favorable social situation. The products the laborers sell have less value at the point where they sell them than at the point where the business person sells them, who are in a different position. They know the circumstances far better and can sell at a greater advantage. The worker's relation to the business person resembles the case of a man who goes to the market and buys a commodity for a given price. He must buy it there for the simple reason that his circumstances will not allow him, let us say, to buy it anywhere else. Another person may, perhaps, be able to buy it for less at another place. The two cases are exactly the same. Economically speaking, what exists between the business person and the wage laborer is simply a kind of market. It does make a certain difference, undoubtedly, whether I am fully conscious that this is the case, or whether I imagine that I am paying the laborers for their labor. You may think the difference merely theoretical, but let such a view of things, or to such views, the one and the other, become real. Let them be realized, and you will see how the economic relationships change under the influence of the one view or the other. What happens between human beings is, among other things, the result of their mental outlook, of the ideas they entertain. As our mental outlook changes, it changes the course of events. Let me read that again. As our mental outlook changes, it changes the course of events. Today, the whole proletariat bases its agitation on the idea that labor must be properly paid for. But in fact, labor is nowhere paid for. Only the products of labor are paid for. And this, if it were truly understood, would also come to expression in the actuality of price. We cannot say that it makes no difference whether we call something a wage or the price of a commodity. The moment we speak of wages, we imagine that we are paying for labor. Then we go on to all the secondary concepts that confuse labor as such with other economic processes that are value creating. Then the social conflicts arise in a false way. The social conflicts arise in a true way, however, insofar as they arise out of sentiments and feelings. Sentiments and feelings are always in some way right, but we can never correct what ought to be corrected if we do not have the right concepts. This is the fatal situation in social life. Often the grievances arise in a way that is right, but the corrections are made under the influence of false concepts. People evolve these false ideas in every detail and carry them over into their whole conception of the economic process, and havoc results. Take a very simple example. A gentleman, this is a true story, once said to me, quote, "I'm very fond of sending picture postcards to my friends. I send lots of them," close quote. I said, quote, "I am not at all fond of sending picture postcards, and that is," I said, "for economic reasons." At that time, I had not quite as much to do as I have now. "Why?" he asked, I said. "Every time I send a picture postcard, I cannot help thinking that perhaps a postman will have to run right up to the 4th floor with it. In short, I cause a change, a redistribution in the economic process. It is not the labor of the postman that matters, but in the postman you cannot easily distinguish the service, the thing done, from the labor. It is the service that we must estimate. If I keep sending picture postcards to my friends, I increase in an uneconomic way the services to be rendered by postmen." "That is an economic fallacy," said the other man, "for on the assumption that one postman need do only a limited amount, an increase in the number of picture postcards will mean that additional postmen will have to be employed and that they will get paid. So you see," he said, "I'm really a benefactor to the people who get these jobs." I could only answer, "Yes, and do you also produce all that they eat? You do not increase the available means of consumption in the very least. You merely bring about a redistribution. To employ more postmen is not to increase the available means of consumption." This very idea often brings about the most basic errors in individual cases. Suppose that there is a borough council consisting of people like my friend, as may well happen. Indeed, such people may even become cabinet ministers, and then it will be a cabinet meeting. Then they will say, quote, "There are a certain number of people unemployed. Let us put up new buildings or the like. Then people will be provided for," close quote. Yes, for the next 5 steps ahead, you have rid yourselves of the problem, but you have still not produced nothing new. The workers as a whole have no more to eat than they had before. If I let one side of the scale sink, the other side must rise. Thus, if you give such instructions, not as part of a whole coherent economic process, but as a mere isolated measure, an economic calamity must necessarily arise on the other side. If we knew how to observe these things, we would be able to see that by making social reforms in this way, really giving means of subsistence to the destitute or unemployed, by having new buildings erected, we will have increased the price of this or that article for a number of other people. In the economic sphere, above all, we must not think short-sightedly, but think all things in connection. We must think things in connection with one another as a whole. That kind of thinking, however, is not at all easy to do, for the simple reason that the economic process is very different from a scientific system. A scientific system, in its totality, can be contained in a single human being, perhaps only in outline, but still it can be contained within a single human being. The economic process, in contrast, can never take place in its totality within a single human being. The economic process can find its reflection only where judgments, proceeding from those who stand in the most varied spheres, are working together. The only possibility of arriving at a real judgment on these things, not a theoretical but a real judgment, is by way of association. In other words, take the three equations, see page 95, once again. Those who are familiar only with the ways and customs of a merchant will always have the first equation in their heads. They will trade under the influence of this equation. They will thus be in a position to know the influence that this equation exerts. Likewise, the consumer who intelligently follows and observes the process of consumption will understand the influence of the second equation, and the producer will know all that is subject to the influence of the third. At this point, you may say that surely people are not so unintelligent as not to be able to think beyond their own narrow horizon. Surely, those who are only consumers or only merchants can think beyond their own horizon. Yes, that is perfectly right, where one general world outlook is concerned. But in practical economic life, there is no other effective way of knowing what is going on in trade, for example, except to be engaged in trade oneself. You must be in the midst of it. You must be trading. There is no other way. There are no theories about it. Theories may be interesting, but the point is not that you should know how trade goes on in general, but that you should know how the products circulate in the process of trade in Basel and its immediate neighborhood. If you know that, you do not thereby know how they circulate in the Lugano district. The point is not that we should know about things in general, but that we should know something in a particular region. If you can form an effective judgment, likewise, as to the higher or lower prices at which scythes or other agricultural implements can be manufactured, you do not thereby know the prices at which screws can be manufactured, or other such things. The judgments that have to be formed in the economic life must be formed out of immediate, concrete situations, and that is possible only in this way. For definite domains or regions whose magnitude, as we have seen, will be determined by the economic process itself, associations must be formed, in which all three types of representatives will be present alike. From the most varied branches of the economic life, there must be the representatives of the three things that occur in it: production, consumption, and distribution. It is really tragic that no understanding is found in our time for what is, after all, so simple and so sensible. The moment there is a real understanding, the changes can be made. Not even by the day after tomorrow, but by tomorrow. It is not a question of radical changes, but of seeking for the proper associative union and cooperation in each case. You need only summon the will and the understanding to do it. This is what touches one so painfully. For after all, economic thinking does, to some extent, coincide with moral and religious thinking. To me, for instance, it is quite unintelligible how this way of tackling the economic problem could have been entirely missed by those who are officially in charge of the religious needs of the world. There can be no doubt that during recent times it has become clear that the economic facts are no longer being mastered. The facts have gone beyond the mastery of human beings. Today we stand before this question: how can the situation be mastered? How shall we grapple with it? It must be mastered by human beings in association. The science of economics has not kept pace in its concepts with the transition that has actually taken place from the economics of barter to the economics of money and the economics of human faculties. in its essential concepts, economic science still fumbles around within the economics of barter. It continues to regard money as though it were just a substitute for barter. This is not readily admitted. It is implicit, nonetheless, in the prevailing theories. So we have the situation in the older economic systems, though these may no longer appeal to us today, people bartered or exchanged, German tauschen, to barter. Then money came in. I do not wish to make a pun at the end of a solemn line of thought, but the genius of language itself is working here. Tauschen, barter, became täuschen, illusion or deceit, and everything became unclear. Today we deceive ourselves in almost all of our economic processes. The tauschen has become a täuschen, the exchange or barter an illusion. I do not mean that there is a deliberate deceit, but that the whole process becomes confused and deceptive. We must first get to the root of things once more and see how the economic processes inwardly take place. The end of Lecture 8. You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. This is a reading of a cycle of lectures by Rudolf Steiner entitled Rethinking Economics, Lectures and Seminars on World Economics. And this is Lecture 9, entitled Trade, Loan, and Industrial Capital, given in Dornach on August 1st, 1922. The equations I tried to give yesterday are not, of course, mathematical formulas. Rather, like the ones of which I spoke before, they are formulas that must be verified in life itself. Not only that, they must also be conceived in such a way that they actually live within the economic process. Today I must say a few things that may gradually lead us to understand the way in which these things do really live in the economic process. On the one hand, everything that circulates within the total economic process must have a certain value. On the other hand, we must also realize that many things can occur in the economic organism, the value of which is not immediately expressed in the economic processes themselves. Let me give you an example that will serve as an introduction to some further economic concepts. Unruh has described very well in his books on economics such things that reveal, as it were, the more hidden economic connections. I give here only what I myself have followed up and what I can vouch for as being correct, purely as a matter of observation. Although Unruh is a man completely wrapped up in state economics, it is nonetheless true that inasmuch as he thinks politically rather than economically, he is unable in the end to bring these things into their right relationship. The price of rye in certain districts of Central Europe is a striking example of the complicated way in which things take their course in the economic process. If one hears big farmers or estate owners speaking of their work, one often hears them say, quote, "We make nothing on the price of rye. On the contrary, we lose on it," close quote. What does this really mean? To begin with, it means that these people cannot sell their rye as other things are sold, in the main, at any rate today, where the price is composed of the costs of raw materials, the costs of production, and a certain margin of profit. Taking the actual prices of rye in this way, we would find that they do not correspond to the costs of production plus a certain profit. On the contrary, they fall far short. If in balancing their accounts, farmers were merely to include the actual market prices of rye, the values they would thus insert would undoubtedly influence the balance in a negative direction. As I said, we can follow the matter up, and it is absolutely correct. The rye is sold, as we might say, quote, below cost price, close quote. It cannot be so in reality. It is impossible for this to go on in reality. Yet, apparently, it does go on. What happens is this. Rye yields not only grain, but also straw, and farmers who sell the grain below cost price sell scarcely any of the straw at all. They use it on their own farms. They use it for their cattle and strike a balance in that way. What they lose on the rye is made up for by the manure they get from the animals. For this is the very best manure. There is no better. It is extremely rich in bacteria. It is the best manure a farmer can have. Thus, from the standpoint of their accounts, they get the manure thrown in as a free gift, and in this way, in the long run, a proper balance is struck. We are thus obliged to posit an economic concept that, though it is most important, is comparatively hardly considered in the ordinary literature of economics. The concept I would here establish is that of, quote, internal economies, close quote, within the general economic life. You have an internal economy whenever an economic organism, a business, does business within itself, exchanges products within itself. That is to say, it does not sell such products outwardly or buy them from outside, but lets them circulate within the business itself. This I would call an internal economy, as contrasted with the general economy. Wherever such an internal economy is in force, it is quite possible for products to be delivered below the price that would otherwise be economically necessary. Needless to say, this implies that the forming of price within any economic domain is an extremely complicated chain of events. Such connections, as I said, have been observed as matters of pure fact by our economists. There is another chain of events that I have touched upon from a certain point of view, and that must now be regarded also from a different aspect. I mentioned a few days ago that we do not take in, at a glance, all the links in the economic chain. I had us examine the example that a shoemaker falls ill and has an unskilled doctor attend to him. He remains ill and for 3 weeks cannot manufacture any boots. His products, the boots that he would have manufactured in the 3 weeks, are therefore unavailable to economic distribution. Suppose instead that he gets a skillful doctor who makes him well within a week, so that he gets an extra 2 weeks during which to go on making boots as before. Economically speaking, we can now ask, who manufactured the boots? Economically speaking, undoubtedly, at this moment of the economic process, the doctor did. There can be no doubt about it. Here again we come to another point. For you may ask whether the doctor was paid for the boots. No, in reality he was not. For you can make the following calculation. Reckon it up according to the market. What did the boots that the doctor manufactured amount to? And now if you draw up a rather full statement of account, it would have to be a very full one, you can set this off against what had to be spent on his training, and you will find in all probability that what was spent on his training was not so very different from the value of all the boots he manufactured and all the stags he shot. It is not regarded as universally characteristic of doctors that they withdraw from economic life, for 1 week only, patients who would otherwise be withdrawn for 3. Let me read that again. It is not regarded as universally characteristic of doctors that they withdraw from economic life for 1 week only, patients who would otherwise be withdrawn for 3, be that as it may. However, the final balance emerged. We would not make a true calculation in the wider economic sense if we did not strike the balance in this way, setting off against the cost of his training the boots he manufactures, the stags he shoots, parenthesis, assuming that he cures the hunter more quickly than would otherwise have been the case, close parenthesis, the corn he gathers, and so forth. It is true, of course, that the economic process is very complicated, and so the payment also proves extremely complicated. From all this you can see that it can by no means be said with certainty at any given place what the true source of payment for a given thing is within the economic process. We must sometimes go far afield to discover what the real source of such payment is. People who look for mere simplicity in the economic process will never arrive at economic concepts coinciding with reality. They will not get far enough. They will not get to that aspect that is really there, behind the formulas of price, supply, demand, and so forth. These are the very things we must get at. What makes it so difficult to estimate the economic process rightly? It is because outlay and return are often so widely separated. That is why it is difficult to see clearly. Within the economic process as a whole, what is paid for, what is bought, what is lent and borrowed, and what is freely given. For example, assume for a moment that what I advocated a few days ago is realized. Assume that the masses of capital, arising in one way or another, are withdrawn from the tendency to become congested on the land and are given to the spiritual, cultural life. It may be in the form of foundations, scholarships, or other such things. These are free gifts. You will begin to see what happens on the one side of your gigantic account book, since it must be such that it comprises the real economic life in its totality. The boots that the doctor manufactures during the extra 2 weeks may actually contain an item that you must look for on the other side, under the heading of free gifts. It may well be that he had a scholarship to help him in his training, or that he benefited by some foundation. In short, from this point of view, you can raise a weighty question. What are the most productive transformations of capital in the economic process? What are the most productive of all? Follow out such connections as I have just described. Follow especially those portions of available capital that go into foundations, scholarships, and other spiritual cultural goods, in quotes, that in the course of time react to fertilize the whole process of spiritual cultural production and enterprise of every kind. You will perceive that free gifts are the most fruitful thing of all in the whole economic process. We cannot arrive at a healthy economic process unless, in the first place, it is made possible for people to have something to give, and in the second place, unless they have the goodwill to give what they have in a sensible manner. Here, then, we have something that enters into the economic process in a very particular way. It is remarkable that this is something that we cannot extract from theoretical concepts. It can transpire only from a wide range of experience, and a wide range of experience will yield it to you. The more so, the more you follow the matter up. Indeed, I would recommend that you keep this question in mind when you are choosing subjects for dissertations. What becomes of the free gifts in the whole economic process? You will find that the free gifts are the most productive of all. Capital, freely given, gift capital, is the most productive. Loaned and borrowed capital is less productive in the economic process, and the least productive is what stands directly under purchase and sale. What is paid for immediately on a transaction of purchase and sale is the least fruitful in the economic process. What depends on lending and comes into the economic process through the functions of invested capital is of medium productivity, while what enters into the economic process through free gifts is of the very greatest productivity. For the reason that the work that would otherwise have to be done to earn what is here given freely, or rather the product of that work, is actually saved. We freely give the available proceeds of the economic process, which would only do harm if they were left to congest upon the land. We see, therefore, that at a given moment of its evolution, the economic process gives no real information of itself. The, quote, before and after, close quote, must always be taken into account, but the before and after cannot be taken into account unless they are based on the judgment of people who join together in association and who are able to have a corresponding insight into the past and the future. We have to build the economic process on the insight of those whose feet are planted within the economic process. Once more, we come to the same conclusion. It is, generally speaking, a difficult and lengthy business to estimate how the several factors in the economic process play their part in the whole of human life. I mean the material life. From a certain point of view, we can speak of trade capital, loan capital, and industrial capital within the economic process. Calculating capital is more or less covered by these three categories. These three are contained in the economic process, moreover, in the most varied ways. You must remember that such internal economies, as we exemplified at the beginning of today's lecture, are scattered everywhere throughout the economic process. Where you have an economic process taking place within a larger whole, it is extremely difficult to say what the respective contributions, quantitatively speaking, of loan capital, industrial capital, and trade capital are to the general economic welfare. Yet, it is possible to arrive at reliable concepts if we extend our survey to a wide enough horizon. Let us, to begin with, turn our attention to the economic life of entire nations, or state economies, as we must call them, according to the economic life of recent times. Take France, for instance. I take it only as one example. The world economic connections of France, especially as they were before World War I, and as they revealed themselves in their effects during the war, are a good example of how loan capital works in the economic process on a larger scale. France always had a certain inclination to invest capital in loans, that is, in effect, to treat loan capital, in parentheses, investment capital, literally as loaned capital. You are probably aware of how these things penetrated into the political sphere, clearly illustrating the harmful effects of the coupling together of the economic life and the life of rights, that is, the political life, when it came out in the extensive loans made by France to Russia and Turkey. France exported a very large amount of loan capital to Russia and to Turkey. Even in Germany, though Germany was not exactly in her good books, French capital found a home. For instance, when the construction of the Baghdad Railway was begun, England withdrew, but France did not withhold her capital from those who stood at the head of the undertaking, Siemens and Gwinner, for example. France, therefore, was primarily a lending country. In France, one could see how loan capital becomes involved in the whole economic process. There is one historical phenomenon in which you can truly recognize what the interests of loan capital are. Parenthesis, I am not defending or attacking anything, but simply describing things objectively, close parenthesis. When we turn our attention, say, to private economies or businesses, we shall always find, as any bank will tell you, that the private business people are peace-loving people. They know very well that their interests and dividends will be upset if, just as their capital is nicely invested, a war begins to sweep through the economic connections of the world. Political economists always reckon with the fact that lenders are peace-loving people. That is the reason why it is always possible to say that France was innocent of the war. The moment we want to prove that the war was not desired in France, we need only point to the interests of the numerous small investors, not to the interests of those who urged on the war. In France, you always have in the background those who decidedly did not want the war. This fact of history may show us on a large scale what is equally true on a small scale. Those who lend, those who are the happy possessors of capital available for investment, are essentially the people who would like to see the economic life protected, if possible, from disturbance either by events outside it or by catastrophic upheavals within it. The investors are all the more fond of tranquility because it saves them the trouble of having to form an independent judgment. They like to be able to rely on the assurance of someone else that a particular investment is a good thing. In our age, although public opinion is very conceited, there is really very little public opinion in the sense of judgment. We may say that in our time, the possession of capital available for investment is generally connected with a very strong faith in authority, both in the economic life and also in other respects. This again clouds the economic judgment to no small extent. Those, for example, who are in any way officially labeled, very easily get money lent to them. Personal credit is readily given to anyone with a title or some other official label. This is often the decisive factor. According to how this principle of authority is more or less cultivated, we see the consequences. In the one case, those who really have the stronger personal capabilities will be enabled to enter productively into the economic process. In the other case, it will be simply those with a handle to their names, members of chambers of commerce and so forth, and often those have the name not by reason of genuine ability, but for some quite extraneous reason. It is one thing if such favored people are handed an opportunity to work into the economic life, and quite another if they have to depend on their genuine capabilities being recognized by an untainted public judgment. Here, once again, something elusive enters into the economic life. Parenthesis, in a certain community, it has recently become far too common a practice to use a certain word whenever one fails to keep pace with things with one's clear thinking. In many places recently, I have far too often heard this word, the, in quotes, imponderables. I wish to emphasize that I want to avoid this word. All that I wish to point out is how these things, which we would like to take straightforwardly, become complicated, so that we may presently have to follow them up by somewhat curved and winding paths. It is unnecessary as soon as this begins to happen to have recourse to the convenient term, the imponderables, which we have heard ad nauseum in certain quarters. Close parentheses. So much, at the moment, for loan capital. We will now go on to industrial capital. If we wish to study the essence and function of industrial capital, we shall be able to do so especially well by observing the quick rise of industry in Germany in the decades before World War I, though its history here is hardly an edifying one. We can study it here especially well, because under the influence of the enterprising impulse, industrial capital arose by direct transformation out of loan capital to a greater extent in Germany in the last decades before the war than in any other part of the world. What I said in the first lecture is most decidedly true. In England, for example, trade capital was transformed gradually into industrial capital. In England, industrialism evolved out of trade, and it evolved far more slowly than in Germany, where it sprang up with immense rapidity. Industrialism exists in its pure form, where it transforms not trade capital, but loan capital into industrial capital. It can, therefore, be best studied in its pure form in the life of Germany. Now, the point is that industrial capital, if I may put it so, is really placed between two buffers. The one buffer is raw materials. The other is markets. Industrial capital is obliged, on the one hand, to look around as far as possible for the sources of raw materials, and on the other, to arrange for markets. This is not quite so easy to study in the example of German industry. In German industrialism, you can, rather, study economically how industrial capital functions in itself. Still, the emergence of industrialism is evident in all countries during the 19th century and on into the 20th. So you can observe this standing, quote, between two buffers, close quote, everywhere. You need only search out the true facts. As I have said, it is a good thing to control the necessary direction, orientation of our ideas by taking things that can be surveyed as a whole. But you will find, if you are considering smaller economic territories, that extraordinarily difficult paths must sometimes be traced out. It is better to get your orientation and to derive your calculations from wide, comprehensive regions. The paths grow easier if you observe economic organisms on a very large scale. Then, for example, you will perceive how usually the concepts of force or might, which often appear masked under the guise of rights or justice, are realized most strongly where it is a question of opening up new sources of raw materials. We can study this on a large scale, for instance, in the Boer War, where it was mainly a question of opening up the sources of precious metals. The Boer War was a real war for raw materials. Of course, it always showed itself in a kind of mask. Nevertheless, it was a war for raw materials. Again, you have an example of how the economic life unfolds in a political way, playing over into the domain of political power. You have an example of this, for instance, in the military enterprises of Belgium, which had the ivory and rubber of the Congo as their object. From this, you can see how the opening up of sources of raw materials takes place in the economic life. Or again, take the case of North America, which annexed the Spanish possessions in the West Indies because it was looking for sources of raw material, sugar in this instance. In every case, we can see how the search for raw materials very easily drives the purely economic life into the political, toward the development of might or force. This is the one side, the first buffer, if I may call it this. With the search for markets, it is different. It is easy to demonstrate from history that the search for markets does not lead into the political life in the same way. In this case, the plain fact is that human nature does not tend so much toward the use of force. We should have to go to the 19th century for a rather glaring example. I mean the so-called Opium War, whereby England conquered for itself the Chinese opium market. Even there, it did not go quite so easily by purely military means. Even there, if I may put it so, peaceful persuasion, peaceful politics had not a little to say. For when things began to grow uncomfortably hot, 141 doctors were found to pronounce an expert judgment to the effect that opium is no more harmful than tobacco or tea. Here then politics, peaceful politics, played a certain part. Politics, in any case, is always difficult to keep out. You know the saying of Clausewitz, quote, "War is the continuation of politics by other means," close quote. Such definitions are all very well, but by the same method we could establish the proposition, quote, "Divorce is the continuation of marriage by other means," close quote. The relationships of life can always be represented in a particular light by using this kind of logic, and people admire it. Curiously enough, everyone sees through it at once if I say, quote, "Divorce is the continuation of marriage by other means," close quote. But when it is everywhere proclaimed that war is the continuation of politics by other means, they do not notice the absurdity. On the contrary, they admire it. In point of method, I should like to say that if we employ this sort of logic in economics, we shall not advance a step. Speaking of this second buffer, the hunt for markets, we must undoubtedly admit that a far greater part is played by human cleverness, which fluctuates between the extremes of slyness, astuteness, and wise economic guidance. In the arranging of markets, a great deal could be seen at work of all three. particularly in the way they were arranged in those large economic domains that the states themselves had become as politics and economics coalesced. The states themselves did very much in this direction by way of wise guidance and also by way of deceit, cleverness, slyness, and the like. The concepts we need to form with respect to smaller economic domains, concerning the relation, say, between the single industrial undertaking and its sources of raw materials and its markets, can be made clear and palpable only by considering these matters on a large scale. If it is the functions of trade capital that we desire to study, we should take England as our example, especially in the period when England made its great economic progress. This it did by means of trade. Consequently, its trade capital continued to increase in such a way that England entered quite gently and gradually into the new industrialism. At the time when industrialism was transforming the world, England already had her trade capital. In this early period, therefore, we can study trade capital most readily in England. In more recent times, England has been chosen by Marx as a means of studying the economic functions of industrialism. In the earlier period, the period immediately preceding the creation of modern industrialism, going back, let us say, to the last decades of the 18th century, it is the functions of trade capital, nevertheless, which we can best study in the light of England's economic destiny. Now, it cannot be denied that here, either in the open or behind the scenes, the essential thing is always competition. Whether on the large scale, in the economic life of the nation as a whole, where it is mainly based on trade, or within trade or commerce itself, competition is the essential thing. Of course, by the introduction of various ideas of what is decent and proper conduct, it may become very fair, but it is competition nonetheless. Productivity in trade, productivity that will enable trade capital to be treated in the economic process so that it eventually takes effect as industrial capital, such productivity depends in the end on the tendency of trade capital to accumulate. And that is impossible without competition. Thus, we shall study the functions of trade capital most clearly by considering the function of competition in the economic life. At the same time, these things are connected with historical changes. This is indeed the case. Right up to the first third of the 19th century, if we are considering the world economy that was gradually coming into being as a single whole, such as it was in a high degree before World War I, up to the first third of the 19th century, the economic processes of trade and industry still played the most important part in the economic life. The heyday, the classical age, if I may put it so, of loan capital began only in the 19th century, indeed only toward the second third of the 19th century. And it is at this point that we notice the rise of those institutions that more especially serve the process of lending. I mean the banking system. The classical age of loan capital, and with it the evolution of the banking system, falls into the last two-thirds of the 19th century and the first decades of the 20th. With the evolution of the banking system, borrowing and lending develops on an ever larger scale, enters more and more as a prime factor into the economic process. At the same time, precisely in connection with lending, a remarkable phenomenon appears. Through the instrumentality of lending on a large scale, and accompanying the expansion of the banking system, the control of the circulation of money is withdrawn from the individual. The circulation of money has gradually become a process taking place, I can find no other word to express it, impersonally. Thus, as I said in my first lecture, the time has actually come when money does business on its own account, and human beings fluctuate up and down according to how they are drawn into this whole stream of money economics, money business. They are drawn in far more than they imagine. Precisely during the last decades of the 19th century, the circulation of money became objectified. It became impersonal. This brings me to a peculiar phenomenon of the 19th century, particularly of the end of the 19th century. In economics, everything depends on an open-minded consideration of life as a whole. We must gain a clear vision of the whole of life. The phenomenon to which I refer appears, to begin with, in the psychological sphere, but afterward plays a great part in the economic life. It is this: conditions that were brought about in the first place by very real forces afterward continue rolling on by a kind of social inertia, such as a ball will when you have given it a certain momentum. These conditions go rolling on, even after the original impulses have ceased to be active in them. Down to the first third of the 19th century, there were true economic impulses present in the whole system of loan and investment. Then, through the instrumentality of the banking system, these economic impulses began to change into purely financial ones. And in this process, the whole thing became not only impersonal, but unnatural. Everything was drawn into the stream of money as it moved itself along. Pure money business without any natural or personal subject. That is the end toward which, as the 19th century drew to a close, everything that had originally been upheld by a personal and natural subject was gravitating. Strangely enough, this subjectless economic life, this subjectless circulation of money, was accompanied by another phenomenon. States themselves began to do business out of economic impulses. It was out of such impulses, for example, that they began to colonize. We shall see later what influence colonizing has. Decolonizing, too, will have to be considered in this connection. We can observe very well, as a real economic process, the significance of colonization in the case of England. Fundamentally speaking, England scarcely ever went beyond the kind of colonization that we may perhaps describe as, quote, imperialism with an objective content, close quote. Such imperialism, I mean, as contains a real economic substance, economic meaning. On the other hand, if you take the case of Germany, you need only look at the colonial accounts and you will see that German colonization was burdened from the start with an adverse balance. There were at most tiny areas that showed a favorable balance. And in other countries, too, the tendency crept in merely to enlarge themselves by acquiring colonies. Individual people, Hilferding, for instance, in his book Finanzkapital, published in Vienna in 1910, actually called this process, quote, objectless imperialism, close quote, imperialism without an object. These two modern phenomena are particularly instructive. On the one hand, the subjectless circulation of money, impersonal and unnatural. And on the other hand, objectless imperialism. Characteristic, as they both are of large-scale economy, their appearance together suggests that one depends upon the other. Such a phenomenon is purely psychological, to begin with, though in the further course it becomes economic. For if we have unproductive colonies, we must pay for them, and that means that they at once affect the economic life. So much for what we had to discuss today, the end of Lecture 9. You're listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. This is a reading of a cycle of lectures by Rudolf Steiner entitled Rethinking Economics, Lectures and Seminars on World Economics. This is Lecture 10, entitled Associations, given in Dornach on August 2nd, 1922. We must now consider something that I indicated yesterday to a few of you. I referred to the relation between labor and what happens when nature is transformed and elaborated into an object of economic value. In the further course, as we saw, organized labor, divided labor, is caught up, in a certain sense, by capital. And capital eventually emancipates itself and passes over completely into free spiritual cultural activity, so to speak. From all this, you will observe that while there is no such thing as a direct economic value in labor, this has already been explained, it is labor, nevertheless, that sets economic value in motion. The product of nature, as such, comes into economic circulation by being worked upon. And the elaboration that gives it its value is the real reason why the object of economic value begins to move, at least within a certain sphere. Subsequently, it is the human spirit working in capital that keeps the movement going. To begin with, therefore, we have to do with movement. For as soon as we enter the sphere of capital, we have to take into account the movement that takes place through trade capital, loan capital, and eventually through production, capital proper, industrial capital. Speaking of this movement, we must be aware, above all, that there must be something to bring the values into economic circulation. To get the right idea in this respect, we must today concern ourselves with a somewhat delicate question of economics. This question cannot be seen clearly unless we try again and again to discover from direct economic experience what can be said about it, and in a certain way to verify things. First, I refer to what we may call economic profit. The question of profit is extremely difficult. Let us imagine, for instance, that a purchase is taking place. A buys from B. In ordinary lay thinking, we generally apply the concept of profit to the seller only. The one who sells is supposed to make a profit. It is, of course, really an exchange between between what the buyer gives and what the seller gives. But if you think the matter through exactly, you can by no means admit that the seller alone makes a profit in the case of purchase and also of barter. For if the seller alone were to profit, then in the total economic life the buyer would always be placed at a disadvantage whenever a simple exchange takes place. The buyer would always be at a disadvantage, and you will readily admit that this cannot be so. Otherwise, every transaction of purchase would be an exploitation of the buyer, and that is obviously not the case. We are well aware that the one who buys wants to buy advantageously, not at a disadvantage. There can be no doubt about that. Plus, the buyer, too, can buy in such a way as to make a profit. We have, therefore, this peculiar phenomenon. Two people make an exchange, and, at any rate in the normal process of purchase and sale, each one of them must make a profit. For practical economics, it is far more important to consider this than is generally realized. Let us suppose that I sell something and receive money for it. I must gain by giving my commodity away and getting money for it. I must desire the money more than I do the commodity. The buyer, on the other hand, must desire the commodity more than the money. This, then, is what takes place in the reciprocity of exchange. Both objects passing in exchange, the one in one direction and the other in the other, increase in value. By the bare process of exchange, the things exchanged on both sides increase in value. How can this be? Only in the following way. When I sell something and receive money for it, I am enabled to do more with the money than the one who gives it can do. Conversely, the other person who receives the commodity must be able to do more with it than I can. This, therefore, is the position. The two of us, the buyer and the seller, must stand in different economic situations. The increase of value can only come about through what lies behind the actual process of purchase and sale. Thus, when I sell something, I must be in such a position, economically speaking, that the money has a greater value in my hands than it has in the other person's, while the commodity has greater value in the other person's hands than it has in mine. by virtue of this person's particular connection with the economic system as a whole. In economics, you will perceive, we cannot merely consider the actual fact of buying or selling in the abstract. The essential question is, what are the respective economic relationships in which the buyer and the seller stand? If we look at things precisely, we are led, as is so often the case, from what takes place immediately before our eyes at any given place to the whole interconnected economic system. This can also be seen by taking another illustration. We can observe the real facts if we take our start from barter. Fundamentally speaking, the line of thought I have just laid out can tell you that barter is not entirely transcended, even by the introduction of money into an economic community. In effect, we still barter commodities for money. Precisely inasmuch as both parties make a profit in the transaction, we shall see that the important point is not the mere fact that the one possesses a commodity while the other possesses money. The real point is what each party can make of what is received. What can they do with it by virtue of their particular economic situation? To understand it more exactly, let us turn back to the most primitive form of barter. That will throw light on what occurs in circumstances that are economically more complicated. Suppose that I buy peas. I can do many different things with these peas. I can eat them. And so, assuming that barter is the order of the day, and that I have exchanged some other thing that I have manufactured, that is, some commodity, for peas, I get the peas by means of barter. And I can, if I like, eat them. But suppose I have acquired a very, very large number of peas, so many that I cannot eat them all, not even if I have a large family. Then I shall find someone who may be needing peas, and I shall exchange them for something that I in turn require. I give that person peas in return for something I can use. Substantially, the peas have remained the same, but economically they have not remained the same at all. Economically, they have changed through the very fact that I, instead of consuming them myself, have passed them into circulation, I myself merely effecting a transfer of them in the economic process. Economically speaking, what have the peas become through this process? Given the necessary conditions, including a statute enacting that everything shall be exchangeable for peas, parenthesis, a sufficient number of peas would have to be produced, and it would have to be the law that everything can be exchanged for peas, close parentheses, it would follow that the peas would be money. In such a case, peas would have become money in the economic process. I mean it literally, in the true sense of the word money. A thing does not become money by being essentially different from other things existing in the economic process. It becomes money by undergoing, at a particular point in this process, a transformation from commodity to money. This has been the case with all money. All money has, at one time or another, been turned from a commodity into money. From this you will see once more that with the economic process, we always come to the human being. We can do nothing other than place the living human being into the process. The human being is there in the economic process, in any case, as a consumer. As consumers, human beings stand within it from the very outset. But if they play an active part in some respect that does not lie within the sphere of consumption, they enter into quite another relationship with the economic life then as a pure consumer. Such things must be taken into account if we would work toward the formation of true economic judgments, the kind of judgments, in fact, that must above all be formed in what I have called the associations. Within the associations, there must be people who by their practical experience can form their judgments on the basis of such points of view. Now, the point is that if we have any kind of elaborated nature or divided labor in the economic process, we must investigate what it is that brings these economic elements into movement, into circulation. Yesterday, in another place, see Seminar 2, I said that we ought to bring into our economic thinking the work or labor that is active in the economic process, in precisely the same way that physicists, for example, bring the concept of work, in quotes, into their thinking about physics. Physicists do this by developing a formula wherein mass and velocity occur. Mass is a phenomenon that we determine with a scale. It is with the help of the scale that we are able to determine it. Apart from such quantitative, determinable mass, there would be nothing to move forward in the process of work in the sense of physics. Is there anything similar in the economic process, so that here too labor or work gives value to the objects, and then at a later stage, the active entry of the spirit or mind gives them value? Is there anything in the economic process comparable, as it were, to the weight of an object in the process of work in the sense of physics? If I describe diagrammatically the progression of the several economic processes, I see at once that something must be there to bring the whole system into movement, to push or press the economic element, so to speak, from here to here. See, there's a picture. Moreover, the system would be still more pronounced if there were a pressure working not only from here to here, but also a suction from the other side, so that the whole system is driven forward by a real force present in the economic process. The economic process would, in fact, have to contain something that drives it forward. What is it, then, that drives economic process forward? I showed you a little while ago how certain forces constantly arise in the case of both the buyer and the seller. With everyone who has something to do with any other human being in the economic process, not at all in the moral, but in the purely economic sense, advantage or profit arises. There is no place within the economic process where we cannot speak of advantage or profit. Nor is this profit anything merely abstract. Our immediate economic desire attaches to it, and it must necessarily be so. Whether one is a buyer or a seller, one's economic craving attaches to the profit, to the advantage of the transaction. It is really this attachment to profit that generates the economic process and is the force within it. It is the thing that corresponds to mass in the process of work in the sense of physics. You will observe that we have thus revealed something very weighty in the economic process, literally weighty, I would say. Weight, you will admit, is a most prominent thing in purely material products, those products that the stomach desires. It is the stomach that tells the purchaser that the fruit is more advantageous than the money in the moment of the exchange. Here then we have within the human being himself the driving motor. And in other cases too, not only in the case of material goods, there must be such a driving force. You need but consider that the mood or feeling of making an advantageous deal is also present in me when I sell a thing and receive money for it. I know that I, by my faculties or opportunities, will be able to do more with the money than with the commodities that I possess. At this point, I am already entering with my faculties into the process. Transfer this idea to the total of loan capital in any economic organism, and you will see those who desire to undertake or to do anything, and who need loan capital for this purpose, have precisely the same motive force in their need for capital as is inherent in the striving for profit. Only the loan capital works as a kind of suction. If we regard advantage or profit as an impelling, pushing force, the effect of loan capital is one of suction. Moreover, it sucks in the same direction in which advantage or profit pushes. Thus, in profit and in loan capital, respectively, we have the forces of pressure and of suction in the economic process. We thus gain a clear picture of the following fact. Inasmuch as the economic process consists in movement, and everything must be brought about in it by movement, we must place the human being in it everywhere. For an objective science of economics, this may be uncomfortable. The human being is a kind of incommensurable magnitude and is changeable. We have to reckon with the human being in so many different ways. But there is no getting away from it. This is the fact. And we must reckon with the human being in many different ways. Now, we have seen that in the process of lending, a kind of suction takes place in the economic process. You know that there were times when it was considered immoral to take interest on loans. It was considered moral only to lend free of interest. Under these conditions, there would be no profit in lending. This is indeed the fact. Originally, lending did not arise from the profit one derives from it, that is to say, from the interest, but it arose from the following presumption. If I lend someone something, this person can do something with it that I cannot do. Take the simplest instance. Suppose that a man is in dire need and that he can alleviate his need if I am in the position to lend him something. Under conditions more primitive than those of today, he would not pay me interest. But the presumption would be that if I too am ever in need, he in his turn will help me out. Wherever you trace the matter back in history, you will see that the presupposition of lending is that the other will lend to me in turn when need arises. It even applies to more complicated social conditions. For the same thing happens when someone borrows money from a money-lending firm and requires guarantors. It has always been the experience of money lenders that mutual aid plays a great part even in this service. A comes to a moneylender and brings B and C along to stand as sureties. They enter their names as guarantors. In such a case, money-lending firms always count on the probability that if B ever comes to borrow money, he or she will bring A and C as guarantors, or again, when B has paid the debt, C will arrive one day and will bring A and B as guarantors. In certain circles, this is taken as a matter of course. Economists declare that such a law can be assessed just as well as any that can be clothed in a mathematical formula. Of course, these things are to be taken with the well-known, quote, grain of salt, close quote, that we must always take into account. Our power to do so is part of the mobility of the economic process. To summarize, therefore, we say that originally there was no return for the service of lending, except the presumption that the borrower will lend to us again, or if not that, at least will help us in borrowing, as we had helped. Notably, where it is a question of lending and borrowing, human mutuality, or give and take, enters the economic process in a striking way. If this is true, what is interest? Interest, as has already been stated by some economists, is what I receive if I renounce this mutuality. That is to say, if I lend someone something and we agree that this person shall be under no obligation to lend to me. If I renounce this mutual right, the person pays me interest for it. Interest, therefore, resolves something that takes place between human beings. It is a compensation for the human mutuality that plays in the economic process. This is, however, something that we must set in its right place in the whole economic process. In doing so, we must, of course, remember that there is no sense these days in studying economic processes other than those that stand entirely under the sign of the division of labor. For it is these with which we are, in fact, concerned. When labor is divided and distributed, human beings grow dependent on the principle of mutuality to a far greater extent than is the case when one not only grows one's own cabbages, but also makes one's own hats and boots. It is with the division of labor that the dependence on mutuality comes. In the division of labor, we have a process working in such a way that the several currents diverge. Yet, in the economic process as a whole, we see it come about that all of these different streams tend to unite again, though in a different way, through the exchange that, in the case of a more complicated economic process, takes place with the help of money. Thus, at a certain stage, the division of labor makes mutuality a necessity. In other words, it involves the same element in human dealings that we find in the case of lending and borrowing. Where much is lent, this principle of mutuality is inherently involved. But in this case, it can be redeemed by interest. For interest is mutuality realized. It has been transformed into an abstract form as money. The forces of mutuality are the interest, which has undergone a metamorphosis. And what we see quite plainly here in the payment of interest takes place throughout the economic process. This is the great difficulty that besets the formation of economic ideas. You cannot form them in any other way than by conceiving things pictorially. No abstract concept can enable you to grasp the economic process. You must grasp it in pictures. Nonetheless, it is just this that makes the intellectual world so uneasy today, this demand, no matter in what sphere of thought, that we should pass from the mere abstract concepts to ideation of an imaginative kind. Yet we can never found a real science of economics without developing pictorial ideas. We must be able to conceive all the details of our economic science in imaginative pictures. And these pictures must contain a dynamic quality. We must become aware of how such a process works under each new form that it assumes. You will understand me correctly if you will acknowledge to yourselves that there are actually human beings in the economic process, no doubt at its more primitive stages, who are quite unable to think in the way you have learned, or are supposed to have learned to think in the course of your studies. Nevertheless, they are often excellent farmers and excellent economists. They feel precisely whether a given item can be bought or not be bought at a certain price, whether or not it will be advantageous to buy it. Sometimes farmers, for example, who do not have the remotest notion of economic concepts, yet who have attained a certain age and have simply observed the conditions of the market in their district, know with precision, without relying on any theoretical concepts, what the picture signifies when they give a certain sum of money for a horse or plow. Of course, they may make a mistake, but you may do that even if you have studied the logic of economics. But the mistakes will not be the most important thing. The picture that is composed in their minds, the picture of a certain sum of money and a plow, calls forth in them the immediate feeling that they can still afford to give a little more money, or else that they cannot. They see this directly out of their feeling experience. Now, even in the most complicated economic process, this feeling experience must not be eliminated. That is thinking in pictures. To form abstract ideas would be fruitful only if we could say definitely that one thing is a commodity and another thing is money, and we are trading the commodity for money and the money for the commodity. If that were all, it would be simple. As I have shown you just now, however, even peas may become money. It is simply not true that we can grasp anything of the economic process by working abstract concepts into it. Only by working imaginative perceptions into it can we grasp anything of it. For instance, we may have the imaginative perception of peas on their way from the market stall to the mouths of the people. That is one definite picture. Or we may have the imaginative perception of peas being used as money. That is another picture. Even in economic science, we must work towards such pictures, taken from what is immediate perception. This means, in other words, that to act rightly in the economic sense, we must make up our minds to enter into the events of production, trade, and consumption with picture thinking. We must be ready to enter into the real process. Then we shall get approximate conceptions, only approximate ones, it is true, but conceptions that will be of real use to us, when we wish to take an actual part in the economic life. Above all, such conceptions will be of use to us when what we do not know by our own sensibility, supposing we ourselves have not arrived through sensibility at the corresponding pictures, is supplemented or corrected by others who are connected with us in associations. There is no other possibility. Economic judgments cannot be built on theory. They must be built on living association, where the sensitive judgments of people are real and effective. For it will then be possible to determine, out of the association, out of the immediate experiences of those concerned, what the value of any given thing can be. Strange as it may sound, it is not possible to determine theoretically wherein the value of a product may consist. We can only say that a product enters into the economic life as a whole through the several parts of the economic process, and its value at a given place must be judged and estimated by the association. How can it be done? How is it that such judgments can be formed? Judgments that, if they arise in the true way in the economic process, do actually arrive at the truth. You can understand it best by analogy with any human or animal organism. The human or animal organism assimilates the food that comes into it. For example, the human being absorbs food, permeates it with ptyalin and pepsin, passes it through the stomach, through the intestines. No matter whether the food is animal or vegetable, the first thing necessary is for the food to be killed as it passes through the organism. Its life must be quelled. All life must be eliminated from the food we have in our intestines. Thereupon, what we have in our intestinal organs is sucked up by the lymph glands and called to life again within us. What passes from the lymph glands through the lymph vessels into the blood consists of nature products, plant or animal, that have died and have been called to life again. Now, if you wanted to determine theoretically how much a certain lymph gland should receive and call to life again, you simply could not do so, since in one person a lymph gland must absorb more, and in another less. Not only that, in one person a lymph gland at one place must absorb more, and a lymph gland at another place must absorb less. Digestion is a most complicated process. No human science could keep pace with this wisdom of the lymph glands, with all their beautiful division of labor. In such a case, we are not dealing with judgments propounded, but judgments working in reality. In truth, between our intestinal organs and our arteries, such a total of intelligence is working that nothing comparable to it is to be found in all our human science. So it is with the economic process. The economic process can be sound only when such a wise, self-active intelligence is working within it. This can happen only if human beings are united together. Human beings who have the economic process within them as pictures, piece by piece. And being united in the associations, they complement and correct one another, so that the right circulation can take place in the whole economic process. Of course, the right attitude is needed for such an activity as this, but the attitude alone is not enough. You may even found associations whose members have a great deal of economic insight. Yet if something else is not contained within the associations, all their insight will be of little avail. Something else must be contained in the associations, and will be contained in them once the necessity of such associations is recognized. There must be in them the community spirit, the sense of community, the sense for the economic process as a whole. Those individuals who immediately use what they buy can do nothing other than satisfy their own egotistic sense. Indeed, they would live very poorly if they did not satisfy their own egotistic sense. As an individual in the economic life, one cannot say, if someone offers a coat for 40 francs, quote, "Oh, no, that price does not suit me. I will give you 60 francs for it," close quote. That will not do. At this point, the individual within the economic process can do absolutely nothing. But the moment the life of associations enters the economic process, it is no longer a question of immediate personal interest. The wide outlook over the economic process will be active. The interest of the other person will actually be there in the economic judgment that is formed. In no other way can a true economic judgment come about. Thus, we are impelled to rise from the economic processes to mutuality, the give and take between one person and another. And furthermore, to what will arise from this? The objective community spirit working in the associations. This will be a community spirit, not proceeding from any moralic acid, but from a realization of the necessities inherent in the economic process itself. Observe this in relation to all the discussions that are opened up, for instance, by my book titled Towards Social Renewal. There is no lack of people nowadays who say, quote, "Our economic life will be good, ever so good. If only we are good human beings, we must become good," close quote. Think of the people like Professor Förster and his kind, who go about preaching that if human beings will only become selfless, if they will only fulfill the categorical imperative of selflessness, the economic life will become good. Such judgments are really of no more worth than to say that if my mother-in-law had 4 wheels and a steering wheel in front, she would be a bus. Truly, the premise and the conclusion stand in no better connection than this, except that I have expressed it more radically. What underlies title Towards Social Renewal, which by the way is also on this website, is none of this moralic acid, which can, no doubt, play a great role in another field. Readers aside, again, Towards Social Renewal, I have it as it's called The Threefold Social Order, which I don't believe is the complete version, but it's the book available. End of readers aside. Rather, the purpose is to show, simply out of the economic facts, how selflessness cannot help being inherent in the very circulation of the elements of economic life. This is the case, even in the details. Take, for instance, the case where a man is in a position to receive loan capital on credit, and is thus enabled to establish an undertaking or an institution, and to produce something by means of it. He goes on producing so long as his own personal faculties are united with the institution. Afterward, the thing he has built up will be handed on in the most sensible way to some other individual who has the necessary faculties. It will be transferred as a gift not just from one person to another, but one that takes place through the whole course of economic life. We need consider only how such gifts will be enabled in a reasonable way by the threefold social organism. Here, the domain of economics borders, Here, the domain of economics borders on the social element in the human being in the most comprehensive meaning of the term. It touches on what needs to be conceived for the social organism as a whole. See it also from the other side. I pointed out how in the simple case of exchange, where money becomes more and more important, or indeed where exchange is recognized at all, the economic life enters directly into the domain of law and rights. Moreover,
great brands, great prices. Nordstrom Rack's got 'em. Up to 70% off. Shop online, pick up in store the same day for free. Nordstrom Rack, in stores, on our app, and online.
When the world gave them setbacks, science gave them bounce backs. And when your vet delivered life-altering news, science delivered life-changing nutrition. Hill's Prescription Diet. Science did that.
the moment intelligence or reason is to enter the economic life, we must allow what prevails in the free spiritual cultural life to flow into the economic domain. The three members of the social organism must stand in the right relation to one another so that they may work on one another in the right way. This is the real meaning of the threefold nature of the social organism, not the splitting apart of the three members. The splitting apart is always there. The point is rather to find how the three members can be brought together so that they can really work in the social organism with inherent intelligence. Just as the nerves and senses system, the heart and lung system, and the metabolic system, for example, work together in our physical organism. That is the point. And of this we shall have more to say tomorrow. The end of Lecture 10. You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. This is a reading of a cycle of lectures by Rudolf Steiner entitled Rethinking Economics, Lectures and Seminars on World Economics. This is Lecture 11, entitled World Economy, given in Dornach on August 3, 1922. In the opinion of a number of economists, as you are probably aware, it was quite impossible for World War I to last as long as it actually did. From their knowledge of economic relationships, these economists declared that the economic life as existed at the time would not permit such an extensive war to last more than a few months. Yet, as you know, the facts of life refuted this idea. If people thought objectively, this in itself would convince them of the need to revise their theory of economics. If you took the trouble at this moment to follow up the reasons that some economists, at any rate, adduced for their assertion, you would by no means be able to conclude that they were mere fools. Quite the contrary. You would see that their arguments were not at all bad and carried some conviction. Nevertheless, the reality of life refuted them. The war went on far longer than was theoretically possible. Obviously, therefore, economic science did not encompass the whole reality. The reality turned out quite differently from what the economic theory had supposed. We can understand such a thing as this only if we see clearly the nature of the evolution of economic life upon the earth. It consists of a series of successive stages, but one in which the earlier stages continue to exist side by side with the later. Similarly, we may say that the lowest organic forms now living are somewhat like the earliest living creatures of earthly evolution. Thus, in a sense, the most primitive creatures are still here, existing side by side with the highest creatures that have evolved up to this time. There is a difference, but there is also a marked resemblance in the forms. So it is in the economic life. The phenomena of primitive phases of economic life are still here today, side by side with those that have attained a higher stage. But in the economic life there is another peculiarity. While in the animal kingdom, for example, the more primitive forms can live literally side by side in space with the more highly evolved, in the economic life, the more primitive processes are constantly penetrating into the more highly evolved ones. We might very well compare it with those cases where bacteria penetrate into higher organisms, except that in the economic life it is infinitely more complicated. Nevertheless, we can detect certain underlying structures, and from these we can take useful examples that will help us to bring our line of thought to its conclusion. The more primitive forms of economic life must be conceived as private agricultural economies on a large scale. Their magnitude is relative, of course, but we must understand that if the private agricultural economy is self-contained, then it includes within it the other members of the social organism. It has its own administration, possibly even its own defense force, its own police, and moreover, its own spiritual cultural life. Such a private economy, grown to gigantic proportions, it is true, but still preserving in all essentials the character of a primitive agricultural concern, a large estate was the so-called kingdom of the Merovingians. It was a kingdom in a quite external sense, but it was certainly but it was certainly no state. It was in fact no more than an immense farming estate, comprising a huge area. Economic life underlay everything in the entire social structure of the Merovingian kingdom. On it was built an administrative system that accorded with the prevailing ideas of rights and justice, and into this was placed a spiritual cultural life, an extraordinarily free one for that time. It is only in more modern times, and notably under the influence of, in quotes, liberalism, that we have seen the rise of the maximum of lack of freedom in the spiritual cultural life. Not until liberalism came did the spiritual cultural life begin to grow more and more unfree. And it reached the zenith of lack of freedom in that embodiment of all political bliss, the Soviet Republic of Russia. Only books approved by the Soviet government can be sold at all. The Pope does at least content himself with proscribing books, but under the Soviet government proscription is automatic, inasmuch as no books are printed and published except those that the government permits. Now, if we trace the further course of evolution, we see how private economies gradually passed over into national economies, which again at a certain time, at the beginning of the modern period, tended to become state economies. The way it happens is characteristic. Private economy, initiative in private business, gradually passes over into the hands of government departments, and thus the fiscal administration grows increasingly into industrial organization. We see the economies passing over into the life of the state, absorbing cultural life in the process. So when we witness the rise of the modern economic and cultural organism, we witness the rise of the modern economic and cultural organism of the state. The state as such has grown increasingly powerful. We, as you know, are aware that it will have to be, so to speak, articulated once more in distinct members if economic life is to progress. At the moment, however, we are not concerned with threefolding. We observe, as I said, how private economies were gradually joined together. It generally happened on a rather large scale. Private economies grew into something that could be called economy on a larger scale, national economy. And in this way a new social structure was created. Yet within the new, the element of private economy was still preserved. The more primitive phase of evolution was still there as an insertion into the new. What is it that arises at this stage in the true sense of national economy? It is a mutual exchange between the several private economies. The exchange is regulated in many different ways. The regulation hovers like a kind of cloud over it all. The exchange, the trade or commerce between so many private economies, is the essential thing that arises with this welding of private economies into a national economy. What is the outcome? We saw yesterday that in the process of economic exchange, each of the parties has an advantage, or can have an advantage. The result is, therefore, that the single economies that join together for the sake of mutual exchange, the essential thing in all economic life, profit by so doing. Once more then, the single economies, the single businesses, gain an advantage by joining together. They profit by this connection simply because they can now exchange with one another. We can draw up a statement. We can calculate how much the one private economy or business will gain by means of the other private economies with which it is now connected. Each party gains an advantage, and the gain of each and all becomes significant for the entire economy. At the time when the modern science of economics was founded, that particular stage had been reached. National economies had taken shape out of the private economies. This must be borne in mind if we wish to understand the economic ideas of Ricardo or Adam Smith. Only on this foundation can we understand the thoughts that they evolved about, in quotes, political economy, as they called it. It was this working together of private economies that they actually saw and upon which they based their views. In Adam Smith, you can see it again and again, how he thinks from the point of view of private economy or private business, and from that draws his conclusions. At the same time, he has before him the picture of their joining together into a national economy. Yet even in their ideas about this latter process, the older economists retained to a large extent a way of thinking based on private business. Such were the views at which they commonly arrived. They treated national economy on the analogy of private economy. Thus the fertility, the prosperity of a national economy as they conceived it, lay in the fact that one national economy would exchange with another, would come into mutual interchange with another, and would thus derive profit and advantage. Mercantilism, for example, was based on the advantages arising from such exchange between national economies. Now, already at this early stage, where the single private economies or businesses come together into a large national economy, there is sure to arise a kind of leadership. In effect, the most powerful of the private economies that have merged into a larger complex will naturally assume the leadership. And this would undoubtedly have happened at the transition from the stage of private economy into that of national economy. But it was masked and hidden, and it did not come fully to expression, inasmuch as the state undertook the leadership. If this had not happened, one private economy, namely the most powerful of them all, would naturally have been the leader. So in effect it happened that the single private economies passed imperceptibly into the state economy. But it was different at the next stage, when, in the further course of modern history, the mutual exchange between national economies, world trade, in other words, became more and more comprehensive. Then, indeed, such a leadership emerged quite evidently. It happened as an absolute matter of course in the further progress of economic life that England's national economy became the dominating one. From another point of view, I have already drawn your attention to the fact that England evolved directly from trade into industrialism. Let us think what happened while England was acquiring colonies. England set the standard for currencies. Its colonies, in the manner of private economies, joined together into a larger complex. In the first place, this gave rise to those internal advantages that are always the result of mutual exchange. Not only this, it also gave rise to a powerful economic hegemony that, with the further evolution of world trade, subsequently exerted a dominant influence on the economic life of the world. While England was gaining its colonies, it set the standard for currencies, because it was precisely through England that gold was forced on those countries that adopted it throughout the world. You may easily compute that in economic dealings with a rich country having a gold currency, any country that did not possess the gold currency would be at a disadvantage. In a word, we may say that under the influence of world trade, England became the leading economic power. While this was going on, moreover, it was still possible to develop concepts of national economy continuing in a straight line, with whatever modifications and improvements, from Hume, Adam Smith, and Ricardo, and, we may add, Karl Marx. Fundamentally, though, he effectively turned their ideas upside down. Karl Marx only continued along the same lines. The ideas of these economists are to be understood only if we have before us the picture of the economic life that arose under the dominating influence of England's economic power. Now, with the last third of the 19th century, there was a transition from world trade to world economy, It is a very remarkable process, this passage from world trade into world economy. Definitions are, of course, inexact, for these transitions tend to take place in successive stages. But if we want a definition, we must say that at the stage of world trade, the economic life of the world is characterized by single national economies exchanging with one another. This traffic quickens the whole process of exchange and thus essentially alters prices, alters the whole structure of economic life. In all other respects, the economic life is carried on within the several territories. In contrast, it may be called world economy, in quotes, when the single economic units not only exchange their products with one another, but when they actually work together industrially. For example, partially manufactured products may be sent from one country to another for their manufacture to be continued there. That is a radical example of what I mean by their working together industrially. So long as it is merely a question of raw products, the account will continue to show a condition of pure trade. This cannot yet be described as an actual working together in the industrial life. But when all factors in human life, insofar as they are affected by economics, that is to say, when all production, all distribution, all consumption, not merely production alone or consumption alone, are fed from the entire world, when all things are intricately interwoven and fed from the entire world, then we have world economy. And through the rise of this world economy, certain advantages that existed formerly for the national economies are lost. Let us look back once more. When private economies join into a national economy, they gain on the whole. They derive advantages. Every single one derives advantages. But apart from this, what is it that impels them? It is, of course, not always conscious insight that impels them thus to join together. Their joining together is usually not brought about by conscious economic insight, since in most cases the feeling for liberty is too great. The private business person is not as concerned with the piling up of the profits that arise in this way. Economically, these profits certainly arise, but the process is more complicated than that. The fact is that the single private economies or businesses have the same characteristic as every living organism. Their life tends in the course of time to become weaker and weaker. It is a universal law, and it applies equally to economic life. An economic life that is not being constantly improved always deteriorates. Usually, therefore, the merging into larger wholes did not take place with the object of making private businesses profitable beyond their original level, but with the object of protecting them from imminent decline. When, once the businesses join together, they gain the corresponding advantage, though of course it varies from one case to another. And we may say that whatever the single economies have lost in the course of time is amply compensated by their joining into national economies. Indeed, it is usually more than compensated. Moreover, whatever the national economies have lost in the course of time is amply made up by world trade and the transition into world economy. But when world economy is once achieved, what then? With whom can it exchange? This, in effect, is what has happened. We have seen the economic life of the entire earth gradually merging into world economy, and at this point the possibility of reaping further advantages by merger is at an end. The economists who declared that World War I could not last as long as in fact it did were thinking in terms of national economies and not of world economy. If world economy had been national economy, their declarations would have been quite true. But from the very beginning, the war had the tendency to spread, and by this very fact, it had a longer life. If in the state of world economy we continue to think in the spirit of national economies, world economy itself will at a certain point break up. Even if the breakup had not already been precipitated by various dark forces, this would be the inevitable outcome of our continuing to think in terms of national economy. You see there how circumstances that are quite clearly perceptible play into the economic domain, but cannot, in the nature of things, be easily grasped with figures and statistics. This will show you that it is quite impossible to prolong the old economic ideas in a straight line. We are obliged to admit the need for a science of economics that will express the realities of the immediate present. The economic categories formed about a century ago no longer hold good today. What we need is an economic science capable of thinking in the spirit of world economy. Herein you see one of our greatest historical problems. Observe the political leaders of today coming together at Versailles, Genoa, or The Hague. Science has provided them with a way of thinking only in terms of national economy. Whatever results they arrive at, unless and until they are permeated with world economic thinking, must lead downhill. Can they deny that they are tearing the economic life still more to pieces, erecting fresh artificial barriers, and thus hindering the transition into a pure world economy? We see this tendency in the immediate past, the tendency to break the world asunder as far as possible, even in the economic life, and at the same time, to conceal the tendency under the cloak of political and national pleas. Yet we shall have to pass into a real world economy and a corresponding economic science, or we shall create an economically impossible state of affairs across the earth. Such a condition of affairs can continue to exist for a time only through one part of the earth that steals advantages at the expense of another, by means of differences in currency or the rates of exchange. This is precisely what is happening in economic life at the present moment. To conceive what world economics really means, we must see clearly, to begin with, that at the frontiers of the domain of world economy, if we may use the expression, the conditions will be quite different from those of economic domains bordering on one another. Relatively speaking, a world economy exists today, and therefore, relatively speaking, a science of world economy will have to follow. The domain of world economy borders on nothing else, and this makes it necessary for us to observe still more precisely those economic processes that emerge within a closed economic domain, independent of its external frontiers. The cardinal problem for modern economics to solve is the problem of the closed economic domain, a self-contained domain of one giant economy. Today, the very smallest question, even the price of breakfast coffee, is influenced by the economic life of the entire earth. If it is not so, it means that progress is only partial. This state of affairs is actually on the way, and our thinking will have to follow. To understand the economic conditions in a closed economic domain, we must see clearly that within the economic domain, in the mutual interplay of production, consumption, and commerce, that is, in effect, circulation, we have on the one hand consumable commodities, some of them relatively lasting, no doubt, while on the other hand we have the thing we call money. Regarding the form of economy to which these things are subject, it makes an essential difference whether we envision the class of food products, for example, consumable products, or of clothing, more durable, or let us say of furniture or houses, still more durable. With respect to their use and consumption, we have these important differences of durability between different kinds of economic products. As an instance, of a very long-lasting economic product, we might point once more to the diamond in the crown of England, or any other crown. Or again, we might think of the Sistine Madonna. Such things may be to some extent regarded as a kind of product that will endure. We find them especially among works of art. Now, in a social organism subject to division of labor, having therefore an extensive process of circulation, there must be some equivalent of every product. There must be the money value representing the price. But a very cursory observation of the economic realm will convince you that this equivalent between the commodity value and the money value is fluctuating. A product is worth so much at one place and so much at another. A product can be worth more if it is processed in one way, or less if it is processed in another. Be that as it may, however, in the total economic life, you will perceive that apart from a few exceptional goods of great durability, we always deal with goods that pass away in time. They lose their value, and after a certain amount of time are no longer there. The one exception, strange to say, in our whole economic life is money. Although it occupies a position of perfect equivalence to the other elements of economic life, money does not wear out. You can get to the root of the matter in this way. If I have $20 worth of potatoes, I must see to it that I get rid of them. I must do something to get rid of them. After a time, they are no longer there. They are used up. They are gone. Now, if it were in a true relation of equivalence to the goods that are produced, then money, too, would have to wear out like other goods. That is to say, if the body economic contains money that is incapable of being used up, money that does not wear out, we may well be giving money the advantage over goods, which do wear out. This is a most important point, and it becomes all the more